Greetings, guys. How are you? With you, this is Ethica. I know I have a bad network. Unfortunately, I'm trying my best here. So if you can bear with me for a second, I'll be with you. And I'm with me here also, Miss Didi. Welcome, and also welcome to all our audiences, our distinguished and loyal audiences. Didi is in the other room in Clubhouse and also in Facebook. We are here. So we'll be with you shortly, guys, if you don't mind. I hope you guys hearing us well. How are you, by the way, guys? Tell us about yourselves. You can write down. But let's start with the beginning. All right. Again, welcome to those who are watching us from Facebook, YouTube, and other places, and also Clubhouse. But we'll be sure to with you guys. Also, I want to welcome Mr. CJ, Miss Didi, and all the ones who are watching, listening. I know there is a lot of things going on right now in the country, as usual. Nothing new, but just the current events daily change, not to the best, but to the worst. At what we see today, our people of Greater Equatoria is under siege, if I can put that term correctly. We under siege because of the many mistakes and also the many conspiracies that committed against our people. So for our fellow Great Equatorians, I know it's a hard thing, what we're going through, but we let us not give up, and we'll continue to challenge those who think they can play us as a gullible as they want us to be. We're not gullible, we're not foolish, and we're not, unaware of what's going on. Is the only thing that now needs is, of course, like what last time Mr. CJ have mentioned, we need to cooperate and collaborate together for the purpose of rescuing ourselves from this conundrum that is not going to end when we are not taking any action or any decision, a proper decision to make to end this kind of crisis. So as I'm trying to start, I will give a chance to Ms. Didi, and then from there, Mr. CJ, and we're waiting also for others to come in. For those in Facebook, we greet you again, and in Clubhouse, we also give you our greetings. And then Ms. Didi, go ahead, take place, and I'll try to play. If I can play the music Equatoria, if that's okay with you guys, and then from there we can start.
Yes, you can do.
All right.
I just wanted to greet you, CJ, and all the audience. Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I just want to say, if you have anything to say, this is me, Didi, and CJ, and Etika up here. You guys are welcome. You can always come up and ask and say something. Don't be shy, And it's your free will, your freedom to speak anything that you want to say. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Mr. CJ, any words before we start? Okay, if none, let me play the Equatoria song and then we can start from here. So hold on with us. Go ahead. Sorry. Yes, sir.
It's good to say hello to everyone who does. It's glad to see you at Issues and Didi, Cristiano, and L. Come on, second, right? Yeah.
And Mr. King Cash in there too.
Talk about the issue of Equatoria, so I'll be more than happy. Let's listen to this and then we'll carry on. Thank you.
I appreciate it. So let's play the Equatorial music and then we'll start from there. So bear with us. We'll try to mix it Arabic and English if possible, because I know our people are bilingual or multilingual, if I could say, because some of us can speak more than just one, more than two either. So let's start the music and then from there we'll begin our topic. Thank you.
Oh na 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 na, yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Na sawa. Anina Equatoria. Bele dwahe. Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta minchuba, yeah. Anina Equatoria, Teresia samagesi wanina. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina guluwahi, Equatoria birapa. Yapirwa pijama, asan belet na birapa. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita Zande. Kanita Mai. Au kukuye. Anina Equatoria. Kelene hivyo fusina. Kebilia kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba. Dehaja derino. Hassan bele na biraba. Arif ma beside. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Ibanabule. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled Wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa jama. So my fanan ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka. Kodiga balanda bare. Kakuwa kiliko kuku. Lambo lugoya. Asante toko samundo. Nyangara morobe mare. Mundare. Nyambara. Otumo mare makotudo. Lubara bunga ya lobe. Lodo dezinare.
Mondo.
Nare.
Anakulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena. Siasa ma bigesi manena. Anina Wahid.
Alrighty, thank you again. Welcome to all who are here. Also, welcome to Babula Tai. How are you? Long time. And also want to greet again fellow audiences who are listening to us from all sides, all corner of the world. If you're in US, you're in Europe, Africa. Sorry about that. Um, if you're in Africa, some places else, we say welcome. So what we to start, let me play this. Not play this actually. Let me just give our greetings, a short greetings to you guys. I know our issues. It seems like the one thing that I really saddened me, and I'll try to get into it, is that this situation that we are facing as Equatorians, I could see the mistakes. I could see what is the wrong here. Most of the Equatorians who are they act like they're concerned when it comes to the seriousness of our issues. They rather let others will manipulate them, who will use them, who will wash their brain or brainwash them into being gullible into any sensitive situation that will make them forget and ignore their cases. Why I say this? Look around you. How many things happen around us if it's in everywhere in South Sudan? Well, we understand there is a conflict, but are we responsible for these conflicts? As Equatorians, are we responsible to the mishaps or the misfortunes that is happening in the country? Most of these misfortunes, it happens because the people who are behind the misfortune are not willing to change themselves nor to change the situation they're in. And then for our Equatorians, we are very much like to appease even our enemies when our enemy are the one who are oppressing us. We love to always sit and think we are more gentle, we are more likable, we are more considerate, but you forget to consider yourself and your situation where you at. Are you wise if I ask you a question? This is wisdom, what you're behaving? Well, wisdom does not mean that you have to abandon your right. It does not mean that you have to let go of your case and problems. Wisdom gives you the understanding that you see things, assess it based on your the condition that you're in, instead of letting somebody else make you forget your condition. Like somebody slapping you day and night, and then say, don't think about it. Then somebody comes in, say, don't think about it. If you think about it, the pain will increase. Is that wise for you to think like that? Or to hear somebody telling you, is that wisdom to follow such person or to listen to such person? Someone is slapping you so hard every second, you cannot get break. And then one person will come out there and say, don't think about it. If you think about it, the pain will increase. Just ignore it and focus on the bigger picture, that you are right now is still alive. Are you serious? So this is the games they're playing with us emotionally, um, you know, mentally. They will try to kind of confuse our Equatorians to the point that we begin to neglect our issues with all our hearts. We only so captivated when the incident happened. Like recently, people were crying, and especially in the social media. I'll say this because a lot of people were acting so, Equatorian nationalist patriotic, coming out talking about issues happening in our Equatorial regions, like in Equatorian territories, which is in Magui and other areas, and you could see the excitement, the rage, the anger, and yet now a lot of people forgot that, and they all went to their own sides, and now something else happened. People now begin to talk about the issue in Khartoum. I know everybody know about it. Yes, we pray for the lost souls who have gone, who have been taken. But let's look at ourselves, Equatorians. Right now, the most important is what? Is to rescue our people, to think and to work as much as we can to make sure that the Equatorian people there do not find the threats. Today, even the international community are not even watching. If you look at the media itself, they don't talk about South Sudanese. They don't talk about Equatoria in particular. Maybe they talk about South Sudan only for the election, the regime of Salva Kiir and Riek Machar in the discussion of, the comprehensive, not the comprehensive, the RCIS, or the Revitalized Peace Agreement, and so on. But it will be a brief segment, and then after that, a commercial. So they will not bring anything more. And then they would say, oh, yeah, South Sudan is like the newest nation. It has now, 10 years after it became a nation. And then what else? Salva Kiir. They would try to bring a small biography about what's happening and how did it stop. But then they would stop there and they say, okay. And then the United Nations, a spokesman or a spokesperson, will come up and begin to kind of like elaborate some points just to define some things that is more concerned to the West than concerned to the civilian in the ground who are suffering, or the thing that is not been discussed or been implemented. Yeah, they are focused more about let's get. I think because I have some issues with my what do you call uh, my Facebook. I don't know if you can hear me from the other side, Didi. So hopefully you can hear me well from Facebook. But what's happening with us is that our people have been.
Yeah, actually, I can hear you on Facebook, and here too. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. So what I see is that most of our issues and crises is mostly us. Like if you look at the Palestinians and the issue Israel and Palestine, or any other countries in the Middle East in general, if any things happen to them, they will make sure the world know about it, and they will even make it even louder than you could imagine. That's why the world mostly they focused on Middle East issues more than African issues when it comes to the crisis that they are cause of it themselves. For us as Equatorians, we are not the cause of the issues in South Sudan. No, we are part of the conflict in South Sudan, but yet we are the victims of all the sides. We have many solutions we come with. The solution is people have spoken. We have meetings. We come together. But what matters is right now at this moment is that we must be careful how we associate ourselves with the rest, because you cannot just come up emotionally trying to say you're frustrated in the public. Like I've seen recently, people are condemning what happened. We all condemn it, but condemning it and then going back to the 0 point where you have been challenged, it just shows ignorance. It shows lack of commitment to the cause that you have, or who you are as a person of Greater Equatoria, because Equatorian land, you know, would not be anywhere of, like, if you could talk about independent Victoria or the land of Equatoria to be free from these occupiers of the cattle herders that was coming in there, and the regime, game of expansionism and what do you call, dominating the country based on changing the demographic change. All these things happen because the regime sees the weakness of our people, and they know how exactly we are in. And for us to be free, need a lot of commitment on that side, need a lot of work from our side. And I see some neglect from our people, and I see our people are easy to be gullible to hear some incidents. And I will read you some of these things that happen in Equatoria, in other areas. There is some articles that I've collected. We will talk about it, but before that, let me just give my greetings again. Like I said, greetings to all our fellow brothers and sisters and our distinguished audiences, and in particular, our gracious great Equatorian family, and not to forget also our confused and troubled enemies who cannot fathom the unity of great Equatorians and the call for sovereignty. Again, I will say, all in all, like we always say, it shall not be built through the hands of mighty warlords or tribal anarchists or greed for power, that it shall be through a genuine and righteous idea of well-built utopian nation. And I believe our desired nation of Greater Equatoria shall be a nation that shall trust not in any form of tribal anarchy, but in a form of law and order, which shall be supported, of course, by unbreakable golden rods of true freedom and equality for all. Again, our beloved Great Equatorians, Equatoria Salvation Council and Diaspora, and with all the other Equatorian allies and members and friends, would like to take these moments to salute and reflect with pride on honor to our fellow Great Equatorian revolutionary brothers and sisters, home and abroad. And we salute you also, those brothers and sisters who are in United Nations camps and UNIMES. We did not forget you. We are working as we speak, and I know it's not an easy task. It's a big task, but it's not for us to give up, because the more the challenge, the better the conquest or the victory will be. We salute you in the name of justice and accountability and equal rights. We salute you in the name of great Equatorial nationalism. We salute you in the name of great Equatorial unity, a true unity. We salute you in the name of hope and a brighter future for our suffering people. And we also salute you in the spirit of true, genuine love and bond that ties us all together with one another as great Equatorian. Again, we must remember that the sacred bond we share with each other as great Equatorians in unity is not solely focused on the baseless slogan, as some will try to put when they talk about South Sudan. We are all South Sudanese. It's not baseless like that. Our unity is deeper. No, our unity is going to be founded in a fragile unity which has no base or no core to it that can make us who we are. Because Equatoria, it wasn't founded recently by the nation after we became a nation, part of the nation of called South Sudan, but Equatoria, it was already there before even we were South Sudanese, identified as South Sudanese, or we were identified as part of Sudan in the past. The Great Equatorial Unity must be noted to all, foe and friends. It wasn't born out of political or geographical necessity, as what South Sudan today is. Our passion for each other is what makes us who we are. Is that what lifts us up and protect us as who we are? It was made us as great Equatorians. But now, under this chaotic, unfortunate, and chaotic time, we are in those we and those who are wise enough can see and understand the essential need for this time for Equatorian to come together under the strong banner of what Equatorial history and existence and culture was. Unity under what we have, what made us Greater Equatoria in the past. Greater Equatoria is neither a region nor a piece of land, but it is an immortal idea, an immortal spirit that was left to us by our immortal ancestors, who are now resting in their place. But now they are also being challenged by the enemy, by those invaders who are trying to come and distract and also remove their graves disrespectfully, disrespecting the resting place of our ancestors. That by itself is is uncalled for and unacceptable. And for any man who call himself, or any woman and man who define themselves as Equatorian, they need to be very angry at that moment when they see their ancestors' graves have been and desecrated and undermined and disrespected, because this is they crossed even more than the red line. If you talk about the rape and this, they can be justice. But what justice can be brought for people who they were resting for thousands of years, for hundreds of years? Then one sudden day, someone who has no respect to your right, not even to your existence, will try to remove the bones of your ancestors, desecrating it and throwing it somewhere you don't even know. We have seen this in Middle East for some of our people. When they take their bones, they bury them in graves, and then later they go and throw the bones and sell it out, sell the plot or the place where they buried to somebody else. We have seen that in Middle East, in Egypt, Lebanon, other places. We know people who've been in those countries can know how many graves of South Sudanese who've been buried there. Suddenly, when you go back to check it out, you find it's not longer there. Somebody else has been given to that place. So they know what they're doing, because they know this is not our land and we don't belong there. And they disrespected us also for our skin color, for being blacks. But for us in our homeland, ancestral land, to be our ancestors to be disrespected that way, they're not different from the enemies that we call them in the Middle East, who have committed crime against our people. But let that be a message to Equatorian, that we are not like this, and we will not allow it, and we will not forgive those people who do such thing. Doesn't matter if the majority or minority, they have committed that. When I say that mean they, because some people try to kind of like do not generalize. If majority of them are benefiting from this powerful regime, and I won't say powerful, but the regime that is making them powerful to exist in a place that is not theirs, to gain momentum where they can elaborate themselves, they can, get themselves better acquainted with our land, and then they will chase our people not to even go back and become part of this land that their ancestors left them. That means we have an issue here, and we have to call it like it is. This is a crime against our right, crime against our dignity, our land, and our history. So I will stop here and say, Equatorian people, sorry, let's remember that we are one people. We share a bloodline of our ancestors, and we cannot let any disagreement to cause us to hate each other, to cause us to be envious to each other, because the enemy will love to see our weakness. They would like to see us divided. They would like to see us broken. They would like to see us, fight for a futile thing, for a crumb, a crumb, gorgosh, and habba fitat. We will try to fight for something that has no value. So let us focus on the bigger picture. Our unity is important. Our strength is important. And what's our strength? Our strength to be is we need our unity. And our unity must be not challenged by anyone, nor outsider nor insider. Our unity is based on the sacred bond that we have to our ancestors' blood. So I leave it here, and I'll say welcome for all who are here. And if you want to have anything to say later, we'll give you a chance. But let's give a chance to Miss Didi now to put her point. And also want to say that this is teamwork that we brought this topic today. And we want to try to kind of like go into deep analysis on the topic that we're going to talk about, which I'm going to read it to you here quickly so I can give a chance to Miss Didi. Didi, hold on a second. Let me open this.
Yeah. Can you give CJ after you, and then while I'm just doing something? Yeah.
All right. It's Mr.
Thank you.
CJ. The topic here, let me read it to you. It's South Sudan. Like it says, the South Sudan, dangerous politics against Equatorians and the hidden secrets. Of course, there's a lot of hidden secrets behind these manipulation game. Like we always talk about this because it's very important for our people of Equatoria to be aware and to take a decision. This is the time for a decision. It's not a time for people have to be, act like as if they are, still in trying to figure out themselves, because we are now in a moment of decision, moment of truth. And the moment of truth is that we greater Equatorians are facing an existential threat, as we always tell you, because you could see our people today suffer. Let us not always react when we see our people brought in the media, or when they talk about them. Oh, today they attacked some of our brothers in some area, so and so. Let us always take concern and commitment to that. This is the issue that we are facing, and we need to find a solution to it and resolve it. And we have to always, talk about our issues so the world can know. And we always have to, educate ourselves not to fall for any trap, not to fall for any propaganda or manipulation. Because we even going to talk about some game that recently happened where they're trying to mix us, Equatorian nationalists, who are calling for self determination, with NAS in a way that we are working together when we are not. This is a propaganda. So they want to kind of like try to demonize all Equatorians, you know, that even those Equatorians who call for unity, which we disagree with them completely, they want to make them, they want to label them as they are all, for exit, for the purpose that they don't like Dinka or they have hate toward Dinka, because they really played it in a role of hate and hate speech. And then they also said all Equatorian you cannot trust, also a language of a warning sign to their other Dinka group who try to be moderate in their own way, because I could see some of them now are beginning to speak. I will say that's good for them, but they need to do more than that, because speaking about it is not enough. They need to act against what their people are doing so we could see the truth and the trust. Maybe the trust can be built up, but you cannot talk about it, say yes I feel you guys, I understand you. You don't understand me, you know. Because now you're not in the point of wanting to say that, yeah, yeah, I don't care, but you just say yes I feel you. So let us not go there, but this is what they did, and they manipulated the game, and they were trying to do this propaganda, but we stopped them. We challenged them, even say, hey, you cannot come and, you know, associate us with someone who talk about nationalism. And plus there are group who part of them were part of the SPLM. Most of the oppositions in this country, so-called South Sudan, all of them belong to the SPLM. They do not belong to the people, because the people only the one who voted. We voted for a nation. If say 70% of the people, I won't even say 70, because majority of Equatorian did not look at SPLA as a real, loyal, and trustworthy organization that one day will save Equatoria. What happened is that people put their confidence in their Equatorian brothers who were part of this SPLM. But those brothers who were in the SPLM failed to to rescue the people of Equatoria. Instead, they put Equatoria in this jeopardy. They put Equatoria in this situation that we are in today. They let Equatoria be a war zone today, where a combat theater or theater of war, where a lot of our people now are being chased away. And now the plan, or the plan that was being built and orchestrated by the Jing Council and those in SPLM were very much found an opportunity. Then they began to execute it today on what is called the conflict, or they wanted to call it civil war, when it's a conflict between two tribal leaders who are part of the SPLM, who had a history of clash between each other for years. So since the beginning of SPLM, we could see Riek Machar and Jongareng. Then when Jongareng died, now Riek Machar and Salva Kiir. So those guys have been in a constant conflict, and you could see Upper Nile was always involved in this tribal conflict. Yet they were afraid to say it. They just politicize it in a way that to make it like a wash, to wash it away that is nothing. But this thing, the more they bury it, or the more they try to wash it, the more it get dirtier, the more the truth comes out. So we know today what is going on. Equatorian were the only one who know the truth. Some of us, most of us, I would say, who are because they don't want to do any action, they kept themselves silent, and they wanted to be in the position of not to go there because it's too much. Like I said earlier, like an example, I said, if somebody's slapping you constantly, and one guy will tell you, don't worry about it, don't think about it. If you think about it, it will get worse. That's exactly what most Equatorians begin to do, because they listen to some leaders of Equatorians who were saying to Equatorian, hello? Yeah, they were saying some things to
Yeah,
Equatorian.
yeah. I thought it's really it's interesting how you put it.
Yeah, because they were listening to those Equatorian leaders say, remember that the time when the independence of South Sudan was happening during the referendum, some Equatorian leaders say, no, 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 don't worry about it. Dinka are easy. I know they're doing bad, but let's just focus on right now. We want to be independent because Khartoum is dangerous and they will not give us a chance, while they were digging a big hole for the people of it. Today, how many people are buried because of this stupid, irresponsible way how those leaders of ours who try to say, "نأجل مشكلة لبكرة," let's delay it. Tomorrow we'll do it. Tomorrow came and everybody's dead. So many of our people now are going either outside the country or they're buried under the grave, under the ground, because of these irresponsible actions, commitment, no commitment to the fact that they are Equatorian to fight for Equatoria. Instead, they want to fight for something that does not exist, which is called South Sudan. And this is why we Equatorian nationalists, we are very much plain and we say our word clear. This issue of South Sudan, let us throw it away. I mean, we separated for God's sake, for God's sake from from North Sudan. Why are we now afraid to make our own nation by our own way, our own will? Because that contract that they have made with the North, it was only deal between Garang and Omar al-Bashir. Equatorian were not even part of that. Equatorian just they told them come and support. We are like the supporting cast in any movie. You have a main actor and then you have the supporting cast. The supporting cast only just gonna be there to Ziad Adat, but he come there and be part of that just in the moment. So we were done as a supporting cast for so many years in during the SPLM when it became in weak it was in weakness. They used Equatorian were our leaders naively told us, "Oh, don't worry, we got them, we got them." Then again, when it came to independence, say, "Don't worry, let's get out from North Dinka, we can get them." Yet they disarm our people. Yet they made our people, gave them a false hope that yes, we are now South Sudanese, everybody is equal. Now what is happening? Now they turn the gun on us. This is because of the ignorance and because the mistakes that happen with some Equatorian leaders who part of the SPLM. That's why I say anybody part of SPLM is an enemy to Equatorian. I'm not saying they're Equatorians. I know some Equatorians joined because situation forced them to be in there, but I'm talking about SPLM in general is the greatest enemy to Equatoria. And SPLM is made for Dinka by Dinka for the purpose of empowering Dinka because they were not for anybody else. They deceived the North, they deceived the Equatorians, they deceived Upper Nile people, they deceived even the Bahar Gaza people. Today, what are we suffering? And you can see this propagandists today, the those what they call the students or the apple don't fall far from the tree, those so-called rotten apples, I'm sorry to say, they would try still to manipulate us and try to confuse us with this slogan that, yes, John Garang had a vision. His vision was different from Salva Kiir. Are you serious? Come on, don't laugh. Don't make us laugh. This is this whatever they're doing today, they're doing the same thing. But John Garang was at least he would do it in a silent way. But these guys are doing it out of just because they're confused. They cannot. They're not really in the level of John Garang in the way how John Garang was thinking. Because John Garang was very calculative, manipulative, and very dangerous person. When he kills you, you don't even know what hit you. That's what he did to a lot of people who tried to challenge him, and during the time when he was in the bush, and he made sure that his dangerous enemies, disappear, and he did. This made them disappear. And whatever you do, karma always come back and bite you. So whatever happened to him, if he was killed or this is an accident, well, God knows in that because there was no strong investigation about his death. But regardless to that, he died. Now SPLM continues executive at this time. They continue as a group. Before, John Garang was the one who decide whatever comes to his mind, whatever he sees, he dictate on what this. And if he was a leader, he would be a great dictator. When I mean great dictator is not a good way, it's a bad way. That means he would be a dangerous dictator. He might even outshine Omar al-Bashir or anyone else in Africa in that matter. He would have empowered his people in a very way. He did empower his people from when he was in the bush by sending his young Dinka group from Dinka Bor in majority, calling them Lost Boys, sending them in the Western countries just to make them be the next, the next generation that would take over in power. Because if you could see today, they're the one now who are narrating the South Sudan history in a very wrong way. They are talking in a negative, I mean, not negative, but they are misrepresenting the true story of the people of Equatoria and even the history of South Sudan, how it was. So they are creating a new fictional story. So to make them look like they are the powerful tribe in that country, like they had existence of revolutionary leaders. They played a game in leadership, but they all, most of the time, they have failed to do anything like that. Most of the time, they were opposers to the revolutionaries from South Sudan when they're fighting against the so-called Arab identity, because they were mostly collaborating with the North against the people who who are going for the Pan-African ideology. Now today they're trying to play they are the greatest Pan-Africanist, and people like us who are calling for self-determination in Equatoria, we are the anti-Pan-Africa. Really, it is so hilarious that if they could see we are more proud to be Pan-African, but not the Pan-Africa that they want us to be, the Pan-Africa that is built on lie and a slogan of false identification. We have an identity as tribes. We have a land that we need to protect and preserve. We have a history that we need to, you know, immerse it within the culture that we are, and make even a greater, history for us in the coming future. But what happened is that these enemies of progress are against us. So now they're playing this role of manipulation. And this is why the topic is all about, we're going to deep on it. So I don't want to take long. I want to read this and I give a chance to Mr. CJ. South Sudan politics is very dangerous. This is what the topic is all about. South Sudan dangerous politics against Equatorians and those hidden secrets. We want to investigate what is these hidden secrets. The secrets of the way how they have been calculating their move against Equatorian every day. Because trust me, these people are targeting us. Their eyes all focused on us. They are like their eyes on the prize. That's what they call it. So they're doing this to us, and then also they are playing, and then we have Equatorians who are playing a helpful hand, you know, for these enemies of progress, the enemies of Equatoria. So those are the naive ones, and those are the ones who are benefiting by betraying their own brothers and sisters of Greater Equatoria to be part of the organization that destroys their history, their future. We have this is called cowardness. We have those cowards everywhere in the world. If you look at the history of revolution, the Irish Revolution, you look at the history of example, I forgot, the Israelis when they fought fighting the Nazi in Eastern Europe. They had this situation where cowards and collaborators, they would work with the Nazi so they can do that. And even in Auschwitz, which is the place where concentration camp where they killed a million of Jews at that time, there were some people were employed to take numbers of Israelis to put them in those, their final destination, where they burn them inside a big room where they put them in there and they put the chemical on them and they kill them. So those are some of them. Most of them, when they were employed, they were Jews who are working against their own brothers. And we have even in other revolution in South Africa, we have blacks who were working, collaborating with whites, the whites who invaded, and now they call themselves white South African. Also, they betrayed their own people by even killing their own people or selling them out and pinpointing the criminal. And the same thing we have also in South Sudan during the revolution. During that time, we have a lot of criminals who work with the North at that time to sell their own brothers. Even today, we have people of Equatoria who are working with the regime, the tribal regime, who are killing our people, and they are comfortable to live in there, to get employed, to get paid, and yet they don't have any heart to take action against the enemy, or to abstain from such work with these people. So those are the people who are helping hand to these enemies. And then we have also the naive ones, those who are not able to calculate things carefully, and they will automatically join in any organization as long as there is somebody who is so popular, but we don't even know why he's popular. For example, most of our leaders, if you look at their background, they never have interacted with the people. Most of them, they come from a privileged life of like they come from a life of security, wealth. They have families, maybe have made a historical impact in South Sudan at that time. Maybe their ancestors or their grandfathers were stronger and better and not notable because they did something unique than others. But then their children or their fellow, their descendants, whatever, they come up and they begin to work, of course they join, they make whatever something, and then suddenly people will just join them without questioning, without asking them, without articulating things to the people. Because now today we see leaders who would love to be notable, but not interacting with the people and not making an impact to the people so people can relate, and even he can empower the people. Leaders always empower the people. Leaders does not want to be praised. Leaders do not want, the real leaders, I'm not talking, because there's type of leaders. There's a type of leaders who are, some they say born leaders, but I say leadership, it's a lot of work. You know, you cannot just be, there is leaders who are completely just there. They can get like all the privileges, but they cannot do an impact. They are foolish beyond that. And we could see even some leaders who created disaster. We can even give example to Trump. Donald Trump was one of those leaders who came from a privileged life, and because his popularity and his notoriety around the world, and for his business, even though his business even a failure, yet you could see how many people just looking at Trump when they voted for him, even though he came to power, what did he do? He brought a disaster. He put America in a danger, you know. So what I'm saying is that there is some leaders who are not qualified, but yet because some incident happened to put them there. And if people are worshiping leaders, then they are blind to see who they are as a people, because we want the people to be empowered, and they are the power to empower their future generation to come, because leaders are not made, leaders are not born, leaders are made. Okay, leaders are made through hardship, through pain, through mishap, through disappointment, to failure. It's not about success to be a leader. Leader can fail, but if they don't give up, that's what leaders are. So we have leaders who come up and sing about, you know, people sing about it, praise them, just because. And those people who follow them so hard, remember, those are the people who want to gain a position. They're not looking for actually the issue. They're looking for, and you see that a lot of our Equatorians, South Sudanese, all of them, when somebody come there, they always, and I could see Equatorian when they join IO, some Equatorian join IO, not because they really understood what IO is. They want to get a chance to put their feet inside administrative power when they get a chance, because Riek Machar promised them they will get a chance. What happened? They got disappointed. Riek Machar used them. At the end, they threw them aside. And even we have seen what happened to a lot of Equatorians. They became disfranchised. They became delusional. They don't know what to do. Then we suddenly found something new happen. But yet, we do not articulate the issue in a perfect way. Instead, we still want to be followers, then be leaders. And the leaders that need to be is to understand themselves and to understand the condition they're in and what they can do to get themselves out of it. So I don't want to go far, but this is the thing that we're going through. And there's a lot of science thing that they're playing. And let me tell you, the enemy today are really prepared because they got the opportunity in their hand, because we gave them through that referendum of becoming country of South Sudan. But we can take it away from them. And to take it away from them is here, well, who we are, we coming now as to do this. So I'm not going to go far. I'm just going to let Mr. CJ to go ahead and put his thoughts in this. And then later, Ms. Didi, and then whoever want to come in, they can welcome. Thank you. I hope you guys are there. Hello, Mr. CJ. Hello, you hear me? I think you need to unmute yourself. Well, Didi, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. You have your way with your words. That makes me really crack proud.
I was laughing. Like you, yeah, you nailed it really properly. Very well. Thank you. Thank you for giving us a chance here to have this discussion, And thank you, CJ. Thank you, everybody. Hello to you, Patricia. Hello to everybody. This topic is really a very serious topic, and it's something that that people need to look at. And like what I wanted to say is, like, this place gives us very lesser space to type a lot of things, but everything that we say or everything that we talk, I really wish and urge that anybody that is living under the same similar condition that what we are going through, that this is an eye opener to you. And it's kind of challenging you also to open your eye. You take some of what we are saying, you apply to your people what you're going through, because at the end of the day today, we cannot jump in here and begin I cannot jump in here, for example, begin to bombard you about, like, for example, a certain group of ethnic or people from Upper Nile, or group of people in Upper Nile or in Bahr al-Ghazal, because then you will question me, or people will question me, why don't you focus in your own place? So yeah, and in order to clean your in order to help somebody else, you ought to help yourself. Even if you see that it's written that love yourself as you love your neighbor, you ought to do all these good things to yourself before you do it to somebody else. So that way, you will know today if I know how to tackle on my issues, my problems, to help my neighbor, and my neighbor even will take the things that I just wanted to say that it is true, really, this South Sudan dangerous politics that has been played against Equatoria. It's really, really very dangerous. And if we look at it so closely, I know a lot of people have fallen into the trap of victims, you know, in aware of, this politics was all against Equatoria to begin with. If you look at the SPLA, for example, the invention of the SPLA, the movement was created basically as anti-Equatoria. If you're an Equatorian, you know that this movement is against your life, against your descendants, against your descendants, the heir to come. This is anti-Equatorian completely, with no any other, complication or mafia for any what do you call it, compromisation for you to compromise and think otherwise, because if you look at the history of why SPLA was created, it was created right after the decentralization that had happened, and we've all known that John Garang was like, he was somebody that also, he's full on with his words. He's a very deceitful man sometimes, to each he talks something different, to Kawaja he will say something different, to an Arab he will say something different. Within Sudan he will say something different, to within the Southern Sudanese by then, which are South Sudanese now, what do you call it, Southern Sudanese much, and then now it's South Sudan, yeah, he talks different things, and then to his own ethnic group he says different things, he's just kind of like a corny man in his place. And what I would say that the politics that has been played against Equatoria is like this: the fact that these people have no any other plans or agenda of settling in one place in their region or in their area to develop their places, or that we can coordinate together, work together, that advance ourselves, and that we can do business together, we can have tourism together, we can live together happily, but knowing that each can govern their territory under the laws that they could create, that could be suitable to them and suitable according to their the nature of where they're living or the tradition that they're living. But the plans was, I want it all, you know you know Equatoria must not move forward, because Equatoria is ready to move forward. Equatoria was developing, Equatoria was thriving. If you guys look at it, back in the days, Equatoria was having this bunch of NGOs, bunch of this UN organizations and stuff like that was thriving, was developing very well. And all of a sudden people got deceived and people just dropped everything in the middle of nowhere. People took off to SPLA, and after people went to SPLA, we the war was fought across Equatoria. The war was not being fought anywhere else rather than in the side of Equatoria. Until this day today, the war has been shifted to Equatoria. You ask yourself why this war is not being fought in the side of the North War, or in Upper Nile or Bahr al Ghazal or somewhere else, but this war has been carried on always in Equatoria. And the system that, even when they got the manipulation that gotten really so tricky, is when they got when people got the country after the secession, the fact that the elite leaders that were chosen from the same similar tribes where John Garang was, I mean, where he is from, and the fact that um these are the very people that who are under the Gang Union, who are now the Gang Council of Elders, who have driven this agenda of taking people to the bush. People would have all fought for South Sudan or something like that without even you needing to go to the bush. But they took people to the bush in one agenda only: to take over Equatoria. Because they have unfinished business and they have their own grudges with those of Lagu back in the days. But then they have to carry it on, um, the agenda till today. That this is what they're doing today. So if you see it moving forward today, um, even the elites, the Equatorians which are working within the system, them which is the key regime, working in cooperation with the, what do you call it, with Jain Council of Elders ruling the country equally, you can see that these people just living like zombies. They have no voice. All they do is they give an upper hand. You know, they have been helping in the process of Equatoria getting colonized. You know, it's almost like they've been used as a highway. You know, to allow them to get into Equatoria. The fact that they have been used even to allow Juba to be the capital city. You know, they have voted for Juba to be capital city, even minus the opinion of the people of Equatoria. So if you ask yourself as an Equatorian, how could you be an equal, you know, side by side with people that their mindset is not even equal with you? Their mindset of in political or either in infrastructure or in development is not even equal to your to your way of thinking. You know, for example, to come up to a secession, these people do not have a capital city in Bahr al Ghazal or in Apanal that could even, you know, could even like that could further the development of South Sudan, you know, that people could have as a capital city. They don't, you know. They had to borrow Equatoria, you know, borrowing Equatoria for 10 years. Then they did not want to leave Equatoria. What is that telling you? This is just a political, dangerous game that has been played against Equatoria, you know. And furthermore, 17 years now, 7 years more on top of the 10 years. They're not moving, they're not budging, they're not even having, not even a diagram where the capital city was supposed to be relocated. Not even saying that, oh, okay, the capital city, we kind of like we screwed up. So why don't we do this? Let's just move it to Bahr al Ghazal or let's move it to Malakal. You know, I hope I said it right. So yeah, one of the capital city in one of the two regions. We could move it up there since Equatoria here they yeah, you know, um the contract has expired, but they're not thinking. All they're thinking is to settle there forever. And that leads us forward to the analysis and the report of this brilliant lady, Dr. Carol Berg. And what Dr. Carol has wrote is not further from what we have been speaking consecutively for 2 years in Equatoria Free Forum. We have been issuing these warnings out. We have been talking about these things that are happening to people and these things, period, to these things that are going to happen right now. We've been talking. But then we have been getting attacked and we've been labeled as we are tribalist people, we are hateful people. And if you look at it, you will wonder, how can I be tribalist when I'm living in a region whereby we have multiple tribes within my region and I managed to live with them in peace and I managed to relate to them, you know? We manage to fabricate ourselves as relatives within the region. One way or another, Equatorians are all relative. This is something that Equatorians don't really focus on these issues, you know, because their mind has been infiltrated by the HPLM and all these kind of things that have come in between. But in Equatoria, we are all related. Period. You know, we are all related. You find the people in the east are related to the people in the central. The people in the central are related to the people in the west, and the west is related to the east. You can never find a pure Equatorian that is not related within these three, you know, three circles. They are all relatives here. And mostly, if you find in Equatoria, you find that most of us are just extension of clans. These are not even tribes. You cannot even begin to call them tribes. Yeah, but people call them from this tribe. But I sometimes challenge people and I find it weird. I was like, look, you're just an extension of, you know, the same person that emerged from a brother that works out and live in a distance, for example, seven miles down there, and then begin to call himself somebody from 7 mile over there, and then his all people being called these languages that, you know, intermingle together. You know, you still understand this language from here, from there, over there. And even the most weird thing, you find somebody from east, central, and stuff, they all and west, they all even understand each other's language. Most people do that. They're brilliant. They do that. Because why? Because these people are all related. They live together, you know. But what happened here that Equatoria is really facing so dangerously is that these people have played the game so well. You know, they have failed in the 70s and 50s. They have failed. They have failed in the 80s, but they have copied something so brilliantly. They have seen closely, watched the Arabs so closely, the people of North Sudan, how they work, how they've been oppressing, you know, um, Southern Sudanese by then. They have that they were using, and now these people are using it in South Sudan. They divide and conquer. They've done it all over these places, and now they're using it in Equatoria, and our people are falling for it so rapidly. You know, this is something that is just simple, like the ABC, like a water that you drink. You can see rightly through it, but our people manage to be confused and fall for it easily. This lady, Dr. Carol, has spoken about all these things that are, taking on, going on. All the jobs are taken from them from top to bottom, the positions, leadership, education, um, even, I don't even know you know, the minister that is supposed to be responsible for development is not even ready yet, because why? Because they are busy still in other programs, because they are doing this, like, they are making sure that their people are all escalated all over the states, while you're busy here crying out that we need federalism and who bin azimna al federalism will do da. Federalism will give you the rights and let you govern your state the way you want it and stuff like that. But South Sudan is living under federalism right now. you know Everything that you say, name it, these people just implement it. They implement it. They're very good at listening to people. People think that these people are dumb. People are playing these people down, playing this Gen Council of Elders down, playing this regime down, this SPLM system. The people downplay them, thinking that these people are dumb. They're not dumb. They know what they're doing. They think ahead of you. That's the thing here. And this is the most very dangerous thing, when you're undermining somebody and you think you're smart. This is very dangerous. So these people went ahead of people and they created their own system of federalism, their own system of states, and they begin to deploy all their people across the road. Tell in South Sudan that you will not see them anymore. And why people are now crying, complaining of these cattle herders. And these cattle herders have been led by they said 7 generals, around 7 generals. And these people who are alternating this thing are those of Bono Manuel and what do you call Aldo Ajo, this guy that looks like he's been struck like he's been struck by electricity. The one that keep popping in and out in the clubhouse. They usually come in here, but they stay in the lock room, doing their meetings with their people, telling people who to kill, when to quick kill, where to take cows this time, how to maneuver. They're always in the clubhouse, but just in the lock room, talking with their people. So that's why you see the arrogancy in these people, the arrogancy in the Jeng Nontong people and the youth. These are not even youth. For me, youth is somebody who is up to 24. The minute you turn 25, you're not a youth anymore. I don't even know why people call themselves youth. It's just really rather embarrassing. As soon as you turn 25, you're not a youth anymore. You're just an adult, period. So it's just being an adult is this. It's just the years that you've been on earth. There's nothing to be scary about it. It's just our age is just the number of the days that we have come out and how long we've been in this world. That's all. But in existence, we have already existed in spirit. Our spirit was there existing. Nobody knows each person's age in reality. So let me not detail from what I'm saying, but I just wanted to say that we have been issuing this warning, saying that this is going to happen. Times are going to be tough. Wake up, people, especially Equatoria. Wake up. You've been deceived. In the 80s. Our people greatly woken up so quickly. They're not too slow. They're not timid. They took an action so quickly because they saw that what is about to decentralization. So carry forward a lot of generation within this period of 80s and I don't know what not before SPLA have really enjoyed and thrive in Equatoria peacefully. And these are the very generation today that are not even considering, that it took great people, it took courage, and it took wisdom to see, for these fathers to see what they have decided. to give them this life that, fathers and mothers, let me not be this internalized misogyny person, these mothers that we often don't really appreciate our women that are, the front fighters or the builders of the nation, this kind of internal that has been built within us. But those great mothers and the great fathers that have done all this hard work, for this generation really to enjoy it, and this generation have become so gullible, so naive, so confident, so used to life. They want easy life out, easy way out. But they have enjoyed the fruits of these people that have decided then that this is it. We're not going to take it anymore. And now we're living in the decade of the Dinka hegemony or Dinka domination, oppression, slavery under them. You see, this is where we're living. We found ourselves under it, and everybody has been silenced. Everybody has been threatened. You cannot say anything. You'll be intimidated wherever you speak. You'll be intimidated. you know your life even will be intimidated. Say goodbye might as well to Juba. Well, I'm not looking to go there really, so yeah. So but you say goodbye to Juba, you say goodbye to East Africa as well. If you're somebody that like to travel, say goodbye to East Africa, say goodbye to any other, certain even Asian countries that they deal with, say goodbye to it. You just ought to be wise what you're doing really. When you meddle yourself with this kind of things, you have to know what you're expecting really. You have to be ready, you have to be prepared. You have to have plan A, plan B, plan C. So I would say that there are a lot of people that have found the way for Equatoria to fall. I would really call that Equatoria that has fallen. Really, Equatoria has been conquered. If you can find people entering your gate, entering your home, killing your people, raping your people, sticking stick into the private part of your people, men, women, children's. The most horrific story that I've heard, even that, the fact that a group of women been locked in the room. Probably there would be men with them, but just they're not gonna say it, of course. Group of people been locked in the room, and then they will take these people one by one and deal with them, rape them, kill them, and stuff like this. Is really horrible. Really horrible to hear this thing that Equatorians are going through, but yet we take it lightly still. We still sing the song, we are one people, we are all South Sudanese, we will power this through. Yet your oppressor is laughing at you. Your oppressor is insulting you upon your face. Your oppressor is telling you that, I will kill you. I will live anywhere I want to live. I am a South Sudanese. I have the rights to live anywhere. So why do you think these people are saying these things that they're saying? Because they have been given all the full rights. They've been helped to conquer, Equatoria. They have conquered already all the parts of South Sudan. Now, the last thing that they wanted to do is conquer Equatoria. They want to see the fall of Equatoria, especially, they wanted to do it so painfully to us as a payback for Kokora. The fact that Equatorians say no, everybody has to go back home is not an insult, it's not a hate, but in reality, you cannot leave your home and refuse, to build your home. You refuse to develop your home. You refuse to have a system of governance in your home, but you want to be in mine, just like what you see is happening in Equatoria right now. Exactly, this was what was happening during the days before the days of Kokora. This is why these people had decided to say, no, it's time for decentralization. And people got mad. And up to today, these people have managed to deceive other people that Kokora was against everybody. When Kokora was a system that, a system of decentralization, which is equality. Everything supposed to be divided into equal. All the power should be equal. All the means of money, finance, and everything, all the development and everything should be equal. You want to be instead of being a minister in Equatoria, you should be a minister in your home, because the ground that you're living at. You know how to develop your place better. I cannot go and begin to to want to do stuff in your home when you can do it in your home. It's, as has been said, a man in his own home is a king in his own castle. So you don't leave anybody else to come and tell you otherwise in your home. So take these ideas and go and do it home. But these people don't want it. They want to live where in Equatoria, especially in Juba, and then furthermore other places in Equatoria, like what is happening today. So if you see the last of my remarks that I will make is like, if you see nowadays, it's not only that the Young Council of Elders, or it's not only the Dinka that wants Equatoria. A lot of people wants to live in Equatoria. If you see it, nobody is talking about that. Nobody want to get up and talk about, like, oh, look, I have similar issues happening at home. Nobody wanted to take the initiative upon them and say that I want to fight for my home. Most people just want to be comfortable with the situation, and most people just wanted to say, oh, I'll go to Equatoria because Equatoria is a safe ground. But if you look at Equatoria is not actually a safe ground. Equatoria is right now the most hottest, dangerous place to live under. Because day and night people are dying. Day and night people have been killed. Equatorians have been displaced. And if you see it, the more Equatorians are displaced, the more you see some people are moving in. And this is just an upper hand of helping this regime, strengthening this regime to keep displacing Equatoria and to enable Equatoria not to able to live in their places, to enable Equatorians, to lose power in their places, to enable Equatoria to be naked. Because if you don't have your land, if you don't have your home, you're naked. You're valueless. Nothing covers you. You're unholy. Nothing covers you. You don't have any value. You don't have any dignity. So if you have all these people that run from their places and then run into Equatoria, while Equatorians are running out, what does that mean? Even if you see, what hurts me the most is, like, you see a lot of people even in the political party raising up from similar places. They all want to be leaders, but yet they have no proper solution for the issues that are happening in South Sudan. None of them have a solution. They're even agitating the situation even more. And yet Equatoria is the one paying the most highest price for it. And then you got our people who are left back home in Equatoria out of fear. Like we seen yesterday, like somebody been brought up, and it's just absolutely talking stuff that it will faint your heart, really. Like you see our people in Magui, our beloved people in Magui, the people, of my ancestors, what they're going through in Magui. Our relative, our own very own relative in Magui, in East Equatoria, what they're going through. And then he comes along and he wanted to narrate a different story rather than what people know, and dismiss what we're seeing, like this Bishop Paulo, or what the videos, the live video of people. You see people are displaced, people are suffering, and you see people have been hanged, even kids, people have been shot, people have been slaughtered. He dismissed it and said that these are fabricated stuff. And that just faint my heart there, It faint my heart over there right away. And this is just a spirit of fear. If I could say, this is a spirit of fear that is creeping within Equatoria. You see this confusion that is happening. Equatoria will provoke themselves even, dismissing the things that are happening to them. You see some will jump in even in the side of the enemy. In every struggle you find this kind of people, of course, but this will not deter you from the goal and the purpose that you're fighting on. So I would just say that what we need here is really to look deeper into what our suffering is, our diagnosis are. We need to look into this and untangle ourselves from this dangerous political game that is being played against us. There's a lot of people. If you see a lot of people, a lot of politicians, or all politicians or SPLA leaders, which are from Upper Nile, from Bahr al Ghazal, they have no business being in Equatoria. They have no business helping this regime to strengthen themselves in Equatoria. They have no business. They're living over there, but they keep talking about peace. But the peace that they talk about it in their own terms, a peace that, you should surrender to them, you should be slave under them, you should not say otherwise, do as I say and say as I told you to say, This is really very dangerous, very, very dangerous. Once upon a time, it will come that, we are not even there anymore, So how long shall you be living in exile? How long? As I put it own way that this Hakuma, the South Sudan, is a refugee because you're living in a country, in a country that even is not even a South Sudan to begin with. What puts us together in one basket in South Sudan that people mostly caught it wrong. Please, please let me know, CJ or Etika, if you guys gonna come in. Please let me know so that I don't continue to talk longer.
I want to say something, but go ahead.
You can stop me and come in. Thank you. Um, I wanted to say one, like what puts us in one basket together is we become what we become our South Sudanese is the struggle that we have fought against colonialism. Time after time we fought against a lot of colonial power, a lot of colonial powers. So this has lumped us together to be, it's like a group of people that are fighting, group of nations and group of kingdoms who are fighting for their rights, for their freedom. But just because you bet your country in, you bet your nation in, okay, because we are suffering, to the last point that we've been left in the hands of the North, just because we all came together to fight does not dismiss or does not take my rights away as an Equatorian. We have never catch a breath even to stop and see who we are. What are we gonna do? I am an Equatorian. You are something else different, but we have never lived together at all. If you guys search it deeper within you guys, you will know that what we are saying is true. We have never lived together. We have never known each other. And we have never, even there was not a time that people stopped and lived together. Even though when we existed in Khartoum, we all existed as parallel to each other. Yes, there are few individuals that lived in the same suburb, few individuals, maybe few young people that interacted with each other in school and stuff, but not even further to the deeper level. The families are kept aside. People were kept separately divided, you know. So we have never had that time to live together as a one people, or it is impossible to exist as a one people, as the different kingdoms and the different countries. It's very impossible. It will take a very intellectual and a smart person really to integrate this kind of people together. Very, you know. The most highly likely scenario is it will be like the chaos that is happening, because also this group that are now running South Sudan, they don't even have any pure intention of integrating these nations together. They don't have it. All they have is like they want to create a different nation, a different country, a country for Dinka. And this is what the book of this Dr. Carol even testified to it. What we've been singing for this most 2 years, and something we've been singing it from Facebook to Clubhouse, we've been calling this out. Later on, people come begin to read this report and say it, and then people got mad at it. But we've been saying this thing all along. We've been making this warning, and I remember I used to say this thing. We're just speaking like the light on top of the hill, just lighting the light there that there's a danger across. There's a danger across. You're going to be falling into the ditch. But even furthermore, you've even fallen into the ditch already. But you just act like you're not bruised. You act like you don't have the bandages, while you're hurting. Your people are hurting. There's no way out of this. It has to be a genius way. You had to be on top of it. You have to be brave, and you have to be arrogant about it, as they are arrogant about it. There is no simple, or there is no an easy remedy to this. It will take a remedy of a strength. It will take a remedy of a fight. You will have to put on a harder fight, because even you have left this thing to even a point that is really too late. You have left these people has rooted themselves all over. In this case, all over South Sudan and all over Equatoria. People have watched them technically day by day. Anybody there that their relative have not told them that their people have been killed, their people have been butchered, they have been chased. Let anybody come up here and testify it and say that these are lies. This just happened today or yesterday. This has been happening for the past 17 years since these people stepped their feet in. But people have never coordinated together. People have even collaborated with these people to destroy their own people. And to say that it will take unity, it will take understanding, it will take love, you're just wasting another 17 years down the track, and you will remain with nothing. You will find yourself, you're not even a South Sudanese, you're not even your native, whatever you're calling yourself is Equatorian something, or you're not even any other thing. You're just basically a homeless person, and you're just lost. I just wanted to say that every man must think for themselves, every woman must think for themselves. We're living in a time that there is a lot of deceitful people deceiving people around, that they are the solution, they are the power, they are the one. When you see these people, they come in fact, they they come as sheep, as wolf in sheep clothes, and they even want your ideas. They want you, they walk around and they listen to your complaint, and they or sometimes they want to control you, they want to, but then at the end of the day, they want you to go accordingly to what they want you to say. But I just wanted to say that I'll leave it here and let TJ talk. I just want to say that Equatorians, you have to really wake up, really. We have to wake up. We have to leave the pity party, that the blame game that we're throwing around each other, and sometimes we have to leave politics aside. We have to leave supporting people, working for people. We have done that. We have done that. We have helped them to colonize Equatoria. We have already done that. We have helped them to kill our people. We have done that with ourselves, you know. And that reminds me last time, when we were in one of the room, we were kind of talking about how some of us have helped people, you know, to the chaos that is going on and the atrocities that are happening, because there is no way out that, you can be among a pack of lions and not expect to be eaten. You cannot be, walking around with hyenas and then close your eyes in the night sleeping, or in the day, not thinking that the hyena will come and bat your head off. You got to keep your eye open. I remember one of the movies of the what do you call it, the God Must Be Crazy, that genius movie. I remember the little boy who was about to be eaten by hyena because he got lost from his dad. They somehow managed to tangle themselves in, he got on this truck and the truck took off, and then I think it's Namibian, or I don't know, is it Namibian movie or something? Those people who live in the outside desert, those natives. So um, the boy, when the hyena wanted to eat him, what he did smartly is to elevate himself to look taller than the hyena, he put a stick upon his head, wearing it like a crown so that the hyena wouldn't eat him. So if the hyena sees the stick, the hyena gets scared, seeing something tall and big, kind of like the scary crow. So yeah. But as soon as he dropped the hyena, he wants to run the stick, and then the hyena will come. But then he'll pick up the stick again and put on his head, and the hyena will stop attacking him. So that's what I wanted to tell Equatorian. You cannot be among a pack of lion or a group of hyena and not expect to be beaten off and not expect to be eaten. This hyena will use you, direct you to your camp or to your people, to your territory, to begin to eat you all. You cannot live among a people that you do not know and trust them. You cannot. Tell me, who dare are you to say that I trust you, you're my brother, you're my family? We're different people, different countries that have never lived together. How could you're not a god to say that I know this person, this is my people. You don't know. You just, like if you walk in the street, you cannot know a stranger and begin to jump in a stranger's car. You don't. If you're gonna do business with somebody, you ought to trust these people. You ought to know what kind of a business deal you're getting into, their policies that goes around the business. Before you sign a contract, you need to know what contract you're signing, and you need to have an option. You have to have your opinion on the table. You have to have your calls on the table, what you want for your people. Equality. I will be governing my own place. You go back home and build your own home. These people goes back home and build your home. Not let's come to my house and we dine in my house and we kill my people, we kill our children. No, we don't do that. You don't do that in a business. When you do a business, you do a good business deal for your people. I'll leave it here, and I'll thank you guys and apologize for really going that long talking. CJ or Odysseus, if you're here, welcome, James. How are you doing? Glad to see you. So yeah, please, hello to you, Robert Ojeda. Ojeda, I see you down there. Please Come up, people. If you have anything to say, you can come up and say it. Thank you. I think I'll end here.
Okay. Hello, hello. You hear me, guys? Okay. I just want to say thank you, Didi. I'll give you a chance, Mr. CJ, for a second. Just wanted to say thank you, Didi, for your input. It was great. And also, I want to give greetings to all who just came in here. And also, I see Mr. Charles Tehili in Facebook also. He's giving greetings. I give greetings also back to you, Mr. Charles, and to all those who are watching us from Facebook and YouTube, or wherever you are. And one thing also, I want to mention something very important here. Did you have put so many points, and I really kind of like agree with you. And also, I want to say thank you to Mr. Cristiano for your kind word. Um, you know, we appreciate you. I just want to mention something here exactly. Uh, really, I don't know. Sometimes it bugs me in a way when we see our fellow Equatorians. Um, they prefer to waste time. I have to say it, waste time. Uh, Waste time in what? In thing that has no value. You could see them. I mean, they will act concerned only when things happen. So everybody want to see, like, oh yeah, we feel the pain of our people. Then what are you doing? And then you could see them also wasting their time in other things that they're easy to like to be entertained with many things. And of course, I could see also, you know, there is other things like what do you call it? I hate to say it, but we have to really have a conscience for our people more than worry about competition. Because I've seen this happening, and it's in South Sudan in general. But this is thing is not good. I see this is an African also mindset. Like I could look back in so many countries and even to American history of how Black Americans when they were fighting in civil rights, and also especially Michael X when he was killed. If you look at the way how he was killed, it was his own people when he was defending them with all his heart. He's speaking of from his heart to the people of African American about the suffering and the struggle, and he tried to warn them about the danger that is coming. Up to this moment today, is still his words is like a prophecy, and every day after his death, everything's still the same. It shows you that when you got some chance to redeem yourself, you need to wake up and listen to the truth. I know it's not easy. I know we have challenges. I'll tell you this, but let us not put the spirit of competition because this spirit can create jealousy, can create division. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. We need to wake up. We need to really wake up. To save our people, we need to look at our people first more than ourselves. There is a lot of challenges that we're going to face from left, right, anywhere in the corner. They will attack us. But you have to stand your ground and you have to focus. Sometimes there is some things disappointing you face. Even you see some things said to you. I mean, we have heard a lot of bad things. It's okay. We got used to it. But you always maintain your dignity, your conscience, yourself, what you want to do. Don't worry about opinions. Don't worry about um, the views because it will always make you lose. But let us focus on the truth. And I want our people to really wake their conscience up so we can bring a solution to our people. And like Didi mentioned earlier, those politicians they would like to act like they are there for us, but then when they you could see them, the only thing they're focused on is to promote themselves and then also to ask to gain an idea from you. You could see them if you are a person who's very what do you call it, appeasing to them. You're a sugar coater, you'll be always welcomed and be treated well. But if you are like trying to provoke them with facts and challenge their method of thinking, and also looking at the best way for everyone, they will see you as the greatest enemy. But they are the greatest enemy to us because they are the one who were happy when they were in that honeymoon during that time when they were in the regime until they got kicked out. And some of them they said they got out because they were threatened. They were afraid. They didn't get out because they really had a principle, a conscience. They didn't have this conscience that spoke to them that let's exit so we can make a difference. They got out after even the incident of what happened in 2013. Even when the land of Equatoria were being taken by these guys, killing people, unknown gunman was going on. None of them acted. Up to this one, some people are still in there. They have no conscience. And yet, I see our people are so easily, especially our Equatorians who are in the diaspora, just because you want to be known that you have been around this person and because he's a famous person does not make you wise enough, does not upgrade your status as a person, does not upgrade your thinking. Instead, you're still a follower, you're still gullible, and you're always gonna go from left to right. You have no any what do you call it, character. And because this is what Malcolm X even he said a man who stands for nothing will fall for anything. And I put that quotation in the screen in Facebook because this is one of the strongest remark Malcolm X said. He was challenging the African Americans who are not trying to stand for the truth. Instead, they want to be a suck up. They want to be the yes master, and they want to be, look at me, I've done this or I've been there. So, but always want to be around associations with his oppressor, not associated with his people, even if he's humiliated for it, is better and an honor. And that's what Malcolm stood until he died for it. And when he said that word, a man who stands for nothing will fall for anything, today we have a lot of these people, you know. So I could see some of our enemies are not happy when we speak, but we are not going to be intimidated by them because the enemy are the fools. The enemies are the one who have no character. The enemies are the one who have destroyed Equatoria. We have given them a chance to build a nation, and they have destroyed it because they were greedy, they were tribalist, and they were anti-progress. We Equatorians who are calling for independence, we see the enemy as he is, and we are clear with that. For some of the foolish enemies today who are bragging and trying to create a history about Equatoria or and try to create history, false history about South Sudan, those foolish enemies are supported by foolish people from our own who would love to gain a status within among them. This status is only limited. Like you see Waniga, how many times they move him up and down. He was once a parliamentarian, leader of the parliament. Then he moved to vice president, one, two, three, and then now what? I don't know. He's five or six. I mean, of course we have five, so he's like in the lower number. And then you could see the undermining and the disrespect of Equatorians by the enemies who would not see us as equal, as part of this country, as part of history of this country. Well, we don't even need them because our history is even greater than them. Most of these people who are in Upper Nile, let us be clear, and I will bluntly say, they all have escaped slavery, a slave threat from the north. They moved to south, and that's why they settled in Upper Nile. Some of them settled in Bahar Ghazal. And why they did that? Because they were taken as slaves to the Middle East. We have known like person like Ziber Basha. We have guys like even Al Mahdi. Those guys have did slave trade, and most of these people who have been in slave affected by slave trade, they became a hostile tribal people. Like you could see them even among themselves. They're not sitting in peace. Why? Because this is they became they kind of messed their brains up because the way how they lived. And so Equatorians never been in that kind of condition, even though, yes, we have been threatened by the other Ottoman Turk and all these people, but our people maintained themselves and controlled the situation, did not allow the enemy to take them over. But this is another point later for another discussion. But what I want to say here, Equatorians, you really need to really take this serious. Instead of wasting yourselves among your enemy who do not even consider you, they would like to preach to you their own thinking so you can be brainwashed by them. And then tomorrow you become follower because that's what they love to see us. We are the one who clap for them. We're the one who support them, but we will never be equal to them. And they don't want us to be equal because they see us a threat. We ourselves a threat. Even if we don't even think for separation, we are a threat. Like you have seen recently, they accuse, they try to associate us with NAS when we are not. They try to tell NAS is a separatist. And because they're cowards, those who accused us, and they cannot even come out and speak, challenge why Equatorian want to separate, but they just wanted to use that. And of course, they have issues, also internal issues between each other. But all of them, they belong to the SPLM, and we don't care, because SPLM is an enemy to Equatoria from the start, and we will make sure, even if there is any unity, SPLM must not let them know. SPLM will not be part in that country that will be built as a united country for the whole 2 3 regions that some people hope for. But for us to see that happen is impossible, because it's a dream. It's a foolish dream, like I was dreaming. A dream is not reality. So there is nothing between us and them will bring us to unity. They have broken it. So now it's time for Equatoria to educate themselves. Let's talk about our history. Let's build ourselves. There is no time for us now to talk about them. Whatever happened as a South Sudanese, let's ignore it. Let's be like those others who fought for their own dignity, like the Kurds, even Palestinians, even though I don't, you know, uh, agree with Palestine. But one thing I could say, Palestinians is standing on their cases. It showed you how they were strong enough to commit to their cause without elaborating about other person issues, because this is what your dignity here. But our enemies always undermine us. They hate us, and they see us that when we talk, or we are hate speech. But let them accuse us haters, but we're the one who are trying to defend ourselves, because I'm defending my life, my children's life, the next generation life. So I won't go far. Sorry, CJ, I took too much. Mr. CJ, please go ahead, take your time, and thank you. And yeah, I have some questions, but I will ask later on the point. Thank you. Unmute yourself, sir. Thank you. And welcome, Mr. James. Are you there, Mr. CJ? You have to unmute yourself so you can be able to speak on what you heard, and if you have any comment you want to add, or some remarks in those points. Hello? I think you need to unmute. Are you there, CJ, Mr. CJ? Please unmute yourself. Yes. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Welcome.
Having some troubles with my device, excuse me to say hello to everyone, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Equatoria, wherever you are, worldwide, and also our guests, workers who might have just joined us or will join us later. Well, here's my point, concerning what you have said. First, let me extend my condolence to those who lost their lives, in Khartoum and uh, Kadrul suburb of Khartoum. Well, they were there, of course, refugee looking for protections, but due to well-founded fear in our home country of South Sudan that we've been deprived of today. Yeah, indeed, when you look to the situations as well, and extend my condolence and to my people home, those who might have been behind bar at this time under Kir security, those who are misusing us, trying to kill Equatorians wherever they are, killing them in areas of Kaji as well as Eastern Equatoria and all that. Yeah, it's horrible. Anyway, our prayers be to them, that God may rest their soul in peace. So to get to your topic, which is of South Sudan, dangerous politics against Equatoria and the hidden agenda, let's say. Yeah, and this is a serious matter, as you have just put it, ladies and gentlemen, Atika and Didi. Yeah, indeed, you have nearly covered everything. Yet there are more to be said. Now, when we look to those who moved to Khartoum today as a refugee, I wonder if that is a tactics. There's a questions that would raise that itself, whether that was the tactics that, of getting back there, or there was a really was a danger. There was a danger. That is something that none of us would know. It may contribute to what you have just pointed out as the secrets agenda along the way. It's a serious matter because after all, you can see that for me, the way how it shows us is that those who are our enemies or the enemy of South Sudan today has something secret behind those who move to Khartoum in numbers, leave alone those who have been victimized in Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, the marginalized group. I understand, one can say they are really under threat as well as Equatorians. There's no doubt of that. But in reality, there's something behind it also. Today, as I can come to realize their language, the language began to go parallel to what people have expressed their voice in during the referendum times, where they decide to separate that country. Today, there are some kind of voices that, oh, we are one people and all that. Having noticed that, the same scenario is still ongoing. The reason why that country was separated, we decided to separate, or the country got split, the former United Sudan got split. It was for the same reason that still existing, religious, political, race, that is still there. Reason why those who died, who lost their lives, who got burned, have been victimized. That tell us that there won't be any changes anytime soon in that particular country of Sudan, as well as in South Sudan today, as we are battling those of Kir and Dinka regimes that has a hidden agenda, definitely. We're really working day and night to fulfill what is the young kingdoms or whatever it is, or dominations. Now, it looks like everything is clear, ladies and gentlemen. For me, the only way out is for Equatoria to act wherever you are, home, on it, or in diaspora, or exile, wherever you are. This is because, as says Sister Didi, unless we work hard, we did everything possible to get back our lands, there won't be any, we won't have any existence as Equatorians. Else we'll end up displaced. Definitely. In our position now in exile, we are not other than displaced ever since one Sudan to this day. This is a kind of tactics that has been going on ever since. Yet, those of us who joined the SPLA during that time, as I repeatedly used to say, they were not well prepared. They would have served us. That's unfortunate. Well, things go differently. We understand it wasn't easy. Yet the worst part was when they come back home, when the country became independent, by the time, through the people vote. It's unfortunate. Young Council, those of Young, decided to cripple our people. That means disarming them, and the few that remains, they went on and scattered them all over, mainly to the north. Taking that there wasn't any voices from our leaders by the time. It's unfortunate. I don't know why. They would have served us at least. Today, we're in a boiling point where there will be our existence are very serious. There are many factors that are comforting us. One of the serious one is that, we're now all over the world ever since that period of time. Today, our distance is also has played a role in scattering us. Imagine we're now using the internet and as a means of communications without any proper engagement, face to face. Well, I understand Corona was there. Today, as we're now healing, getting out of Corona, I think we need to think twice, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. This is our time. It is a time for us. I guess, we have uh, given out more information of awareness to our people. It's time for us for actions. This is a time for actions. We need to act as quickly as possible to serve our people. From the secret agenda of the Young Council of Elders, leave alone the refugees or those who are now displaced, the internal displaced people who are inside there. The existence, of the presence of those people to this day tell us more and more. As says Didi again, it says, whenever there's a chance, whenever they kick Equatorian out of the area, then they went and take it off. So this is the situation where we are in. It is not a matter of, it's not any longer, probably the cattle herders might have been a minor issue, but the most serious one is the one that is going on, the plan that is going on within the city of Juba, the capital city. Those are the most serious ones because you could see people dying daily. People are killed, people are slaughtered in a way or another. Most of the time they came, most of those people came up, Dinkas came up defending themselves. That is how our lives, our daily lives, the daily life of our people is in that country. So it is something that none of us should be silent. I understand. I appreciate, there are some of us who are working hard day and night also to help us get to our goal. Well, the main point is, of course, simple. Self-determination. That is the only way out. As we have said, things has been played, and we know it. Every one of us did touch it. If you've ever been home, you've been in Juba, you might have come across it. You could remember the earlier days. Somebody from US went on down there with his car, and then his car got confiscated. Simply that was the starting point in 2011. So it keeps on moving that way. So we're in danger, guys. It is indeed danger. We're in danger. Should it be politically or social or anything else? We're in danger, whether we like it or not. So it is time for every one of us Equatorians to come raise up to the task. Most of all, our unity could be the priority. We shouldn't shift the gear of saying, "Oh, okay, I'm for unity," and all that. I think it's over. The word unity and federal system and all that shouldn't be our talk because as the regime is claiming that what is going on, what is existing today is a federal system, when the other time they went on to say that federal system is a red line. So all this is clear for us. It's very clear for us. So Equatoria, wake up. Let us wake up. I understand there is time for everything. Time for everything in our life. We can do everything in our power. When it comes to Christianity, there are two commandments. Two options before us. Either you follow the way Jesus have taught us, the Lord Jesus have taught us, or else you go the Moses way, teeth by teeth. That is the situations we're in. Now, let us not get confused. Let us stand. Because over the history, if you look to the book of the Bible itself and the history of the world, that is how things are existing. Sometimes there is a time for war, time for peace, time for everything, time for love and all that. So, Equatoria, This time around, this is a time for war, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. A war where we have to use every tools possible to save ourselves. Else there's no way out. As you have seen, the world we're living in today, it kept on shifting with the leaderships. 10 years, a decade around, could see there are some leaders who are very restricted, very serious about the world security and safety. And then there will come a time also, such as the one we're now living. As you can see, countries began to invade others, going to others, taking others for granted. That is the situations where we're in. So as Equatoria, we should look to ourselves. We're now an assets. We who are abroad are an assets. So let us have this opportunity. We are an assets for our people. If we wanted to get our land, to make sure that Equatoria is independent through a referendum, we can do it. But if we kept on dodging ourselves, confusing ourselves, Mr. X will say that, and the other one will go against that. We are now jeopardizing ourselves. So let us be the sons of and daughters of Equatoria. This is a war of dignity. We're fighting for our dignity. We have been discredited. We have been brought to the level of zero. Now we need to wake up to the task. We need to keep the promises that our ancestors, our founding fathers have given us. The torch that they have given us, we should carry on with it. And I believe strongly from the bottom of my heart that we are capable to do that. So to this, I will end up here, and thanks for listening, guys. Thanks for the opportunity. Atika and Didi, thanks. I'll yell back to you guys.
Thank you. Just give me a second. Let me. I'm holding this. Hold on. Hold on, guys.
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Hello. Yes. Thank you. These devices when you're trying to connect them. Again, I want to give my great appreciation and thanks to you, Mr. CJ, for your strong message to our people of Greater Equatoria. If you have mentioned some points, and before that, I want to also welcome Brother James again. I'll give you a chance to put your thoughts. There is something we need to discuss it after everybody puts their point. Very important thing. There is these things really why, and I'm really appreciative to Didi a lot for putting these points, because there is something here about this dangerous politics. Okay, we have. If you listen recently, you witnessed the incidents that's happening in South, or the changes that is happening in South Sudan. One of them, the internal conflict of Dinka among themselves, and then you have the recent incident now in Khartoum. Okay, and then you have also the politicians. I hope you guys are listening to me. The politicians, or the so-called politicians of South Sudan, who are claiming to be oppositions, also throwing their cards in the political table of South Sudan. If you look at these incidents, it's really mind-boggling for a person who can understand exactly the sinister and the dangerous political games played against Equatorians, because they have noticed something about us. And I remember, if you remember before, when we first came to join the clubhouse, a lot of these guys were mocking us when we talk about Equatoria want to separate. They always say, "You guys are emotional. You guys are emotional." Well, there is few emotional Equatorians who are easily can be manipulated by them. So they thought all the Equatorians would be like that. And that's why you could see today some of these Equatorians, yesterday, they were so outraged because they heard an incident happen within Equatoria region. And today you could see them suddenly, they were switched like a computer program or like a channel in TV to another channel. Now they talk about South Sudan and this and this. And you could see there is incident happened in Khartoum. And I'm not trying to be insensitive, but there is something I wanted to talk about it, that Equatorian need to really take heed on that and look at it in a perspective of carefulness. Like you got to be careful of how you are dealing with person who yet is not able or not willing to even apologize, none, not even not the less to redeem, or I mean what you call redemption, or to seek redemption, or to seek to correct themselves from not doing the oppression that they're doing to you. Right now, people are focused on North Sudan. What happened? What about our people in Equatoria who are being killed and chased and raped by the same people who are now trying to call they are victims in other neighboring country? I'm just trying to put that as a question mark for us to look at where we are. You know, sometimes there is something they said there is a divine justice. If you are poor and you cry to your God and say, God help me, and nobody's trying to help your case, God will bring a justice indirectly, just indirect justice to you without you knowing it. Remember, our people were in the past were killed by Antonov, by many things. And what happened? Even John Gering, when he was creating this game or this sinister work of tribalism, he had a hidden agenda. Imagine the divine justice. He did not live to see the Juba that he was striving for, so he can actually rule it. Because his intention is to rule and destroy the community of Equatoria. This man was enemy to Equatorian, but some Equatorians still don't want to face the reality. Instead, they want to give him praise that his man is actually a visionary, a man of truth, a man of vision. What vision? The only vision he had was bringing his Lost Boys people out to the west so he can build them up, and then they can send them and be the leaders or the power of that country, while the rest are ignored. This shows you the real hidden agenda of these guys, and yet people are not focusing on Jin Council. Jin Council is just an is people who have been given that power, authority to facilitate what the program that they had. So there is a lot of tricks they played against our people, and our people have always fall for it, and that's why they always like to put emotional word to us so they can mark us, because when we talked about our right, then they wanted to call it emotional, because they have manipulated with some of our people who are easily persuaded through emotional game. Right now, we need to focus on our people more than focus on anything else that need to be put in the picture. Because if it wasn't if it wasn't Equatorian who came out and start speaking about Equatorian issues, trust me, how many killing happened to Equatorian? They were silent. Even when the Nuer were killed, did the Dinka community went outside and protested, or did any others said, "Let's go and do that, do something against the removal of this regime"? Only people went, yes, they went to IO. People split sides, but regardless of that, the community, majority of the community of Dinka did not stand up against this. Up to this moment, you could see, even just because now Equatorians are speaking for their right, now you could see some of them, they begin to get angry and they say, oh, you will never separate. They dismissing even Caroline Berger, a book, I mean, not book, the report that she was writing about the tribalism in South Sudan and the mindset that this uh, in the specific tribe who has against others. And even there is details and evidence that she collected, and yet some ridiculous so-called Dinka academic or Dinka intellectuals try to come and dismiss, like it's rubbish, it's nonsense, because they are the beneficiaries. They are benefiting from this tribalism, and that's why Equatorial need to see their enemies as they are. Not try to play as you are a good guy. You need to kind of like be like Job, or be like a Christian. You're not even Christian to your own brother. When your brother is trying to warn you, wake up. The first law of nature is to have self-preservation. Self-preservation, that means you need to protect yourself. You're not hater to anyone, but you protect yourself. I know when you see a fire and you have houses in fire and you see your wife and you see your neighbor wife, who are you gonna pick? You're gonna say, no, I want to show myself I'm a good guy. Let me go and help the neighbor's wife first while your wife here is burning. Or you're gonna rescue your wife, because this is your your inheritance. I mean, that's like, what do you call, your possession, not position. I don't want to, put woman as an object, but I'm saying, like, because your woman is your prize, your goal, because she's the mother of your children. So you need to make sure you protect her and the children that you have, instead of running to a neighbor and try to protect her. That means you don't love your wife. You're actually having an affair with the neighbor wife, and that's why you want to rescue him. You rescue her. So let's have common sense on that. So what I'm seeing right now, there is some Equatorians having an affair with the enemy. That's why you could see them playing this politics, because they're gaining something from them and they're undermining the voice of Equatorian. But I won't go far. I'll give a chance to Mr. James, and then later I can put our point. And I know our enemies do not like what we say, and that's why you could see them popping up, and they will try to see it as intimidating. But regardless to that, we are not worried, because our voices will get to the people of Equatoria, regardless they like it or not. Is going to be recorded, and I hope Equatorian conscience in diaspora wake up, so we are the hope and the conscience for those people. So I'll leave it to you, Mr. James. Please go ahead. But I want you guys to think about that. The internal conflict between Dinka right now is happening. Is it concerning us? And then also the recent incident in Khartoum. Also, we need to be very careful. And I know something happened. And I have also an article that I will read to you that happened in some area in Africa. Also, there was some casualties of South Sudanese casualties. They were killed because of this incident. I will read it to you in an article. Earlier I got it, so I'll read it to you, and then you guys can discuss it after that. But go ahead, Mr. James, please. Thank you.
indeed يعني مستر سيجا ان شاء الله كويسين.
كويسين الحمد لله. كيفك جيمس؟
تسلموا كثير. تمام والله. صراحة التوبيك عنده معنى كبير جدا جدا as usual. South Sudan Dangerous Politics against Equatoria and the Hidden Secrets. انت عارف العنوان ده بيحملنا تاريخ طويل، يعني بيبدأ من الأول، والكلام ده يتكرر أكثر من مرة، لكن حنقوله طبعا أكيد للتذكير. أول حاجة أنا أحييكم أنتم في المنصة هنا والناس المستمعين في إيكاتوريا جريت إيكاتوريان تي في، والناس معانا هنا في الغرفة كلهم، واللي حيجي يسمعوا فيما بعد. الشغلة بتاعت انه الممارسة الأجندة الخفية بالنسبة ضد الإيكاتوريين ده ما بدأ من هسه، بدأ من زمان، يعني من النيانيوان أن احنا كنا في الريادة. of course هم ما كان عندهم هيدن أجندة ضدنا، جاء انضموا لنا ناس ويليام دين، وجاء في نفس الوقت انشغل ورجع للنظام في الخرطوم هناك، وتم اغتياله في الحادث. everybody knows that. فالخيانة بتبدأ من هنا، انت تمشي تشارك مع اخوانك في نفس المصير. اصلا نحن جنوب السودان كلنا مصيرنا واحد، لكن بيناتنا في ناس عاينين. المسلسل بدأ من ده بعد اتفاقية أديس أبابا 1972، جاء وقع الاتفاق هو في نهايته أفضل للمجلس التنفيذي الأعلى بتاع جنوب السودان، وهي حكومة مصغرة. فقبل كان من الجنوبيين بالداخل، وهو المشى مضى ذاته في اتفاقية أديس أبابا، هو كان من الوفد الحكومي. وبعد ذلك مارس كل الحاجات اللي حصلت في جنوب السودان في الفترة دي جات من تحت قابل أريال. يلا في الحتة دي يا عاتكة sometime in politics or in social، انت الواحد ما يكون عنده مجاملة. حتى المجاملة في أهلك ذاته انت لازم تقول الحقيقة، لأنه عن طريق الحقيقة دي انت بتقدر تغير أنه تاني ما في جهة تقدر مثلا تمشي عليك أجندة. أن احنا دورنا كان شنو في الفترة دي، لأنه الوقت ذاك السلطة ما كان في يدهم، النظام كان في الخرطوم. اوف كورس النظام في الخرطوم بتاع جعفر النميري هو ما دار الجنوبيين مثلا يمارسوا الحياة النيابية فريلي كده عشان مثلا شوكتهم ما تقوى، أكيد حيسمع هنا وهناك. فدي طالما هي بقت كده، وكان في سياسيين إيكاتوريين الزمن ذاك. تسمعوني؟
أي نسمع.
أيوة جامس يس.
يا ف
I hear you perfect. Thank you.
يا ثانك يو. فطالما كان في سياسيين الزمن ذاك إيكاتوريان، والنظام اللي في الخرطوم أكيد كان محايد، هم برضو كان الإيكاتوريان يلعبوا دورهم السياسي، يعني ما كان في حاجة بتمنعهم. لأنه أنت you cannot always like blaming. أنت ليه ما لعبت دورك السياسي؟ أوكي، نقول أنه دي كانت تاني لدغة. جات الحركة الشعبية هو قامت 83 في الآونة الأخيرة دي، نحن جينا سمعنا أنه ده ريفنج بتاع كوكورا، وبقى ظاهر لأنه الحاجات هسه قاعدة تتم في الجنوب هناك. معناته الحركة الشعبية واحدة من أسباب قيامها الأساسية هو الموضوع بتاع كوكورا. 83 مشينا خشينا في الحركة الشعبية، قلنا دي حركة قومية وتشمل كل السودان والجنوب بالأخص. مشينا، جاءت الفترة أنهم اختلفوا مع بعض في تقريبا في التسعينات، اتقسموا لمجموعتين، مجموعة الناصر بتاعت بقيادة ريك مشار والدكتور لاما كول، وقرن هو الجناح الرئيسي بتاع الحركة الشعبية انتقل جنوبا، مشى توريد اللي هي مجموعة توريد. ليه هو اختار توريد أو الاستوائية كمثلا منطقة لإعادة التنظيم بتاعه من جديد؟ الحركة على فكرة كان انتهت كويس معاك. فهو مشى هناك قرن، يعني بالرغم من اختلافنا معاه وعنده الذكاء الفطري، يعني ربنا واهبه بالذكاء الفطري. يعني هو زول أنا ما داير أقول كلمة في حقه الراحل، لكن نحن ناخذ الجانب المشرق. قام مشى توريد وعارف انه مثلا القوى المدنيه هناك اعلى في إيكاتوريا ان جنرال، فعاد تنظيم الحركه بتاعته وجاء انضموا له في 92. ده كان حياه الرائد الزمن ده توماس سيريلو، كزول مثلا ضابط بتاع كليه حربيه وفيه السمات القتاليه يعني بالفطره كده، يعني قدر ينظم الحركه الشعبيه والمعارك بتاعت خور أشوى وطريق توريت وحوالين كبوات بتشهد لي ده، حتى شهدوا له الناس تانيين يعني غير الجنوبيين. يعني ده كله فضل من الإيكاتوريا. لكن هل الحاجات دي جابت لنا نتيجة؟ التضحيات دي كلها باي ذا واي، التضحيات دي ما خطأ يا أخوي أتيكا واللوكو دي، ما خطأ. ده القرار الصحيح أنه الزول يتخذه تجاه وطنه وتجاه أهله ذات. ما هم في النهاية الجماعة دي لهن، لكن هم خانوا الأمان، خانوا الأمان. سوى الزول اللي بيخون مرة ممكن يخون مرتين وثلاثة وأربعة وخمسة. فالشعوب بتتعلم من التاريخ، وأي تجربة بشرية أنت بتتعلم منها من التاريخ. الأخطاء من تكون متكررة بتزرع فيك نوع من الخنوع. أنت إنسان بعد ده بتحب تكون ذليل، حياة الذلة زي البلاك أمريكان. بالرغم أنه العهد العبودية انتهى، لكن لسه عندهم الشعور بالدونية مزروع فيهم. عشان كده تلقاهم حياتهم كلها انترتينمنت، له غنى واعتماد على الرياضة. والرياضة ما عندها، الرياضة دي عمرها قصير، مجرد ما عمرك يحصل سن معين انت ما بتقدر تمارس رياضة. بدل ما هم بالامكانيات العاليه بتاعت الولايات المتحده، بدل حياتهم تمشي لقدام، يهو الشعور بالعبوديه والخنوع بيؤدي بتبقى بعد ده ميزه فيك. ده الحاجه نحن كايكاتوريين خايفين منه. ده علم الاجتماع بيقول كده. يعني ما قالوه مؤرخين، ما قالوه علماء اقتصاد، علماء سياسه، نوع الناس علم الاجتماع قالوا كده. اي ظاهره بتاع الظلم تدوم لسنين طويله بتخلق الشعور بالدونيه. دي الحاجه نحن خايفين منها. اذا ما غيرنا الفكره بتاعت انه نحن نجامل بعض الناس المعروفين في جنوب السودان، وكل جنوب السودان بيعرفهم. سياسه الجنوب ده كان نحن دايرين ولا ما دايرين، هي مبنيه على أربعة. أنا ما داير أنتقص من حق الآخرين ما عندهم ذنب فيها، نهائي ما عندهم ذنب فيها. كويس معك. ونحن الإيكاتوريين في الرباعي ده نحن الضلع. وفي برضه نمرة 5 حقنا ده شوية كده أقرب للإيكاتوريين في التفكير، في طريقة حياته، في السوشيال براكتس بتاع، لكن بقية الناس ده سيستم واحد في الطاعات السياسي. وللأسف الشديد في الآونة الأخيرة الأخ أتيكا وخديدي وسيجي والناس معانا في الغرفة، هم القدرات السياسية بتاعتهم في الآونة الأخيرة بقت أعلى، لأنه السياسة عاملة زي كرة القدم، كل ما تمارس كتير كل ما مهاراتك بتكون أعلى. زائد السيمة الوراثية اللي في دمهم، هم عندهم القدرة للالتفاف في بعض. يعني انتم براكم شايفين حتى في المنتديات السياسية هنا في السوشيال ميديا، الناس بتشاكل تبي مودريتا، ساي المودريتا الأخضر ده في تنافس فيه. يعني ناس زي ديل انت يقدر يقودوا دولة؟ ما يقدر يقودوا دولة خالص، ما يقدر، لأنه انت أي حاجة شايله كومبetition، وأي حاجة انت شايله من منظور قبلي أو بتاع مكونات، يكون نتيجتها يعني الحادثة بتاع القدر ده. أنا من هنا يعني أترحم لأرواح الجنوب السودانيين اللي ماتوا هناك، يعني نسوان وأطفال، ناس مغلوب على أمرهم، جروا من الفشل السياسي اللي كان الحسي حاصل في جنوب السودان ده 17 سنة هسه، من 2005 لحد هسه 17 سنة، فترة كافية أنه كان الناس ديل يقدر يديروا الدولة دي حتى بالحد الأدنى منه، أنه كان مواطنين جنوب السودان ما كان حيطلعوا من هناك، لأنه ما في حتة في الدنيا دي بتاويك إلا بلدك. يعني حتى القصور بتاعت فانكوفر ولا نيويورك ولا بتاعت دبي، شجرة عرب ساي في جنوب السودان بالنسبة لنا نحن بنشوف أنه دي قصور، هي كده المدعيات بتاع الانتماء للتراب. لكن في ناس هناك في الجنوب ما بيفهموا الحتة دي، والداير يعرف الكلام اللي بقوله ده يستصحب الفترة بتاعت مكاتب التنسيق اللي كان في الخرطوم في الفترات السياسية كلها دي. شوف آخر مدير بتاع التنسيق بتاع إيكاتوريا أو الاستوائية اللي كان في العمارات ده كان ساكن الديم، أنا ما حاذكر اسمه هنا طبعا للأمانة الملكية الفكرية، أنت ما تذكر اسم زول ساكت، لكن الناس اللي بيسمعوا المنتدى ده فيما بعد أو الشو ده هيعرفوا الزول ده منه، بالذات الإيكاتوري. كان قاعد في بيت جالوس في الديوم الشرقية جنب أجداد، ده مدير التنسيق بتاع إيكاتوري، بينما الناس التانيين ديل كانوا ساكنين أقل لهم كان الكويت، جزء منه في الخرطوم 3 وجزء منه في الرياض نفسه. فنحن ما بنحسد زول أو بنمن للناس بالأموال، إذا ربنا اداك كتجارة إذا أوكي، دي سنة الحياة كده، ربنا بيغني ناس وبيفقر ناس، هو بيعرف ليه، لكن دي جاي عن طريق الكربشن والسرقة. يهود نفس الناس دي هسه حاليا هم في سدة الحكم في جوبا، اقتصاد منهار تماما، ما فيه ادنى المعايير اللي بيديروا بها الاقتصاد، بيديروها من البيوت. براكم انتوا شفتوا الطياره اللي كان مشت وقعت في رومبيك ولا وريفر، كان شايله قروش US$. امريكا دي لو اتعاملت كده بتفلس، امريكا الاكبر اقتصاد في العالم ده بتفلس اذا عمل اداره اقتصاد بحق الجنوب ده. تجارتهم ليوغندا، ونحن مقارنه بيوغندا نحن احسن من يوغندا. اليوغنديين عددهم كثير في الكثافه السكانيه، نحن جنوب السودان كلنا 12 مليون، واردنا واسعه، معقوله نجيب طماطم ونجيب بطاطس من يوغندا وبامبي وكلام زي ده؟ معناته انه الناس ديل ما عندهم النيه ذاته عشان يشتغلوا، ناهيك عن قطاع الخدمات والحاجات البسيطه اللي انت ممكن تقدمها لناسك، كلها مسلمينها لاجانب. فده فشل واضح للعقليه دي يعني. وبعد ده كله دارين يجرونا نحن نكون وراهم مجرد يعني تبع، نمشي معاهم بس زي ده يشوم يقولوا انتوا. انا حاختم في الحته، طبعا السياسه يا اخوي اتيكا الحاجات دي انت ما حتلقى اثبات في السياسه ولا حتلقى بينه، لكن لما تجيب الحاجات زي التوي بتاع العيال دي تركبهم مع بعض بغرائن الاحوال، انت بتعرف انه الخطا وين والمقصود شنو. انتوا لو لاحظتوا ظهور بعض النخبه من أهلنا ديل اللي هو 2 وأنا أحترمهم جدا جدا، وزائد واحد منهم برضه زول أكاديمي تقريبا بي هولد جا تكلموا كلام. الأكاديمي ده تكلم كلام كله خطأ ما في محله، وأنا ما داري أتكلم وكلكم سمعتوه. أنا حأتكلم بتاع الشباب الاثنين الجديد هم نخبة، أنا أحترمهم صراحة، كلامهم دائما فيه نوع من الاحترام من زمن الفيسبوك والتلفزيونات بتاعت اليوتيوب دي، فهم كانوا بيحترموا الناس صراحة. لكن الخلاف السياسي ما فيه عاطفة، جا تكلموا كلام كده نحن نزعل نفسنا يا أخوي أتك. أنا هنا بكون في دور المحلل السياسي، ليه هم اختاروا الوقت ده بالتحديد؟ ده سؤال نحن نزعل نفسنا. أنا بجاوب وده في رأيي الشخصي، اختار الوقت ده لأنه بعد حادثة ماقوي حصل شبه إجماع إيكاتوريين جت بالتلغائية كده مع بعض كلهم، يعني بنسبة يمكن تفوق 90%. كويس معاك؟ فرسالتهم جات في الوقت ده عشان تعرف انه الهيدن اجنده هي موجوده اصلا، ولكن بيستخدموها في الوقت اللي هم دارينها، وفي الحته دي ده نوع من الفلهوه السياسيه. كويس معاك؟ ويا ترى انه تصرف زي ده او توقيت زي ده يستحيل جاء من الشابين دي، لانه من عمرهم انت بتعرف انه هم ما عندهم يعني قدرات سياسيه عاليه جدا، لانه السياسه دي بعض مرات بالزمن يا زول، كل ما تمارس اكثر كل ما سنينك تكون طويله انت بتعرف حاجات كثيره. وراهم في ناس من وراهم بيحركوه، ودي السياسه هنا تبادل الادوار. احنا لو مثلا ما وصلنا المرحله دي ما بتقدر تلعب سياسه، لازم يكون في تبادل ادوار، لانه حيكون في خام بالخلا، حيسوقوا ناس بالخلا. في ناس يعني مواليد التسعينات او الالفينات ذاته، زول مولود في 2000 قرب يكون شاب، اذا هو انترست في البوليتيك وبتابع احوالنا بتاع جنوب السودان يا اخوي اتيكا والاخو الديدي، وحيسال بعض مرات الزول اللي بيجيب له السؤال ده ممكن يكون مخطئ وما عارف. اديها تاني 10 سنه فوق ده، بعد ده حتترسخ في ذهنه، خلاص انتهى البرنامج. تاني ما عشان تزيل الشيء ده حيكون صعب، بيحتاج سنين طويله، وده الحاجه نحن خايفين منها. يعني الظالم هو دارك انت تسمع كلامه ودار يصفك انك انت ما وطني. يعني القوميه والوطنيه دي ما عندها معايير، وده ما وقتها هسه حاليا يا اتيكا. اتمنى انه يوم انا بجي بفسر لكم الحياه دي، شفت معنى القوميه دي شنو ذات، والوطنيه دي خليه ممكن الزول يتاجر بها. القوميه دي ذاته والامن القومي ده كتاب موسع، ودي من صميم مسؤوليات الدوله والحكومه، ما الشعب وما المواطنين. عشان انت تجي تقول الايكاتوريين مهدد للامن القومي للبلد، الكلام ده كبير جدا جدا. انا بس على المستوى الشخصي كنت داير اخش معاهم، لكن ما داير اخش في وقت زي ده، لانه انتم شايفين الجو العام شكله عامل كيف، فيه تهديدات وفيه بعض مرات الاساءة الشخصية، ونحن اكبر من كده. يعني ما ممكن زول انت ما بتعرف عنه اي حاجة يجي يسيئك بالصورة الشخصية، لكن البابليك اوبينيون او الشأن العام يتطلب بعض مرات انك تقبل بعض الحاجات زي دي. حتعمل شنو يعني؟ لانه ما في اجماع، ربنا ما خلق البشريه ما في اجماع، لازم يكون في ناس يختلفوا معاك وفي ناس ممكن يوافقوا معاك، هي سنه الحياه كده. لكن يبقى انه الحق حق، ما في حاجه ثانيه اكثر من كده في نهايه المطاف. شكرا اخوي اتيكا والاخ الديدي والاخ سيجي، وشايف برضه عن كولادو ظهر معانا هنا، والاخ روبرت وخيده. انا حاجيف هنا ادي فرصه لناس ثانيين. شكرا جزيلا.
Hello, can I jump in?
اتفضل.
يا بالنسبه للاخ جيمس عندي سؤال موجز بالنسبه لك لو سمحت تسمعني؟
تفضل
الو
تفضل.
عم تسمعني؟
يا
كلك
سامع.
شكرا. كلك السلام عليكم مجددا. السؤال بيدور فيما قلت عن الفلسفة. أي ظاهرة ظلم لما يصير مثلا الظلم طويل بتقول أنه يقود إلى شنو؟ إلى سياسة الدونية ولا شنو قلت؟ Am I right؟ متابع جيمس؟
متابع يعني بيخليك always انت
لا العبارة الأخيرة صح؟
يا
لا لحظة، العبارة الأخيرة صحيح؟
يا صحيح.
إذا أنت فسرتها في المؤخرة في في النموذج الأخير في ختامك يمكن أنت وضحتها. فأنا سؤالي هنا مثلا لو فرضنا مثلا وضعنا الوقائع دي على الطريق العملي مثلا، ما بالك في الشعب الإسرائيلي والشعب الإسباني. الشعب الإسرائيلي أخذت يمكن ما يتراوح إلى حوالي قرن من الزمان، في النهاية رجعوا وأخذوا بلدهم بعد معاناة شديدة جدا جدا. ما خضعوا للفقرة الأخيرة اللي قلتها هسه قبل شوية عن إطالة الظلم. عارف كيف الظلم؟ والشعب الإسباني تعلم أن العرب غزوا إسبانيا واحتلوها وممكن قعدوا فيها حوالي 500 سنة، لكن بإرادة الشعب الإسباني استعادوا بلدهم مجددا. فشو تفسيرك لهذا الواقع في الموضوع اللي بتقوله حاليا، في الموضوع ده، في المسألة، في إطالة الوضع؟
يا كلامك
هل بنصمد ولا لا؟ شكرا.
يا كلامك في محله استاذ سيجي. طبعا اليهود ده شعب الله المختار في صفه ما متوفره في باقي الشعوب، لكن متوفره في بني اسرائيل، لكن نحن ناخذهم كبشر عاديين. انت لو لاحظت اليهود هم ما كانوا راضين. انا بقصد انه الظلم وانت تكون راضي به ده هو اللي يجيب لك الخنوع. راضي به ده ممكن يكون بحاجتين: راضي به انه بيغشوك وانت قبلان، او ما يغشوك وانت قبلان، او بيستخدموا معاك القوه العسكريه. كويس معاك؟ في كل الثلاث حالات دي الظلم ده لو طال حيكون ملازم لك عن سوشيالي، عشان تغيره بيكون صعب. لكن اذا انت ما راضي وبتقاوم باي طريقه حتى بالكلمه دي، مقاومه الكلمه، الحاجه دي حتتورث للاجيال الجايه بعد. الزول بيسمع عنه ابوي كان مناهض او اخوي الكبير كان مناهض، الفكره حتمتد. كويس معك؟ وبالتالي بعد ده انت ممكن تاخذ حقك زي ما حصل لبني اسرائيل. وبنفس الفكره المعيار المثال بتاع الاندلس اللي هي اسبانيا، من العرب عبد الملك بن مروان لما مشوا غيروا هناك التغيير الديموغرافي المعروف ده، بعد كم سنه 500 سنه تقريبا او اكثر رجعوا الاسبان في محلهم، لانه هم كانوا قاعدين يقاوموا من داخل الكنائس، من داخل ملوكهم القدام القياصره، وده كله كان في يعني شعور بانه الزول اللي دخل لهم ده وافد جاي من الخارج. ده برضه ساعدهم لانه الزول جايهم ده جاي من برا. لكن حقنا ده بيختلف، الزول اللي قاعد يعمل الحاجات دي هو قاعد معانا، لكن بيدي نفس المعنى. الظلم هو الظلم. يلا ده كان بيغاموا حسي زي حقنا ده. انا اخشى لانه بعض مرات لما يظلموك وانت تجيب مثلا تبريرات جاستيفيكيشن، معناته انت قبلان. انا اكون معاك اونست، انت لو بتدي تبرير للزول اللي بيظلمك اي نوع من التبرير معناته انت قبلان. حتى لو انت ما قبلان حنخطه في السياق بتاع انك انت قبلان، وده بيؤدي للخنوع. الخنوع انه انت دائما بتزعر هو بشنو؟ بالدونيه، بتكون تحت. اقرب مثل يعني انا حختم لك هنا عشان اقرب الصوره. شوف في سودان الام ده، نحن حنظل نضرب السودان الام ده مثل، لانه يوم من الايام كنا منه ونحن عارفين التضاريس السياسيه والاجتماعيه هناك كيف. شوف الغرابه ناس غرب السودان دي مش كان بيكوركوا معانا التهميش وما التهميش، مرجلازيشن ما مرجلازيشن، الظلم السياسي. هسه حاليا هم في وزارات سياديه عليا اكثر من الجلابه او الشمال النيلي، لكن برضو اجتماعيا هم هو الحلقه الاضعف. ليه؟ لأنه هم استمروا فترة طويلة جدا جدا خارج المنظومة السياسية بتاعت الدولة. النسيج الاجتماعي بتاعهم منهار وكله بيشتكي كتير. الشكوى الكثيرة برضو بيخليك بعض مرات انت تشعر بانك انت اقل من الثاني. اكزاكتلي ده هو الحاصل هنا. يلا حقنا حق الجنوب، حق الجنوب حقنا ده نحن ما وصلنا المرحلة دي، لكن بدينا نصل. انا عودتكم اقول الحقيقة، نحن بديناها كيف؟ هو ما زالت انك انت بتدي تبريرات. يعني زول يظلمك انت بتجيب مبررات تقول لا 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 يا اخو ظلمني عشان كده، لا 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 عمل لي عشان كده، لا 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 سبتكم كلام ده ما قوى النسوء، ما قوى النسوء. انتظر 20 سنة ولدك لو ما بقى ذليل وقاعد يشتغل عبيد يمشي يشتغل للناس والشغل ما عيب، اللي هو نوع الممارسات دي. ده علم الاجتماع بيقول كده. علم الاجتماع هو السياسة ذاته، الاقتصاد، لأنه بدون ناس ما ممكن تمارس سياسة، بدون ناس ما ممكن تمارس نشاط اقتصاد. هي كده المعادلة كده للمثلث ده يا أخوي سيجي. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا، لأنه أنا هدفي أنه التوضيح للجمهور، وده مقطع ممتاز جدا. في نقطة أخيرة، سؤال أخير، ألا وهو بيدور في قرن، راهل قرن، ربنا يحاسبه حسب أعماله. عارف كيف؟
Just reminder Mr. CJ عشان in the timing I want to make sure, but go ahead عشان ندي فرصة كمان للإخوة الموجودين. فيتفضل. Yeah. Make sure إحنا ما نعمله we wish we could do it next time like that. لكن تفضل عندك الفرصة كمل.
أوكي. بتقول قرن أنه عنده النظرية الفطرية. عارف كيف؟ فالسؤال اللي بيطرح نفسه، هل في نظرك الرجل ده يفكر ذاتيا عن ذاته؟ يعني مثلا هل الفكر نابع منه، أم أنه هذا الرجل من وراءه مفكرين ومخططين الرجل؟ لأنه الرجل لو يطلع حصة مجرد ما كان من خرطوم ومشى لبور عبر جوبا، كان هو يعني حامل رسائل، يعني نتيجة لشنو؟ ما كانت عبثا، بل هي كانت نتيجة مخططات وتخطيطات سرية للغاية في عناصر مثلا واضحة زي مثلا إبر الإير وعندك بونا مروال، يعني أو ما يسمى اليوم بظاهرة الجنگ كونسل أو أعوان الجنگ. عارف كيف؟ أنا بشوف أن الراجل ده ما مخضرم بقدر ما هو شنو، هو ضابط تنفيذي أو قائد تنفيذي يكلف بشيء. يعني أي شيء بيحصل، أي حدث بيحصل بيحاول يديه للقاعدة. بالمناسبة البيس بتاعه، والبيس هي اللي بتضع التخطيط. عارف كيف؟ نحو كيفية تنفيذ كل شيء. فأنا بلقى أن الراجل ده هو مش بالفطرة إطلاقا. يعني أنا بنقد المبدأ أن الراجل ده هو بالفطرة وموهوب، لا، الراجل ده وراءه مخططات، يعني في انجينيرز من وراءه. الراجل ما عليه هو شنو، زي ضابط تنفيذ، يعني ينفذ شيء وبس. فما مدى تعارضك معي في النقطة دي؟ ثانك يو. وفي أي تفسير كمان إيضاح ممكن توضح؟ شكرا.
يا سمرايسي عشان ادي للناس الثانيين فرصه. لا هو قرن بالمناسبه هو كشخص كده هو صاحب قدرات. ما بعض مرات الموهبه الفطريه دي يا اخوي سي جي ما عندها علاقه بالمكون انت جاي من وين ولا اصلك شنو. هو عنده الموهبه دي، لكن برضو الناس دي زي ما انتم بتعرفوهم وكلنا بنعرفهم. انا قبل قلت عندهم الروح الالتفاف دي اعلى بالنسبه لهم في جنوب السودان. هم عشان يلتفوا سهل جدا جدا. والاسماء انت ذكرتها دي هي الاسماء الاساسيه لفشل دوله جنوب السودان بعد رحيل قرن. هم اصحاب الفكر بتاع حس اللي بيحصل بالنسبه للإيكاتوريا. الناس دي وراء الحاجات دي اكيد يا مؤكد ما جات بالصدفه، اكيد قعدوا ليها وخططوا ليها. ده ما دار لها 2 3. لكن قرن في نفسه هو ما كان داير انه الامور تمشي لكده. لكن في النهايه انت عارف براك لاسباب ثانيه، في حاجات كده الواحد ما بيحب يقولها حفاظا للنسيج الاجتماعي. انت عارفين ان احنا اليومات دي مارين بشنو، لكن التاريخ هيذكر الحاجات دي. وربنا لو ادانا عمر ان احنا بنقولها. بعض مرات في حاجات الواحد ما بيقولها في وقتها، لكن من وقتها يجي حنقولها. اي زول عارف الحقيقه دي هسه حاليا. قرن هو زول كويس، لكن الناس اللي وراه هم اللي وصلونا المرحله دي، والمساله دي يعني مخططه ظاهر، ما دار لها 2 3، ودي دار لها حلقه كامله ذات. شكرا اخويا.
طيب الفرق بينك جيمس تعليق نقطة. طيب الفرق بينك وبين الإكواتوري اللي بيقول عنه يا أخي خليه لبكرة خليه مع دول ده كيف؟
نو، ما انت، ما هنا كمان الذكاء لازم يلعب دور. إن انا مثلا لو قلت كده او غيري او اكس من الناس قال كده، هيجي اخوك ذاته يجي ينتقدك. ما انت لازم تلعبها سياسيا برضه، يعني تكون عندك خبز سياسي زي شاقية. اسمع، عشان اخوك ما يجي يعترضك، اكعب حاجه يعترضك اخوك، لانه هم متربصين. عشان كده بعض مرات الواحد بينتقل الكلمات، عرفت كيف؟ ما انه خوف انه الواحد ما يكسر برايه، فهمت؟
معك حق شكرا كل الذوق.
اوكي جايز ثانك يو. عشان نقدر نلحق فرصة للإخوة الموجودين. Welcome brother Robert and welcome uncle Ladu. في حاجات قلتوها. I think we're switching to Arabic which I was focused in English. لكن كان راجعنا الأحداث ده يا جماعة في حاجة واحد. طبعا كل زول عنده رأي، لكن في النهاية الآراء كله بينتهي لما يكون الواقع هو يعني is going to be the reality of what we will try to follow, not opinions. طبعا كل زول عنده رأي. زي الشطرنج لما تلعبه most of the time when you play chess you will always have an idea until you begin to face your opponent reaction or action in that moment, then that is the reality. So everything is in the table, as they say. I have a lot of stuff, but I will let Mr. CJ have questions. But let us give a chance to Mr. Robert and then Mr. Uncle Ladu, and then later we can put a discussion because we will have like an hour, and then from there we will end for tonight. Thank you. And Didi, of course, if you have anything also you can interject. Welcome, Brother Robert. Please go ahead. Thank you. Mr. Robert, are you there? Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me very well?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Retica. And of course, I'm prompted to chip in because this seems to be a very interesting forum. And thank you to our daughter Didi, of course, again, Etica, CJ, James Tungolawi, and of course, Uncle Lado. I don't know. I don't even deserve to call him uncle because he might be even, elder than him. It is very true that there are some issues that that actually brought up this topic, and of course, my kudos goes to you, the moderators, for coming up with this topic. And again, I would like to give also my more thanks to our brother James Dongolawi, who usually, speak allegorically, But of course, his speeches are always very hard to understand unless you really think critically and understand him very well, what he's actually referring to. Realistically speaking, the topic that is actually South Sudan dangerous politics against Equatoria and the hidden secrets. To me, this topic should have actually attracted fellow Equatorians into this room. And of course, they have their own answers why they're not able to come into this kind of essential topic. Honestly speaking, I do worry about the situation Equatoria is compelled into. But I'm really, maybe I can ask myself a question like, what am I really worried about? And my answer to my own question is my real fear is regarding fellow Equatorians wanting to cause wanting to use the catastrophe in Equatoria for personal benefits and building alliance with most crafty or wily groups looking at Equatorians as followers and inferior, in their own land and political views. That is what worries me the most. But I will never let that worry steal the brighter hope for a peaceful Equatoria where my people will prosper. My hope is sprung from the saying or from some words of those who usually speak, in Clubhouse and other, maybe on Facebook, using sentences like South Sudan will break into several countries if issues are not addressed carefully. We will all be separatists if realities are not addressed. Or Equatorian separatists have the right to advocate for the breakaway of their region. That by itself reveals to me that my views as a separatist are solid. I repeat, my views as a separatist are solid. Those Equatorians are chickening away from a dialogue on what can tackle issues demoralizing the rest of fellow Equatorians from common goods for Equatoria, of course, will be engraved in our minds as separatists, and as they will be recognized as or remembered as sellers of Great Equatoria. I wanted to be very short as always, and I will conclude with this. One great Equatoria with all her tribes, and may the Almighty Father or the Heavenly Father bless Equatoria. We will continue speaking our minds, and I will continue speaking my mind as a separatist. And more ways will be open, whereby we will all have one voice and speak as Equatorians, with nobody trying to sell Equatorians to other people who are trying to be, very cunning to use the situation in Equatoria for their personal benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can ask me a question if you wanted to ask any question.
Yes. Hello, hold on. Oh. Just give me a second. I have an issue with my network. Hello. Oh, thank you again, Brother Robert, so much for your profound and strong message again, and your words. It's really deep, and I wish, like I said, like what you said, even the same. I wish all our Equatorian to gain knowledge from their own instead of wasting themselves by running around and just getting confused by many lingo, the lingo of we are South Sudanese, we are all suffering and all this. And while we are the one, our heads is being stepped upon by the same people who will try to say that we are all equal in suffering, but yet we're not equal in nationality. When they choose not, they choose when to call us brothers, and they choose when not to call us brothers. This is the language of a traitors, language of enemies, and Equatorians need to wise up and open their conscience to see the truth instead of trying to act as a sugar coaters as cowards, as he said, as chickens, because even chickens, they can fight. Unfortunately, um, for chicken, I've seen them; they can fight if they want to. But for being cowards is the worst. And there is a quote I wanted to say earlier. I think I mentioned it. It's in the Talmud. It's in the Hebrew uh, Bible. It says that it's let me just look at it back because I wrote it earlier. I was trying to, and I said it. It says that Talmud. Yeah, this it says like a father. For a father to teach his child a failure. I hope you guys listening to me. A father to teach his child a failure. He just need to teach his son how not to work, earn a living. And for me, I wanted to add this in a different way. I want to say that if for a father, those who are parents and fathers, to teach their child to be cowards, like, because I see the spirit of cowardness in some of our Equatorians, to teach them not to stand up for the truth, not stand up for what it is right. If they teach them that way, then they taught their children failure and their own destruction. Because I've seen like many. We have been in many countries. I've seen even people in Afghanistan. I've seen people in Iraq, even the Palestinians, and even we have read about the Irish and the Spaniards and all these people. If you look at them, those people, why people are so much. Sometimes they admire their history when you read about them, because they stand up for something. Even now in Ethiopia, you see how the Tigris and the Oromos and all these people, when they fight, when they believe in something, they fight for it. And so these guys, the thing that they have in common is they never give up for what they believe. It doesn't matter if you push them to hell itself, they will die for it. They will say, at least I went to hell because I had a principle that I'm going to hell, but I want to make sure my principle is being respected or being acknowledged. A man without a principle is nothing. Like I said again earlier, I put the mention of Malcolm X said, a man who stand for nothing will always fall for nothing. And for us Equatorian, it's time for us to really, you know, look at ourselves, begin to question ourselves internally. What Equatoria mean to us? Like my brother Robert here have spoken deep from his heart, and I admire his stand, because a man stand for something is better than standing. It doesn't have any ground to stand for and then just wanted to move left and right. Right now we're in a critical condition that there is no more. You call yourself, I'm neutral. Either you're in or out. Even Churchill said that to the people of Britain when he was a leader to Britain. This is a time to decide. And he even rebuked the American president because he was still undecided. So we have a lot of challenges facing us. But the greatest challenge that faces Equatoria is the decision of Equatorians. And those who have the power, they need to decide wisely and for the sake of protecting and preserving their own identity and history and their land. And we are here as a separatist, even though they demonize us, as we are emotional, as we are regionalist, as what they call us. And they forgot the same hypocrites. They forgot when we were in the one Sudan, they were the one who were advocating for separation because they have a specific interest, a specific agenda. They were using the oil as a collateral, and they were also manipulating Equatorian that we are all one people until we became a nation. Then you see what they did to us, and we are now living it. Maybe because of those who don't understand, they never been there in the ground. If they are, I know they talk to their families or friends, anyone in South Sudan, and ask what Equatorians are going through. I bet you they know that they're suffering, and yet they still don't want to decide when they're in diaspora. They always act like, I can't do this because I have. No, you have to make a decision. So I don't want to go far, but please take heed and listen to brother like Robert, like brother James, Mr. CJ, Miss Didi, and Uncle Silvio. All of them, they speak the facts, and from their heart and their conscience is awoken. That's why they are serious. We're not here for the sake of talk. We're here to advocate that Equatoria is time for us to come as one force, not to come with a hidden agenda, not to come with a specific agenda that I want to be popular, I want to be known, or I have to gain a position in somewhere, or and it is no competition here. This is about our life, our destiny. The people will decide once you rescue them. Tomorrow you will be known by them. If you want to be known or you don't, it's up to you. But Equatoria need you now, and this is the time for you to act, not the time to you to be in the middle, act like almost you don't know. You want to go and save the neighbor, a wife, instead of saving your wife. So I'll give a chance to Mr. Uncle Silvio, and then from there, if before that, anybody have a question? Because I think Brother Robert have articulated a lot good points. I don't know if anybody have a question to add, or Mr. Robert, if you have anything to add to. You forgot, yeah.
Let me say this, ethical, just within 1 minute to conclude, and maybe I need to go. I am so optimistic for coming back of Juba, of my Juba, of our Equatoria. An Equatoria where Mundre, Ye, Yambio were the basket of economical life. And Juba as a daily joyful city for all. The Juba that we need to walk, we were actually walking in 1970s as young boys freely without any intimidation. I conclude with this. Thank you.
Yeah, shukran, brother Robert. وخلينا نسلم ديدي وسي جي وجيميس وديسيوس وخرين اللي قاعدين يستمع علينا. حقيقة كده روبرت، قبل ما نمشي قدام مع توفيق، أنا أقدر نقول لك معلش، أنت رسلت الرسائل ودقيت التليفون، أنا ما قادر أرد لك، لكن برادر روبرت ده بالنسبة للسياسة ده حاجة بسيط، يعني أنا ما بيزعل من زول، وانا كده بسيط زي ما انت قلت، يعني ما في مشكله في السياسه اساسا. زول اللي بيسمع بيفهم السياسه عشان تكون ضد اخوك ولا هي حاجه. بالنسبه لي انا ده حاجه انا بنقولوه في منبر، سواء كان منبر الكترونيك ولا منبر العاديه في تراب نحن بنمشي فوقه، هي حاجه بينتهي هنا بيخلص هنا، ما في زول بيشيلوا دين ما زول. انا بيشكرك بروح بتاعك ده. يعني خلينا نبدا كده. روبرت قال حاجه مهم جدا جدا في كلمه بتاعه انا التوبيك، انه ما في داوت. انا دارنا اكلكم يعني كابناء بتاع جريدي خطوري، يعني انا بالذات انا بدم صوتي لبرادا روبرت على اساس انا ما بيكون عنده شك لابناء بتاع جريدي خطوري، كان في داخل ولا في الخارج. ده حاجه انا بيعرف تماما. لو جاسا صفر انت ما بتلقوا واحد إيكوتوريا بيتن around او بقلب ظهر لإيكوتوريين. ده حاجه يعني كلامنا نواصل ثقه في حاجه ده يعني. والدلائل يعني ابوهات بتاعنا في زمن تكوكورا كان بيصالوا انه يعني دايما يجيبوا مشكله لإيكوتوريين. باقي قبائل في بحر غزال وعلى النيل كان بيقولوا انه ما نحن يجيبوا مشكله في إيكوتوريا، حتى إيكوتوريا طلبوا بكوكورا. لكن ده كان جزء من ابناء بتاع دينجا. شوف كم ابو بتاعي هناك وقت ده رد قال شنو في 83، قال لي انتم امشوا كلكم، أنا في إيكوتوريا ما بنعرف كان ده دينجا ولا ما دينجا، كان تكون وصل في بحر غزال وعلى النيل امشي اقسموا انفسكم ونو دينجا ونو ما دينجا. ده كان رساله واضحه للناس اللي كان طلبوا، اللي كان هم في فكره بتاع كوكورا. جزء مننا او جزء منكم كان سكر أو جزء منكم هم مولودين. So ده رسالة واضح، ده رسالة على روبرت هذا الكلم قبل شوية إنه هو ما عنده داوت، وأنا بيضم صوتي لروبرت إنه ما في داوت في جريد إيكوتوريا. إيكوتوريا يوم من الأيام بتمشي في سلام. يبقى إذا كان توبيك بيقول إنه سياسة بيكون خطر للأبناء بتاع لجريد إيكوتوريا، أنا داير نقول إنه إذا كان سياسة ده خطر، داير عمل يعني جابوا لنا خطر أو داير يعمل لنا خطر في جريد إيكوتوريا، نحن بنقول لهم إنه السياسة بتاعنا بيكون خطر لجنوب السودان إذا إيكوتوريا ما روح في السلام الداعم، بيكون خطر عشان يستغر دولة في جنوب السودان. ده أقصي بتاع توفيق. يعني نحن لو ما مشينا في السلام بمعنى الدولة في جنوب السودان ده ما بيحلم باستقرار أبدا. ده تاريخ بيقولك أنت كإيكوتوري، ده تاريخ بيقولك. يبقى هنا ما في خوف طالما في تاريخ وفي إثباتات، بقى ما في خوف. وين الخوف عندنا هنا؟ السياسة في جنوب السودان بيجيب لنا خوف. في أخطاء عندنا في إيكوتوريا كتير، دي خلانا اليوم نحن في تعب، لأنه السياسة الأبوهات والأبوهات بتاعنا عملوا كما سياسة متينة كما قوي عشان يكتوا إيكوتوريا في بروتكشن، عشان يمسك يكون مسؤولين في أراضي في توريتوري بتاع إيكوتوريا مناسو كله. كان سياسة ده فلتانة شوية. يبقى الواجب اللي نحن دايرين نعمله ده، نحن دايرين يعني نشتغل شديد ضد هذا السياسة الجاي لنا في جريد إيكوتوريا، اللي نحن بنسميه خطر بالنسبة لنا. يبقى أبناء بتاع جريد إيكوتوريا اليوم وبنات بتاع جريد إيكوتوريا لابد نحن بنشتغل شديد عشان نسدوا هذا السياسة الخطرة الجاي يعوقنا في جريد إيكوتوريا. وين السياسة؟ وين السياسة الخطر ده؟ السياسة الخطر نحن شفناه في 83 زي ما أنا ذكرت إنه في ناس كان في وقت ده في زمام الأمور المسكوا زمام الأمور في جريد إيكوتوريا، وكثير ما بنلوم ناس كثير في جريد إيكوتوريا فيها بسيط. نحن بنعرف في قبائلنا أحملوا في جريد إيكوتوريا. ده الخطر في 83 الأفرو نحن جريد إيكوتوريا بنذكر الخطر ده حتى 2005 في إمداء توخي بتاع اتفاقية السلام الشامل. الخطر الثاني هو استفتاء 2011. نحن جريد إيكوتوريا في جزء مننا سألنا أنفسنا في جزء مننا سأل أنفسهم إنه هذا السياسة نحن ماشيين فوق في الاستفتاء ده ما بيبقى لنا جريمة. الأجوبة كانت طلع مختلفة. في جزء منه قالوا لا هنبقى كويسين في جنوب السودان. في جزء مننا من أبناء جريد إيكوتوريا بيقول يا أخي خلينا نمشي في الطريق ده. Let us go and vote and bring South Sudan out from Sudan الأم. Then if there is anything النبي يعمله نجي stand for that thing. لقد يوم الليلة ده خطر. Nobody remember that. Nobody stand for that. ياو انت بتشوف المناطق في جريد إيكوتوريا في مشكلة. يبقى نحن أبناء بتجريد إيكوتوريا، بنات بتجريد إيكوتوريا، سياسيين متعلمين مثقفين بتجريد إيكوتوريا، دكاترة بتجريد إيكوتوريا، رسالة يبقى واضح هنا إنه اللي انتوا قاعدين تشوفوا من 2013 لحد يومنا هذا ده خطر وأكثر من الخطر بالنسبة لجريد إيكوتوريا. إذا كان إسبيت بيننا كان واحد، نحن دايرين نزيدوا الإسبيت الصورة بتاعنا يكون 10 عشان نقدر نحميه، لأنه ده جاي فوق تقع بتاعنا نحن كنا متوقعينه في 2011. لكن في جوانب فيه أنا ما بينقروا، في جوانب من هذا الخطر أبنائنا إبن في السوشيال ميديا قدر يسدوا، والفي جوا أبنائنا قدر يسدوا، وده بأكد لنا إنه ما في داوت من إيكوتوري كان ده سفرتيس ولا ده شكل شنو، ما في داوت مننا. أنا بيشكر كل واحد الندى بالسفريشن بتجريد إيكوتوريا، لأنه الكلمة ده بدأ يهزوا ابن في الداخل في جنوب السودان، بدأ يهزوا كل جنوبين في جنوب السودان، لأنه فرصة بتاع سفريشن بتجريد إيكوتوريا واضح جا الشمس، إلا نحن نعيش بدون سلام في جنوب السودان. أنا بجيب هنا بدي فرصة لآخرين. شكرا.
Thank you. شكرا.
شكرا لارو. أنا كمان دارو شكريتا. سلامتك، إنت كيف؟
دارك كويس. على
Thank you guys. أنا بس another I think another welcome Kamis. Robert, thank you. Salam Taki. And Wani Salam Taki Kaman. Welcome. And Kamis, I hope you're doing okay. And I think you're the one next in line. Thank you and welcome. I'm just trying to refresh the room where Naganin Kalamo and S.Sudan Dangerous Politics against Equatoria and the Hidden Secrets. You know, Nalo, you know, we're just analyzing and having a discussion, debunking the things. حاجات you know أحداث اللي حصل كله وحاجات اللي نجي مرور ونجي go through حصلت نجاينو you know صعوبات اللي نجي go there and then yeah نجي analyze في الموضوع ده, so we kind of concluded it as a really very dangerous politics that has been played against Equatoria. Welcome and welcome everyone that is in here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Get this morning. Sorry. Yeah, just wanted to. What's that again? Sorry.
أنا قلت له أنا عملت mistake on the lines. I really deeply apologize.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
I just didn't follow up.
You didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't make any mistake. You're actually correct. I want to welcome Khamis and Wani, and yeah, the only thing I just want to say thank you, Uncle Silvio and Brother Robert, for what you said. It's true, and the reason there's one thing, and thank you for also refreshing the room, Miss Didi, so I can give a chance to Mr. Khamis and Wani. The thing you have to remind you guys, the dangerous politics against South Sudan, we have to take it serious. I mean, against Equatoria, sorry, we have to take it serious in a point where it's life and death. I appreciate Uncle Ladu also gave a message, and I agree on that point too. We can turn things into hell for South Sudan and let them know that right now, as Equatorian who are speaking for self-determination, let them not mock us. And I will give them as a warning, and I'll give this warning to all these who are trying to mock Equatorian nationalists. Okay, because this is a real warning, and I'm genuine on that. That just because people are always mocking us, you guys don't have soldiers in the ground it doesn't mean that we're not able to do whatever it takes to show that those who disrespect our people in the ground, that when we decide to go into force, that country is not going to be in the safest zone again. And this is not something we talk just for the sake of talk. I mean what I said, and we know exactly why we said that and why I say it right now. Uh, there is a lot of ways we're trying to avoid uh, blood, because blood is not a way that we want to continue. Because some people they thriving on blood of people and the skulls of people. They can step on them and build empires. And if this is the way how it goes, it goes. Because I want to remind them, Israel, when they became a nation, they came first peacefully. They just left Europe, went to Israel, start building their homes in places like kibbutz, those areas in the farm areas, kibbutz, and some other areas in I forgot the areas. I used to remember those places very well in detail, but maybe when I get our friend from Israel, which is going to be soon, he's going to tell us more about that. But they came as farmers, they came as just builders. They didn't look at themselves as they wanted to get into escalation and fight with the enemy. But what caused them to take arms is that the action of those others who do not respect their voices, their dignity, their existence. That's when Israel really decided, let's take over and control our destiny. And I see this is actually coming because there is no escape from it, because we see the insults, and add insult to injury, they are raping and continue to mass exploit our people, killing them and take our minerals from our land illegally, even poisoning the ground and poisoning our people in the future to come. Because those things that they're taking is going to cause a lot of cancerous disease later in the future. This is something 100% is going to happen. And we have puppets who have been used so they can facilitate the tribal regime to control us. But I promise you this, those people are pushing us to that level. And those who are laughing, let them laugh. And those who are pushing us, let them not regret when Equatorian nationalists become the most dangerous people in that country, more than you can think. And I'll leave it here for now. But I'll give a chance to Mr. Khamis. Go ahead, Mr. Khamis. You got 5 minutes. You can go ahead, put your input, your thoughts, and thank you.
Yeah, yeah. شكرا ديدي و سي جي واحمد وروبرت وكولادو وواني واخوة تحت. يس شكرا ديدي. تا حاولت انه يعني توضحه، لان لو انت ما وضحت يعني واحد ممكن بيقرب ويقول South Sudanese dangerous politics against Equatoria. أو أنا ما أعرف لو أنا بخد إنه مثلا يعني South Sudanese politics dangerous against Equatoria. المهم كل طريق بدي لروما. وفعلا يعني إذا إحنا عارفين إنه سياسة جنوب السودان خطر ضد الاستوائيين، وفي بعض الخفايا أو hidden agendas. الحمد لله إنه الكتاب بتاع كارل بيجر وضح كل الحاجات واضح. قال لك إذا أنت عرفت مرضك من الساحل بعد أنت بتقدر تلقى علاج. وأنا أكيد إحنا كلنا كاستوائيين يعني عرفنا كل الخطورة والخفايات الموجودة، ما محتاج شرح وكلنا عارفين. كان في جديد كمان بكون كويس. ما دام إحنا عارفين يعني الخطورة بتاعه والخفايات الأجندة بتاعه hidden agendas، وإحنا حاسة بقينا في مرحلة إحنا عايزين العلاج. لأن المرحلة الناس وصلنا فيه ده إحنا بقينا بنبحث عن العلاج. فالعلاج يعني بدي بكل الطرق زي ما إحنا عارفين. يعني في طريق ما كان مثلا تمشي بشمال افريقيا، في طريق بتمشي بجنوب افريقيا، في نحن بنوصل في النص بتاع جنوب السودان. والهدف بتاعنا جوانا بنوصل لإكواتوريا، حاولت إكواتوريا بتاعنا ده. فالناس اللي بيمشوا بطريق شمال السودان والناس اللي بيمشوا بجنوب السودان يعني كلنا بنوصل للهدف. شيء نمرة 2، الحمد لله كلنا اتفقنا حاليا في الوقت الحالي يعني احنا بقينا في وضع كيف الحكومة دي يعني إحنا عايزين كيف إحنا بنقدر نصل لحق بتاعنا كاستوائيين. يعني زي ما عرفنا إنه يعني التاجت إنه في إكواتوريا كلنا we agree كل ال different affiliation الموجودة. فهنا من نتوحد كيف إنه إحنا نطلع الحكومة دي كان بطريقة دبلوماسية ولا كان بطريقة السلاح، لأن كلنا حصل في نقلنا شاكل من أجل السيلف ديفense. فدي حاجة اللي كان كلنا في المرحلة دي كده إحنا كيف إحنا نوحد أنفسنا دي عشان إحنا كيف نصل كلنا كإكواتوريا عشان بنقدر يعني نساعد إخواننا ده إخواننا الاستوائيين تحت عشان كيف نطلع يعني الوضع اللي هم فيه. ما في داعي إنه إحنا يعني لسه بنرجع تاني نفتح مثلا الجروحات تخوين الآخرين في بعض الاستوائيين إخوانا. فبس دي الحاجة اللي أنا حبيت إنه يعني لأن الأخ أتيك قال كلام هنا شوية يا أخي في بعض الاستواء في بعض الناس شوفنا دي ما بيساعدنا. بس أنا بس عايز أقول لكن إحنا خليه بعدين للمرحلة صراحة كلنا مجروحين، كلنا مجروحين، كلنا كإكواتوريان. إحنا لازم بس نطلع الحكومة دي بأي وسيلة، لأننا لما هسه بنجي في العنوان اللي خطيته، لكن لما أنت أو ما قاصد وأنت بتجدع كلمة التخوين بعد الأسبوعين، هو أنا بقى واحد بس لنفسه مين الخاين فينا؟ أنا في النص يا جماعة. فإحنا كلنا بنؤمن إنه الانفصال وأصله حيكون الخيار الوحيد في وضع بتاعنا ده. لكن برضه بس إحنا ما نحاول إنه شنو يعني نجرح بعض. لو في أي سؤال اتفضل. أنت قلت أني بس 5 دقيقة، كان في أي سؤال اتفضل أسأله.
Yes, hold on. نعم. Wow. Khamis, Uncle Khamis, thank you for saying. You know, أنا كان اتكلمت مثلا عن الجروح، أنا أكون واقعي. لما أنا أقول الخيانة اللي قد يحصل هسه وإن شعبنا مرمي تحت وإحنا لسه دين نجي نلعب مع العدو. يعني هم زي دبيبة دقة أخوك وتجي تقول لا ده تشد دبيبة ده تنقذه تاخده في مكان تاني. ده المقصد بتاعي. أنا ما قاصد شخصية معينة، لكن كل ما أنا بشوف في تراجع من تكلم عن حقوقنا كأبناء استوائية، بمعنى إحنا رافضين نقيف مع المظلومين بتاعنا، وده ذاته بنفسه خيانة للمسكين التحت. كان هسه الزول التحت ده قاعد يخد أمله فوقك، معناته هو أصلا حيموت جعان حيموت تعبان وما عنده فرصة، وإنت كده خنته. مع الخيانة ما معناته لازم يكون لك ضمير سيء، يعني ضمير يعني ما عنده أي حب للإنسانية وكده. مرات في ناس ضمائرهم ما بيستوعب حقائق لأنه ما قاعد يشوف حاجة ده مهم، مع إنه أخوه هنا قاعد يقول يا أخوي أنقذني، انا ريلي في حاله صعبه. يعني مثلا ندي مثل، في واحد بيكون في ظروف وبطال، هو محتاج مساعده ودن انت هنا بتقول اوكي يا او سي انا ما عندي، يلا هو بيكون هنا في حاله ممكن ده من وينه حي مثلا مستشفى وبدل علاج، فلو ما قدرت تنقذه when he die are you gonna say أنا good guy I was trying to help لكن أنا بس أهملته تعمل excuses، ولا ده بيعتبر أنت خنت الفرصة أو خنت يعني خنت صاحبك أو أخوك اللي كان محتاج لك وتوريه أنت فعلا معه. فده بس just تعبير يعني don't take it into that personal way يعني إنه كلمة بتاعي جارح. اللي بيجرحني لما نشوف أخواننا بيذبحون بيغتصبون، واحنا لسه عايزين نتكلم عن فرص كيف نقدر نحن نوحد ونقدر نكب النظام. الناس اللي بيقدر يغير النظام اليوم هم الدينكا بانفسهم. اذا هم بيقدروا يتنازعوا مع بعض وبيقدروا يمشوا برا ويتكلموا قضاياهم للعالم بكل وضوح، حتى ممثلينهم كلهم موجودين برا، حتى التاريخ بيقدر هم يكتبوا تاريخ خلاص قاعدين يكتبوا طبعا التاريخ ذاته حقيقي، تاريخ كله فوقه تزوير، لانه حاجات اللي هسه قاعد يتكتب ده قاعد يدمرنا اكثر، لانه هم اليوم هم اصحاب القلم والسلطه، يعني قاعدين يلعبوا في راسنا واحنا هنا قاعدين نمضي لهم ورقه، وعندنا قاده اللي هن ما قاعدين ندينهم، لما يعملوا خطا احنا قاعدين نجاملهم. كان احنا عندنا قاده قاعدين نجاملهم، ما احنا عابدين او عبيد بتاع القاده ديل، لان احنا ما احرار، لانه العبد دائما بيشوف زول اكبر منه بيقول له سيده، يعني على ماسك كبر العمر، لكن على اساس انه الشخصيه ده هو عنده مكان ونفوذ، خلاص انا ما بقدر اناقضه، كان ناقضته انا بكون كده ما بعرف، انا بكون غلطته وانا بكون ما محترم. لا، ربنا خلقنا في الدنيا دي احنا كلنا خطاة، كل زول عنده غلط بتاعه، but it's better to learn from a mistake. حتى لو احنا غلطانين في النقد هو ينقدنا يقول لا انتوا ما فاهمين انا قاصد شنو، كده احنا بنقدر نتفاهم. لكن لما نحن نشوف في سكوت من جهه اخر على اساس انه القضيه ده ما مهم اكثر من قضيه احنا كلنا جنوبيين، دي كده خيانه للشعب الاستوائي. ده بس كلامي في محل ده، لكن ده ما حاجه قصدا على اساس انا قد نتهم شخصيتك انت خائن، او انت ما عندك احساس، او انت ما انسان يعني عندك الثقه. لا لا، ما كده، لانه احنا اليوم قلنا نصارع اراء، والاراء اللي هسه في استوائيه بتاعنا في اراء ما بتام، ده اراء جاي من العدو، العدو قاعد يلعب سياسات. عشان كده خطينا التوبيك a dangerous political game against، يعني قلنا the danger the South Sudan dangerous politics against Equatoria. في سياسات خفيه احنا بس بقينا تبعين، ما قلنا لا، ما قلنا ندرس، ما قلنا نحلل السياسات الناس قاعدين يجيبوا لنا ده شنو، بس بنخم السياسه دي زي شنو بيقولوا كراكه قاعد يشيل تراب، يعني كان ده التعبير صحيح، يعني احنا بنشيله بس لما بنقول ده بتاعنا خلاص احنا كلنا في نفس المشكله. لا، these people have a plan، عندهم اجنده. الحركه الشعبيه كان عنده اجنده لصالح الدين، واليوم هم نفذوها لما يكونوا في السلطه، أنا اديناهم الفرصه يكونوا في السلطه. هل ده نجي نعيد نفس الكره؟ ايونا من جا كمان استغلانا، هسه هم رجعوا جوا واحنا طنشونا. استوائيين قالوا فدراليه غنينا من يوم القيامه جزاته فدراليه ما بيدبقوا بورا الناس ديل، لانه الناس ديل ورونا وات ار ذي بلانينج، عندهم اجنده واجنداتهم كله قبلي. فجنوب السودان اللي نتكلم عنه ده رؤيه وهميه زي الرؤيه بتاع السودان الجديد اللي كان جون كارن بيدعوه، لانه اليوم جنوب السودان موجود على اساس قبيله او قبيلتين او قبائل معينه هم اللي بيدعوا هم الاغلبيه، واستوائيه هم الاقليه في وسط المجموعات ده كله، وفي نفس الوقت هم عاوزين يستوطنوا في استوائيه ويحتلوا اراضينا. عشان كده انا قاعد نقول لازم ننتبه من مخططات السياسيه اللي هنا فوقنا، ولو انتم سياسيين فكروا كسياسيين، حللوا كسياسيين، واتكلموا كسياسيين، ما تتكلموا كمجاملين واصدقاء، لانه السياسه ما فوق صداقه، السياسه ما فوق مجامله، والشعب بتاعنا محتاج اكثر للسياسيين اللي بيقيف لحقهم، لانه السياسي هو بينفذ مشاريع، والمشاريع دي للشعب، ما تكون تنفذ مشروع بتاعكم براكم على اساس انا المشروع بتاعي، يعني في سياسيين طبعا بيلعبوا دور تحت. فانا ما عاوز ادي شرح كثير، لكن انت فهمت الكلام تاعي، واعذرني لو انت اخذته بطريقه ثانيه، but I'm not against you or against anyone, but I'm against what is being played around us، واحنا قاعدين نطنش او احنا ما منتبهين. فبليز let's be careful of what's going on. Thank you. If anyone, I think CJ عندك سؤال كان تسأل روبرت. Mr. CJ? Hello? آه آم، كانت تسمعني سي؟ Hello, Didi, are you there? خميس قاعد تسمعني؟ مستر سي جي يا جماعة انتوا قاعد تسمعني ولا شو صاير في الانترنت ده كمان؟ ما في زول unmute themselves هنا أنا ما شايف. Oh God, I think I have technical issues يا جماعة. Hello, Didi, can you unmute yourself, or Mr. CJ, Mr. James, Mr. Robert? Somebody can tell me I'm with you. You follow me, Mr. Khamis, Mr. Wani. Let me get back again, guys. All right.
المحكمة دي يا جماعة، ما الجماعة دي أساسا هم خايفين من مديرة المحكمة. لما مثلا الناس اللي بيقولوا مثلا صوما ده يقولوا يا أخي هم عايزين مثلا the root causes you know to be addressed، هم ما بقبلوا. اوكي، هم عايزين ناس بس اللي يقولوا خلاص خلاص احنا ماشيين للصلاة واحنا حنرقى لكم وحنمشي لكم في جوبا، ده حاجة اللي هم عايزينه. لكن اي زول اللي بيتكلم عن اساس المشكلة هم ما بقبلوا. فده ناس لهم جذور في جنوب السودان بحاجة اسمه SPLM ده، ودي اساسا سرطان بتاعتنا في جنوب السودان. اذا كان ما قادرنا مثلا نحل مشكله بتاع السرطان في جنوب السودان ده زي ما يسمي مثلا SPLM ده، ما في حاجه بتحل في جنوب السودان. وانا اساسا انا يعني I'm so proud you know to be a separatist. I do understand. في ناس بيقولوا يا اخي why do you announce yourself like that? Well, I do announce myself like that because there are some politicians where when they actually bankrupt, you know, when they are running out of arguments, they will say, you know, yeah, in the end, we will all be separatists. والانفصاليين من إكواتوريا لهم حق. اوكي، معناها شنو يعني؟ معناها انه يعني my own views, you know, are very solid. That's what I talked about before. So to me, Equatoria that I'm looking to is the Equatoria that we all dreamed about. Whether you're dreaming about it now or tomorrow, but Equatoria remains as Equatoria. Equatoria that we all knew. A peaceful Equatoria. Equatoria that will pull people together. That's the Equatoria I wanted to say. So thank you. Although I'm not actually, I'm somehow actually satisfied, you know, with your answers. But good luck for your views. Thank you.
أخذت إحنا
I think
اتفقنا
it
كويس.
is my term ولا لسه؟
اتفقنا معك يعني. طيب أنا بس عايز أسألك سؤال. طيب إذا إنه طبعا الحكومة دي طبعا مستحيل على حسب نظرتك، يعني أنت بيشوف يعني الانفصال هو الخيار الوحيد طوالي؟
This is funny. Come on, man. Hold on. Oh,
I
geez.
say it is my term or Lisa. Kamis, can you hold that question, please?
Hello, guys. كنت تسمعوني واضح؟ اوكي، انا عندي مشكله. انا قبل شويه قاعد اتكلم ترى ما سمعتوا اي شيء انا قلته. I was trying to answer خميس.
No one heard you.
I swear I think the Facebook people heard me but not you guys. But anyway, خميس اقول خميس again. I want to say one thing. انا بديك اقول واني. I know you are patient. Thank you. بس let me answer خميس quickly. انفصال هو الافضل خيار، ما في تاني منه. كانت دقيت سما الارض. I'm telling you, Equatorians will never get anywhere only when they become their own nation. Because إحنا بنقدر نعيش ونبني بعضنا، لكن في وسط جنوب السودان مستحيل مستحيل، لانه في صراعات قديمه والناس ديل ماشيين على طار، والعقليه السياسيه بتاعهم فوق مكر، فوق مكايد، مستحيل نمشي لقدام. ده حاجه واضح. زي يوم ده انا قلت لادو دقس مشى جبل، قام لقى دبيبه هناك، دبيبه شاله في كتاف في جيبه، لما نزل تحت دبيبه جا دقاه، قال له دقتني، ما قلتش انا قلت لك انا دبيبه. That's what it is. الحاجه ده واضح كده، ده كله مكشوف. So take it like it is my brothers. إيكاتوريا بقى في حان الوقت لكي يقرر مصيره. ده ما وقت تاني عشان نتلاعب. إذا إحنا طلعنا من شمالين والشمالين خلونا نعيش في وسطهم، نبني بيوت، ناس سكنوا، لما جس جنوب السودان ينفصل، ناس باعوا بيوت ده في النهاية، هسه ناس رجعوا تاني. ده من ريجريت. اللي عندهم حكمة قال لا لا، ما عندهم ثقة في حركة الشعبية، لأنه ما عارفين المخططات وهم قاعدوا. لكن اللي رجعوا عشوائي عليهم هم قاعدين يعيشوا على ريجريت. عشان كده احنا استوينا لما نطالب انفصالنا، ان هسه قاعدين ندي توعيه. لما الانفصال ده حتى بنجي نتكلم انفصال ده انه هيكون كيف الدوله، احنا عارفين وعندنا الثقه الكامل انه الدوله استوائيه is better than being part of South Sudan، لان ما بنمشي قدام كاننا قاعدين في جنوب السودان. ده كلام واضح. I know it's sad and hard but let us be honest with ourselves. This is the only way. لازم ما نخاف ولا نخبط around the bush، خلينا نكون واضحين. So thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Is Khamis. The doctor respond and I'll give you a chance later. But let's give Uncle Wani first a chance. And then from there, I'll give you a chance. Is that good? Go ahead, Mr. Uncle Wani. Wow. Uh-oh.
Etika. Money? Sorry, that was money? Hello?
Yes. Brother Wani?
Aye.
Brother Robert probably I was the answer, you know.
لا انا كان قاعد اقول شنو، انا قلت وهاني خليك كمل يلا، لانه انا قاعد نقول انتوا قاعد تسمعوني، لان قبلك انقطعت، انا قاعد اتكلم وشايف كل الناس سمتانين، ترى حاجه عندي مشكله في النتورك. So go ahead and then نرجع لاسئله اذا روبرت عاوز answer something or he says something or Mr. خميس you know. So اتفضل انكل واني.
اي شكرا تكون سديد. انا هسه ما دقي ونس مع ناس في هسه ونس معي هسه قبل ساعتين ونس مع مرت ايو والناس كله everybody over there. But for me I suggest that we need a lock meeting. I know there are a lot of things جماعة ده هنا في حاجات كتير I don't want to talk about it لأنه هم شيمو حاجات كنده كتير. I don't want to mention about it. أنا بقول لكم إنه opinion a lock meeting it is good. That lock meeting I suggest that bring Kemis and then the dominate over there يكون معنا بعدين Silvio, because we have a lot of everything. Support حاجات كنده لكن I don't want to say that support لأنه كنا مرسو لا كنا أنكر واني كنا أعلى. Okay, but أنا كنت كان there يعني if you have a lock meeting لأنه يا ده هم قال لك we need a long meeting to talk to you. So أنا بتوقع لا okay give me time. هم بيقولوا أنا مبارا ولا مبارا ما ده كله. Me I don't have right to talk to you guys in this phase. لأنه ليه إنت بيجات على فوق وأنا كده. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just say this quickly. Robert, Mr. Robert.
Robert, and then Uncle Edo, and Kemis, and then James,
and then Didi, and then there's some people over there down there. The people I don't know because they can like in Monterrey, Dominic, the one included. Finance, I mean finance. Not too much. Tomorrow today, I just not come on bus. So Rana Bologa Jere Besura. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Wani. I will definitely take this. Yeah, no problem. We're always ready. If there is you want us to be in those things, say no more. We got your message. You will have to kind of work together on making this thing happen. But yeah, so I'll give anybody who have a question or answer they want to. You go ahead. I think can Robert and Hamis going to want to interject, or Mr. CJ or James or Uncle or Didi. Any one of you now can just feel free to speak what they want to say. Thank you.
Say something. I think he should say.
I had wanted actually to answer the question of my brother Hamis, but of course, at the old age, it seems like that question actually skipped from my mind. Maybe he can repeat it briefly because so that I answer.
Yeah, I thought that.
But hey, don't forget my daughter going to be over there in that list. BT يكون هناك. Okay, thank you.
يا
شكرا واني. Thank you so much.
Okay.
يا خلينا ناخذ فرصة لأنه زمن بداية انتهت. كلمتين يعني خليني أذكركم قبل ما نمشي، نشكركم ونشكر الناس اللي تحت هناك زملاء معنا في استديو. يعني كلام بتاع خميس إنه بيسأل إنه ده آخر قرار، يعني بيسأل سقراطيس إنه ده آخر قرار. يا خميس نحن بنقول إنه ده آخر قرار. نعم، يعني إيكواتوريا نحن إيكواتوريين نحن متقسمين، لكن أكيد نحن ما بنقسموا أنفسنا في إيكواتوريا. ده حاجة واحد متأكد فيه، وأكدوا روبرت جيبيري يتأكدوا فيه، ويتأكدوا أنا يتأكدوا فيه، ممكن أنتوا كله يتأكدوا فيه. التضامن بتاعنا مع خريطة تغيير إيكواتوريا، يعني نحن مضمنين فيه كله. يبقى نحن ليه السفراتيز بيقول يا أخي ده آخر قرار؟ ما حاجة ده معروف. إذا كان مثلا أنتم جايين مثلا نزل الحكومة ده أو السياسة بتاعهم ده، لو كان جاي ما ضدنا، كان بيكون سياسة ده مطبقة في ولاية تنين ده بطريقة اللي يطبقوه في جريد إيكواتوريا. نحن شعرنا إنه القاعد يمشي في جريد إيكواتوريا ده خطر لوجود بتاع طفل في جريد إيكواتوريا لمدة مليون سنة. خطر عشان أنقذوا طفل نحن بنتكلم مثلا، نحن بنتكلم لطفل جانا في تجريد إيكواتوريا لمدة مليون سنة القول ده، لأنه ده أرض ربنا وداه، ما في أرض تاني، ما في أرض تاني. ما ممكن أنا وإنت وكلنا هنا نخلي طفل ده في استثمار في سوق الأبي. ده حرام علينا. لابد إنه ندفع الثمن ونحدد انفصال في تجريد إيكواتوريا حتى بقلبنا إذن كان فضل جندي واحد بدهم يسلموا الأرض. ده آخر كلام، ما في راجع فيه، لأنه نحن ما سويناه، نحن ما بدينا، مشينا في الحرب، مشينا في استفتاء، وآخر حاجة يقتلونا في محلات بتاعنا. ما فضل شيء، وما فيه شيء فينا نعمل أكثر من ده اللي عملناه في تمرد، في استفتاء، في استقبال في جريد إيكواتوريا في عاصمة جنوب السودان. ده ما في ده فوق طاقة في دانا، فوق طاقة. إذا كان في عدالة في الدنيا، ده الأفرض نحن نمشي طوالي، نمشي بقرارنا، نمشي إنه نقرر دارين نمشي كدولة، كان نمشي نقتل بعض ولا ما بنقدر بعض، المهم كلنا نمشي هنا. فأنا ما بتول عليكم، أنا بجدد تحية، شكرا عليكم. النضال بيستمر أخواني في جريد إيكواتوريا، إخواتي في جريد إيكواتوريا، النضال بيستمر لحد جريد إيكواتوريا تقطع نفسه. شكرا.
يا شكرا شديد لكلمات كله. شكرا واني ان شكرا لدو لإجابة الجواب، وخميس برضو اتأديت رأي تاكي. أنا ما أعرف إنت كان أنت لسه في كلام تقدر ولا
في مستر روبرت
آه،
كده نتكلم.
دي المشكلة إنه يعني إنه كلنا متفقين، لكن المشكلة إنه يعني سبب أنا جيت فوق ده يعني ما في زول قطر بتاعكم واقف. في ناس ما عايزين نركب القطر ده حسه ده، وممكن منتظر حيركب القطر ده يعني في الدور الثاني لما القطر ده يرجع. المشكلة إنه الناس اللي ما عايزين نركب القطر حسه ده بيشوف كأنه الناس ده يعني عقبة عشان إن القطر يتحرك. فبقى المشكلة يعني زي ما إنه إتيكا يعني بقى إنه يعني برمي يعني الضمير. بسبب أنا جيت قلت إن يا أخي يعني في بعض الاستوائيين إخوان يعني جابانين وحاجة بالشكل ده. فأنا جينا أنا جاي أساسا جاي بارتيسيبيت في أسماء ده في توبيك، وزي ما أنا وضحت قلت لك أصل الخطر كلنا عرفنا، وإحنا حسنا كلنا متفقين إنه أول حاجة إحنا عايزين كيف نحرر أخواننا التحت ده، أخواننا الاستوائيين التحت ده. كان حررناه بالتضامن، ولا كأننا حررنا منفردين انتوا بحارب بطريقة تاكل عشان نحرر جماعة. بعد ده السؤال اللي بيجي نفسه تو انه شنو؟ بعد ده انه شنو؟ بنشوف اما ركبنا القطر بتاع الوحده اللي بتاع بتاع الانفصال ده، وصل ده القطر الوحيد. وزي ما انا وضحت لكم قبل، وصل مستحيل حكومه ده يعني بيوافق انه تقديم جماعه للمحاكمه، ده مستحيل واصله ده ما حينجح. بمعنى القطر ده حنركب، لكن انه شنو؟ احنا في وقت الحاليا ده ما نحاول انه شنو نطعن بعضنا. ده بس نقطه تاي بس، لان انا جاي اساسا عشان اشارك معكم في العنوان اللي انتم خدتوه، لكن من انه انا جاي اشارككم انتم بتطعني في رايه بتاعي. فانا نبهت بس انه يا اخي ما في داعي شنو للتخوين بعدنا البعد كاستوائيين. كلنا فوكس قدامنا ماشيين في شنو قدامنا. ده بس نقطه بس. مساله انه يعني الانفصال ده ليه سبب انا قلت يعني الانفصال ده على وجهه نظري هي المرحله الثانيه اللي انا بعرف متى انا حاركه. مو زي انت لما تحصل خطا في الاداره ما ممكن تولي تفصل الاسماء ده الموسم. ما في اول حاجه في الانذار، في الانذار الخطي، بعدين لو انه موافق لما انت جاي تفصله بناء على انه شنو في جواب الانذار رسمي. دي نفس العمليه. انه في نظريتي ومن ناحيه تحليل وضع قانوني في قانون الدولي، الانفصال ده عايز كلنا متضامنين كاستوائيين ككتله واحد، لان تقرير الانفصال برجع لكل ابناء الاستوائيين كلها بالاجماع. زي ما احنا لما صوتنا دخلنا في الانفصال بيتحقق المصير في دوله جنوب السودان، احنا اوريدي عملنا استائيه 99% او 100% الجنوبيين المصريين انفصلوا. دخلنا في الانفصال بصيغه تام وفعلا حق.
خليني اغلطك هنا يا ابو خميس. هذا الكلام ده ما صحيح. الكلام ده ما صحيح. انا بغلطك في الكلام ده. الجنوبيين ما كله كان مؤمنين بالانفصال ده. let me tell you ده كان برنامج الحركه الشعبيه لما عمل اتفاقيه واوروبيين كان فوقه. الموضوع ده كان كله مشروط بترول. اوكي. جنوب السودان وقت ده let me remind you انا كنت متابعين قضيه ده. انا من واحد من الناس كنت معارض فكره انفصال الجنوبيين من شمال، لاننا عارفين انه في خطه جاي من خلال الحركه الشعبيه، لانه هم جايين يدومينيت ذيس كانتري از قبيله دينكا. لكن في ناس جاملوا قال لا دينكا ديل ايزي. ايكاتوريان بنفسهم قالوا الكلام ده. فعليك لا. وبعدين ما في احصائيات. اوكي. معظم الناس شالون بس اوكي، ناس قاعدين في مخيمات، ناس قاعدين ما معروفين وين. حتى الناس اللي صوتوا يعني كان في احصائيات، كان كل زول الجنوبي اللي صوت كان عنده جنسيه. في ناس صوتوا بدون اوراق، بدون اوراق ثبوتيه انه هم هناك. دول كله عندهم different nationality اللي قاعدين في اوروبا، قاعدين في الميدل ايست whatever like. خلينا نكونوا واقعيين في الكلام ده. الانفصال ده كان مخطط جاي من برا ومن برنامج مشروع جاهز، لكن هسه الدور بتاع الاستوائيه اللي جاي ينفصل ده هيكون مشروع الشعب الاستوائي، ما مشروع اي نظام ولا مشروع اي اوروبي جاي يدخل فوقه. That's what I just want to say. Go ahead.
انت ما فهمت قصدي. انا مش قاصد في الاجراءات الانفصال، انا قاصد انه شنو يعني نية القرار ده بتاع الانفصال لما الجنوبيين مشى للانفصال ده، انه اصله الجنوبيين خلاص كلهم اقتنعوا انه احنا ماشيين للانفصال. كان هو من برا ومن جوا كل الجنوبيين مقتنعين. يعني انت بتضمن، يعني انت ماشي في زي لما انت ماشي تلعب مباراه وانت ضامن انه انت هتفوز 99%. فانه دي سبب انه تحقيق الانفصال ده، انه لازم يكون الجنوبيين يكون الاغلبيه كلهم موافقين وصوتوا للانفصال زي ما صوتوا. فعشان انه نضمن، عشان انه نقول وصل حق غير المصير بتاعنا الانفصال في الاستوائيه، كلنا متفقين اصله احنا كلنا حنمشي في الاسماء في حق غير المصير بتاع الانفصال. فاحنا لما يجي وقته حصل ويتو خطيتوا صناديق، لا حنسوي كلها للانفصال، ما في زول ما حيبقوا. كان وحدوي كلها زي انفصال ذاته.
Uncle Khamis, again, I'm sorry I have to stop you there. ما في حاجة اسمه كورين جوا كورين برا. يا كورينا كله جوا يا برا، لأنه أنت كان حتى في قطر صوتك تقول ده ما كورينك بيقطعوا برا بحاجة تانية صح؟ So either you're in حتى في أسانسير، أوكي؟ ولا كيف؟ أنت كان ركبت أسانسير ما كورينك بيقطعك أنت ده تاخده برا وتاني جوا. You have to get either in or out. Sorry, go ahead, brother Robert.
No, let him speak. Please give him chance to speak. We just wanted to have a very constructive, debate.
Yeah.
With Brad. Khamis, please go.
Yes, so let's agree and then also let's disagree, like and then but
شكرا روبرت. ما هو مش لما انه
واحد خميس سوري
ما احنا لما الناس بيفتح الحوار لازم كلنا نستفيد. لكن لما انه مثلا انت بتشوف وجهه نظر الانسان الثاني كانه مدد وانت بتخلي الانسان ما بيقدر يواصل معك الحوار، حتى انه شنو يعني بيحاول انه يتخوف. كلنا متفقين. يعني انا عايز اقول انه انتوا استمروا. يوم انه الناس انتوا بتخطوا الصندوق بتاع الانفصال، كلنا حنسوي للانفصال دي. كذلك انه احنا الوحدويين اذا حققنا، ما في شيء مستحيل في الدنيا. الدولة دي ما في شيء مستحيل في الدنيا. ممكن احنا بنجيب السلام الشامل والدائم اللي بترضى كل المطالب بتاعكم اللي انتوا عايزينه، وبيتمن لكم كل حقوقكم اللي انتوا عايزينه في ظل دولة موحدة. لأن سؤال البطل نفسه، انت لما نقول له مثلا احنا لما نمشي في الانفصال وإن كلنا ما اتفقنا كإجماع، هنا حتى المجتمع الدولي إذا إنه استوائيين ما يتفقوا كله في قرار الانفصال، يعني زي انت داخل الامتحان وانت ما عارف هل انت قريت انه فعلا انت هتنجح ولا ما هتنجح. يعني انت بتغامر وانت بتفوت الفرصه بتاعتك. عشان كده هو فاهم مساله انه كل فضل اقل من شهر شهرين بس لما انه الحكومه والمعارضه دي وصل لقرار مقفول خلاص انه فشلنا خلاص، تعالوا شوفوا قرار السواقين بتاع تحالف سوما وكلنا سوما حيعمل شنو؟ ما كل واحد حيرجع بعدين حيركب شجره بتاع ما انتوا براها حيطالب الانفصال. ناس ناس في مجموعه ناس وين مطالبين بالانفصال، في نشول بينهم مطالبين بالانفصال. بعدين ذاته كل واحد بعدين حيرجع في بيته حيركب القطر الوحيد ده. فالسبب انه انتوا بس انه شنو؟ خلوا لنا فرصه بتاعنا دي وانتوا واصلوا وما في ده نقطع في بعضنا. دي بس حاجه اللي انا بس بيقول. لكن انه ما في انه مثلا زي مثلا اتيجي بقول لك يعني كانوا لنا السبب انه بنعطل القطر ده ما يمشي، ونحن ما بنقول كمان انتوا بعطل قطرنا ما يمشي. اهم حاجه اللي قدامنا حسه ده احنا من المفترض يعني نشوف كيف انه نحارب عشان انه كيف نطلع البهايم ده من مناطق الحسن يا ما قاعدين نعزم مواطنين دول. او دي الاولويه الحسنه. خلينا اول حاجه كيف نشوف مشكله بتاع ناس المجرمين في الماضي، ناس المجرمين كل الحاجات كده. اول حاجه نشوف المشكله كلنا كان الانفصاليين كان الوحدويين. دي ما وقت حسن احنا بنجادل في مساله الوحده والانفصال. حتى حسن احنا حاليا اصلا نسينا ذات المشكله بتاع.
excuse me sorry I have to cut. خليني اقاطعك هنا دقيقه لان انت عندك 1 minute. بدنا نقدر نقول لك حاجه. I think انت got out of the topic on that point. sorry مستر خميس، لان الموضوع ما مجادله. احنا الموضوع بتاعنا كلامنا واضح. مخططات السياسيه ضد الاستوائيه. ما تكلمنا عن انتوا اخذتوه بحساسيه طريقه انا ما اعرف. I don't know you guys بكل احترامي لكم هل انتوا قاعدين تفهموا قضيتنا؟ قاعدين نتكلم في شنو؟ انا قاعد نقول في سياسات ضد الاستوائيه. انتوا كمان مش شايفين حاجه ده معناته الله يساعد السياسيين بتاع الاستوائيه في جنوب السودان. لانه حاجه ده واضح يا جماعه. العدو بتاعنا قاعد يلعب سياسه ضدنا، بيستخدموا كل الوسائل بتاع disinformation misinformation سيكولوجيه بتاع استوائيين. ما كان احنا نكون واضحين هنا. الموضوع ما قلنا يا اخي احنا اتاك يو ولا كده. ده انا شايف كانه ده diversion from the topic and we were not talking about attack. بس انا قلت كلام انتوا حسيتوا به حساسيه. ده ما موضوع انا كلمت عنه. انا قلت الخيانه لما انت تخلي زول تاني اخوك بيقول لك انقذني تيجي تقول لا انا ماشي اساعد الجيران وده اخوك دمك ولحمك. هم هناك في على النيل بحر غزال هم بيشوفوا بعضهم كعائله. ليه احنا ما بننتبه لنفسنا؟ واي ار وي سكيرد؟ احنا كده قاعدين نوري شخصيه جبن، شخصيه خيانه لبعضنا. عشان كده هسه اليوم استوائيه مهدد. احنا ما عشان كده في حاجات we have to look at it in a bigger picture. خلينا ما ناخذ بحساسيه بتاع انه زول ده اهاننا لان احنا وحدويين. انا ما اهنتكم، انا قلت الحقيقه هنا. وخلي الشعب الاستوائي يجادج يو جايز. ما انا كان انا غلطان then I'm sorry but I have to stop there. But go ahead put your 1 minute. Thank you.
Can I get in?
ما do 1 minute
Yeah,
بتاع
yeah,
جماعه.
please.
No خليه finish his 1 minute please. Yeah.
Okay, can I respond to my brother Khamis?
Yes please go ahead. Yes.
My brother Khamis, this is me Robert here again. I think there's a song by Judy Butcher that said, you cannot be in two places at the same time. That is actually contradictory. So last month, specifically on January 2nd, it was you, Brother Khamis, in one of the shows who said separation cannot happen. Separation of Equatoria cannot happen because the people advocating for separation أول انفصالين هم أساسا ما فهموا القوانين اللي مثلا بدي لانفصال. وأنت اتكلمت مثلا عن موضوع الأمم المتحدة. okay they can نفس الإنسان ده يا أخوي يا خميس. أنت بتقول يا جماعة القطر ده في نهاية المطاف إحنا كلنا حنركبه، بمعنى السايكل القطر بتاعتنا ده هو أساسا إنسان عنده CDR. And we are quite confident that what we are talking about is loud and clear to everybody. So you cannot be saying like you are a unionist, then in the end you say, well, I will actually ride the same train with you. Brother, let us talk it politely. And of course, nobody is accusing you. We did not. والحكومة أساسا ما داير اسم صح؟ إحنا ما في زول قال مثلا الحزب كده قال كده وكده، لا لا لا، ما قلنا الكلام ده. So whoever is guilty conscious will be able to articulate himself based on what we are talking about. But the fact of the matter is, what we are talking about is very realistic. Although you don't talk about it right now, but deep in your heart, in your soul, you are quite convinced that what we are talking about is the truth. I don't want to talk about other issues that we have talked about, because when you come here in this topic called S.Sudan Dangerous Politics against Equatoria and the hidden secrets, then you go left and right. So you don't know where is the U-turn, Stand in one place, stick on what you believe in. Then we go ahead so that people who are against you in your political affiliation will not be able to categorize you with the separatists. But when you are zigzagging, left and right, the people who are against you will actually pull you into our own views. Let us, please, brother, have your own stand, solid stand. We are not attacking you, and we don't want you to attack us because we have different views. The views that we, the separatists, believe that Equatoria first, Equatoria that you knew. When we talk about people selling Equatoria, we're not talking about you, brother. You are entitled to your own views as a politician or whatever you are. But let us look beyond the horizon for what Equatoria means to us. That's what I want to tell you, brother. Let us not go further in this public forum, because you will be exposing me and I will be exposing you. But our primary objective, we as separatists, we have a solid ground that most people refer to as Equatorial separatists are right. In future, we may even be join them. They have the right ground. What does it mean? So you are elevating me as a separatist, and I don't want to dwell on that. So let us conclude here. And Etika and my daughter Didi, let us give chance to everybody to speak his or her own mind. Then we progress in a very, smooth way in order to achieve the objectives of the point. S.Sudan Dangerous Politics against Equatoria. And let's look for Equatoria. Even though you are trying to go based on your manifesto as a political party or a movement, go for it. But I stand as a solid separatist of Equatoria. Thank you.
Beautifully said. Beautiful said, Robert. Thank you so much. I just wanted to add on just something short that saying that in saying this, I think we have a lot of things going on, hectic things that has been happening on top of the grief that Equatorians are going through. Especially we have, you see some of the fellow rooms from the Dinka, they will bring Equatorians from down there And I think one of the nights or early in the morning at my time here, I don't remember the exact time, somebody was brought, and an Equatorian, one of our brothers, which was very dismissive to the things which had happened in Magui and other places and stuff like that. And that kind of like when a speech like that is made, I just wanted you to know that it's not really against an individual or something like that. Sometimes it can be referring to this, to the situation whereby I usually sometimes put it this way. I say that we Equatorians will begin to get confused when we're going through stuff. Instead of we bring our act together, sometimes we begin to work against one another. Like, for example, our people are down there, they're suffering, and then you get one brother will come up on the media, and then we'll be interviewed. We got a case of two people who come up and speak up stuff like, it's like these are all manipulated stuff. These things don't. It's not like that. I have a very good way of a good mechanism that I can refute this, to make sure that to counter this, that to make sure that our people don't really believe in these things and stuff like that. This is really it's really sad that that's why we came up with these topics, and that's what we say. That's why we say what these things that we say, because it's kind of like a manipulation mind game. This political danger that is has been played against Equatorians. It's really like using the minds of Equatorians to think all the time, like from decade to decade or century to century. We will always have a hope, thinking that there is something at the end of there's a light at the end of the tunnel. Things are going to be okay every time. But how many decades, how many chances have we wasted upon this ideology of the political tribal, what do you call it, a political tribal game that has been played upon us. Our enemy is using us to seduce us, is using us to believe that there is a hope when there is no hope. They're using us in another way, you know for the fall of Equatoria. Equatoria has fallen because Equatoria has been used in the acts of fending a way for Equatoria to fall today, for Equatoria to be conquered. We lost our people in a tribal political war that is not even our war, that has been politicized. It's not our war. We should have not died. Not even one person from Magui, not one person from Lanya, not one person from anywhere should die. Why my people died? Why my beloved people of Equatoria died? Why my relative died? I call them my beloved people because in Equatoria we are relatives. We are all relatives. We are so close relatives, so close blood relative. There is no such thing as we are tribes only. We are all relatives simultaneously as tribes. At the same time, we all kept our languages. Any differences we have shall be sought out. Why should I lose my relative, my dear people, because of a tribal war that has nothing to do with us? And then we choose sides of supporting these people in these mind games that have been weighed upon us. This is too deep. This is too harsh, and this is a wound that we will never heal from it. Federalism even will bring a lot of genocide within Equatoria or within South Sudan. Federalism is another worse genocide. I would say that, because we will never heal. I don't have to lose my people, whether they live in the mountain of the East Equatoria, whether they live down at Yeikare, or whether they live down in Yambio or in Meridi or anywhere, or in the land of Moro. I don't need to lose them just because of somebody who came from far and come and create these atrocities upon my beloved people, my own blood relative. They have gone to the grave in a very horrible, horrible way. Very horrible way. Their carcasses is laying down there, killed, betrayed by people they have never knew, they have never known. They would have never known these people in their lifetime. But they have been killed. Their life has been cut short. Never enjoyed their ancestral land, native land. Why? I want answers. And I don't think I will rest in peace at all in my entire life. I want answers why my people went through and they're going. Why my people in Blue House? I want answers. I think federalism will bring the beginning of the worst genocide in South Sudan. This is just all I had to say. Thank you.
ممكن انا ارد لروبرت.
Hold on, yeah. Hold on. Okay, دقيقة. Mr. Khamis, because we don't want to make it one-on-one, and we have to kind of like conclude, because like I said, the topic is very clear. The topic احنا كنا نتكلم عن الخطورة على السياسات بتاع جنوب السودان. لأنه ده ما موضوع بتاع منو صح منو غلط. الضمير بتاعنا انت استوائي، ضميرك واضح، كان ضميرك استوائي، انت بتشوف الوضع ده كيف، وانت بتحلل، وانت بتاخد طريق واحد، ما طريقين اللي انت ما بتعرف انت هتجيب وين في النهايه، ما هتلقى وين، لانه ما كله زي قاعدين يقولوا قال الطرق ودي لروما لانه عمل شارع عشان يقسموا، عشان كل زول يقدر يدخل في حله، هم بنوا، لكن كان ده مكان ما مبنيه، زي هسه قضيه يعني حاجه ما واضح لناس كثيرين. ما فينا نقول لا كل طرق دي بدينا، كان دخلت في حركه شبيهه او بيجيب لنا حقنا، كان دخلت مع ايو بيجيب لنا حقنا، ما يودي نفس الكلام اللي عادوا، يعني ما نكرر الاخطاء بينات، احنا ما عندنا حكمه، بس بكل احترام يعني، لانه الحكمه انت بتتعلم من اخطائك وليس تعيد الاخطاء عشان تيجي تقول لا ما ده مثل شائع في العالم انه احنا عايشين على الفكره ده، لانه في طرق، يعني لسه انت بتقول في طرق، وما انه حتى طريق السماء بين جحيم والسماء، ما حتى في البايبل ولا في كتب القرآنية ولا أي كتب سماوية بيقول إنه في جحيم وفي جنة، ما في حاجة اسمه كله طريق بدينا للجنة، كان جنة ده كله طريق تدخل فوقه معناته أوكي، then I see كمان إيكواتوريا كله طرق بدينا هناك لحق إيكواتوريا. so go ahead. أدي كلمة، يفضل سي جي نديه فرصة يتكلم.
خليه يكمل. تفضل يا خميس. go ahead.
خلاص اديني بس 3 دقيقة بعدين أنا هخلي لكم. إن أنا بتناقض نفسي، أنا مش بتناقض نفسي، أنا عندي مبدأ واحد، أنا إنسان وحدوي. إذا تعذر الوحدة معناته الخيار الأخير إنه هو حقق المصير. دي في حاجة أنا واضح من في بداية، لأن أنا قلت إنه حتى في قوانين الدولية زي ما أنا قلت إنه ما ممكن أنت طوالي بتنط لمطالبة بالانفصال إذا إن الحل في ظل الوحدة ما وصلنا للحل الأخير. لأن أنت عارف ولادة الدولة دي في منظومة المجتمع الدولي دي حالة إنه أي مجموعة عايزة تطالب بالانفصال إلا إذا كان المجتمع الدولي ما لقوا أي حل إلا هو الخيار الوحيد الانفصال، بعدين ما حيرجع. حتى إنه حتى لو إنه الناس طلب بالانفصال ده خيار أنت بتدي للمجتمع الدولي، وهذا الخيار المجتمع الدولي هو اللي بيقرر، إما بيوافق إما بيقول لا إحنا ممكن نخوض الدولة دي تحت الوصايا. لأن أنا بنتكلم من منطلق إنه مبدأ الوحدة دي، لأن جنوب السودان لما طلعت من السودان في أسباب خلى إنه مجتمع دول وافق للأسماء للانفصال دي، وإحنا جيت فشلنا فيه. دي ما بيعني خلاص إنه عشان خلاص إنه الوضع ده خلاص، بمعنى خلاص إنه إحنا طوالي نمشي بالانفصال. وأنا لما قلت إنه خيار إنه أنا في حالة لو إنه الوحدة دي ما حصلت هنركب قطر بتاع الأسماء ده بتاع الانفصال، إحنا مجبورين في خيار الأخير دي آخر كلمة بتاع إنه شنو لكل إنسان له حق غير المصير، وإنك استوائية كريجون عندنا حق بنقدر نطالب بحق غير المصير للانفصال. دي ما بيعني إنه أنا بتناقض نفسي، لا، دي إنه ده الإشارة بإنه أنتوا أخذتوا حتى إذا إن الوحدة نجحت أنتوا ما عندكم خيار الانفصال. أنا مش أنا عايزين نجادل، لكن أنتوا بتخطنا إنه إحنا نجادل. فانه في مبدا كل انسان عنده حريه في القناعه بتاعه الشخصي. انا مقتنع بخياري، انت مقتنع بخيارك. انا ما بيلزم في خياري وانت ما بتلزمين في خياركم. لكن في حاجه بيجمعنا واحد، بيجمعنا انه احنا كلنا استوائيين، احنا متضررين كشعب، احنا بنناضل من اجل وحده لين احنا عارفين انه دوله لما تطلع ما حاجه سهل في منظومه المجتمع الدولي. فانا ما عايز اني اضحي الدوله دي تنحارب في كان عندنا حل بنقدر نصل اصلا ننقذ الدوله دي. ما الدوله اقوى من مثلا الدوله كأم اقوى من انه شنو من الاستوائيه، كانه كعازي ينفصل، احتمال يحقق الانفصال، احتمال ما يحقق الانفصال. لكن وجود الدوله خلاص حققناه. طيب اذا ما دام حققنا طلعنا الدوله، ليه احنا اول حاجه ما نحاول انه ننقذ هذه الدوله ككل 64 قبيله عشان بنقدر نضمن حتى لو انه حققنا الوحده عبر مثلا النظام الفيدرالي ولا اي نظام. ما لسه يسوي عنده حق بقدر طالب بالانفصال اذا انه ما لقى السلام بجاذب، لسه عندهم خيار. لكن ليه عايز تجبر الناس او انه بتخون الناس الثانيين؟ دي نقطه انا انه بس انا اساسا انه عادي كل انسان حريه بتاعه. فلما
Okay, time up. Just to make sure time up. Now, not full sec, but go ahead. Put it in 30 seconds, please. I know it's really shocking, but go ahead.
finish. I already finished. Separatist. Let him do it. What he did clearly that he already convinced himself that now I'm in right track. Thank you very much. And that's the last. Just give it.
بالنسبه للخميس من الموضوع.
Okay, رد سريع عشان لانه timing. It's really shocking. Yeah. تفضل.
انا ما بعرف الاخ خميس هل انت بتأيد الكلام اللي انت قلته هسي وحسب كلام بتاع روبرت جاست ديسايد قال انه وانس في محفل ما انت قلت حاجه ده مستحيل ما بيتم. هل كلامك ده احنا بنفهم منه انك انت قد ايد الموقف بتاعك ده؟ فده نقطه. النقطه الثانيه، يا ترى خميس هل تعلم انه احنا الاكواتوريين حاليا احنا بنمر بمرحله صعبه جدا للغايه which is exterminations، ليس اباده بل شنو يعني سحق، ازاله بالمعنى القص، يعني اباده مش atrocities، ما عاد مثلا جينوسايد الاول وكذا، لكن هي شنو elimination. بمعنى ايه؟ ما عندك identity. انا قاعد اسال خميس عندك identity سي ايكاتوريا، انت عندك identity، عندك هويتك شنو هسي؟ لو سالناك في وقت انه في ظل النظام القائم حاليا فبيبدو الخيارات صعبه يا اخي خميس. عارف كيف؟ النقطه الثانيه كلام اتيكا جوبير في موضوع انه انت قد تقول انه في ناس خونه، هنالك خونه وسطنا. في كل تجربه في العالم في كل نضال في ناس خونه اساسا، لكن انا قاعد اقول شنو، انت من المفترض تقتنع انه العارف عزه مستريح. طالما انت بتشوف نفسك انت ما خاين، الله ليه مالك منزعج يا اخي؟ مالك منزعج ليه مرتبك وتقول انه مثلا قصدوك في الوقت لانه الكلام شائع. انا بتذكر يعني في سبعينيات السنين 75 وكده، ياما في ناس جواسيس يعني في زمن بتاع SPLM نمره واحد ده الأول ده كان في ناس جواسيس ومن قاعد يشتكوا اهلهم وقاعد يقتلوا اهلهم وحاجات دي. حاليا احنا في جنوب السودان ده شايفه ده في كاتوريان قاعد يتعاملوا بكلامات دي، حاجات دي شائعه في كل زمان، حاجات دي نازل موجودين، الناس الكعبين ده اساسا متواجدين في كل مكان. ثم ثانيا بالنسبه لنضالك انت موقفك، انا قاعد اشوف هسه انت في ازمه. انت كلامك ده انت بتدافع عن يعني شيء
يبقى تقول انه شنو زي قربه مقدوده بدون مؤاخذه. بمعنى اخر عاوز اقول لك انه شنو، انت قعدت 20 سنه مع الزول ده، 22 سنه نضال، في النهايه يجي يخطوك في زاويه. احنا كلامنا واضح جدا جدا، إيكواتوريا يجب ان يقيف لنفسه. احنا لازم آن الأوان أن إيكواتوريا بيجيف لنفسه. ليه؟ لأنه فقد الثقة. فقدان الثقة إحنا أصعب شيء أنك تفقد الثقة عن الزول. أما بالنسبة للانفصال فهي إرادة الشعوب وليس اليو ان يونايتد نيشن ولا غيره ولا غيره. إرادة الشعب. يعني أنتم لاحظت هسه أوكرانيا، ناس أوكرانيا لسه قاعد يشاكلوا ده، ناس أوكرانيا you know when they are fighting تعرف ده إرادة الشعب. you know it is the people will. That is why they have to fight until the last man. They don't care. دي حاجة بشكل ده. فإرادة الشعب فوق متحدة، فوق أي زول. إرادة بتاعنا هو اللي وصلنا، إرادة بتاع الشعب الجنوبي هي اللي وصلنا للواقع ده. نقطة أخيرة وأنه هل إحنا ما يسمى بالسودان حاسد أن دولة واحدة سعيد؟ كنا كيانات مختلفة، عارف كيف؟ كنا دويليات مختلفة. بمعنى آخر there was Equatoria, there was what do you call Ladu kingdoms, there was تانغوتوا وما بعرف مجموعات دي كان مختلفة. الناس لما جو لمونا زي بس زي يعني لمونا كده بشكل عشوائي، خطونا كلنا سوا. عارف كيف؟ كلمة سوداني بيعني أسود. عارف كيف؟ ما اتجاه. It is not a specific land. السود دول كانوا قاعدين من القاهرة، من القاهرة لحد اللي هو شنو الفيكتوريا، ليك فيكتوريا، اللي هو ليك بتاع ليك افريقيا. انا بقول له ليك افريقيا مش فيكتوريا. لبحيره بتاعت افريقيا اللي لسه موجوده في اوغندا. عارف كيف؟ النازل كان اساس بتاعنا كده. So when I say السودان ما تقول لي انه السودان ده السودان ده، انا كان براو. احنا كيان قائم بذاته. لو انت لاحظت لفلسطين الليله، فلسطين واسرائيل، المشكله بتاعنا هو الارض. لما الانسان يتجاوز الارض وعاوز يبيدك من الوجود وعاوز يبيد الكالتشر بتاعك وحاجاتك كل الوقائع بتاعك الاجتماعيه، يبقى انه الزول ده خطر عليه وخطر على كيانك. عارف كيف؟ انما ما قاعدين هنا في الدنيا للابد. بعد يومين ثلاثه الناس بيرحلوا. you know people will soon leave and then will be succeeded by other generations. So that is not the matter. الايشو هنا شنو؟ انه القضيه بتاعت لما زول يتجاوز حقك، لما زول تلقاه في جواب بيت معاك بدون مؤاخذه مع مرتك، تيجي تقول لها راكم نسلم حالنا نقعد نشرب شاي معاه برا. This is ridiculous. That is what we are talking about. عشان كده خير لي انه اكون صديق، عندي صديق وعنده كلمه واحد بدل ما انه يكون متذبذب. عارف كيف؟ لما تكون عندك صديق متذبذب من الصعب جدا تتعامل معه وتكون ده صديقك. لكن لما يكون عنده كلمه واحد ما في خوف عليه. عارف كيف؟ انه لو جاء النار ولو جاء اي حاجه ممكن نموت سوا. So what are you telling me? What is your message? انت قاعد تديني مسج دي كيف؟ انا عارف انت ورطت، من الصعب انك تطلع من الموقع بتاعك ده، لكن اقتنع انه ما في ثقه بيننا وبين الناس ديل. آن الأوان أن إيكواتوريا يقود القيادة. That's it. Thank you.
All right. hold on. شكرا مستر سجي. I think انت اديت جوابك لمستر خميس. قاعد تسمعوني واضح؟ اوكي جود. انا sometimes عندي مشكله في النتورك. انا عاوز اقول لمستر خميس والله I think جاوبوك اكثر من كثير يعني. بعدين في اخ هنا كتب قال لماذا تريد تضييع المزيد من الوقت اذا كان الطرف الاخر لا يريدنا ويعمل على ابادتنا. نعم انا understand Mr. Tito Futu, but one thing I have to say العنوان كان عن الخطورة بتاع السياسة بتاع جنوب السودان ضد الاستوائيين والمخططات السرية اللي هم بيلعبوها في ناحية بتاع تشتيت الفكر والآراء الاستوائية. وما تنسى للأسف عندنا يعني أنا بقول وأنا responsible to this word، عندنا إخوة وأخوات ما زالوا يعانون من نقصان في الثقة في النفس أو الثقة على أن هم استوائيين وعندهم القدرة والكفاءة أن هم يكونوا دولة بكامل، دولة بكل كيانه، بدل هم يقعدوا تحت حاجة وهمي باسمه جنوب السودان. لأنه في في مستر جي جي هنا he's funny. The guy is saying some things, and I have to say it because I don't like to sugarcoat things. The funny thing about it that he used to be one of those people who say he believed in separation. Well, I don't know. Now he wanted to be a unionist. Good luck. Be a unionist. If you want to be a slave, yeah. Got this money? Got this money?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, my answer to Tito, kalam bita Tito القال هسه Tito.
أيوة.
أنه لقيته بداية زمنك. يعني تذكر مثل يسوع
نعم
المخلص قال شنو؟ قال أنه لو عندك 99
خروف
وضاع منك واحد أنت بتعمل شنو؟
You have to work hard to get it.
99 and you'll go after the شنو الواحد. That is exactly the situation we are in. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good ijaba. I think you better your answer is better than mine. So it's true. يعني عندنا خرفان زي ما فعلا انت قلت، عندنا خرفان ضايع، خروف ضايع او خرفان ضايع، لانه مجموعات اللي لسه بيؤمنوا بانه جنوب السودان هو دولتنا وهو كياننا وهو اساسنا، لكن في نفس الوقت انت مهدد. وطيب انا السؤال بيسال نفسه، طيب ليه احنا انفصلنا من الشمال؟ كان بقى انت بتؤمن بالوطنيه والوحده، ليه ما توحدنا مع الشماليين؟ كان مع الشماليين دول نفس الناس زينا، هم السود، كان اشكال عندنا نفس الاشكال في جنوب السودان هنا، ولا كان شنو؟ حتى كان مسلمين عندنا مسلمين في جنوب السودان، كان مسيحيين عندنا مسيحيين في جنوب السودان، كله حتى في شمال السودان في مسيحيين. الموضوع هنا احنا لازم نثق في انفسنا ونعرف احنا قضيتنا شنو. العالم اليوم بيحترم الشخصيات اللي بياخدوا قرارهم وبيقفوا على كيانهم، ما اللي هم عاوزين يجاملوا ويمثلوا ان هم لحب الوطن. حان الوقت. اوريدي ناس ورونا the ugly face بعد ما احنا اديناهم الفرصه الذهبيه اللي هو ان كلنا صوتنا كشعب واحد عشان نكون دوله. للاسف تصويت للدوله ده جاب كارثه بتاعنا، احنا استوائيين اليوم وقعنا في شرك. فحاجه ده واضح، اليوم استوائيه عنده الحق الكامل يقرر مصيره. وزي ما قال مستر سي جي، يو ان ما بيجي، لانه يو ان ما يخلق استوائيين، يو ان ما اساسنا، يو ان ده خطه ده ما قرطع شنو؟ ديل بيقولوا ناطور باللبناني او غفراء، غفير للمستعمر. المستعمر ما خلى افريقيا لحد هسه. let's be clear. الناس اللي ما فاهمين يو ان ده ما مكان. انا بس نقول
ارجع في العنوان بتاعكم
ما انت وصلت انا هنا كمان اسمع الافلام، المهم ما مشكله.
لا ما خلينا نقول بانه كل انسان عنده حريه الراي وعنده قناعته.
انا ما رفضت انكل خميس
ده وجه نظري. لو خطا في وجه نظري كمان اقولوها، يعني ده رايي انا وده وجه نظري.
انا ما اعرف ليه انت اخذته بيرسونال.
كمان انه شنو؟ لا انا ما شايل بيرسونال صراحه.
اوكي.
لا انا ما شايل بيرسونال، بس انا بقول انه ده رايي انا اديته، وزي ما انتوا كمان اديتوا راي بتاعكم كمان ادي احترام للراي بتاعي.
اوكي شكرا، انا بديك احترام.
اذا انه مثلا احنا مثلا مش عارف اقول شنو، لكن يعني بس انا اوديك وجهه نظري انا، وكمان انا بحترم الراي بتاعكم.
اوكي ثانك يو بس انا قلت ثانك يو وي ار. طبعا انا عاوز ارجع في الموضوع عشان احنا ما نقدر انتربتد، لانه انا ذات وقت تعرفت عندي some other things to do.
لجواب الاخ خميس، في حالات بيحتمل انك تجي بخيارات، في حالات لا يحتمل ان تجي بخيار. عارف كيف؟ There are times when you know you will have your positions, people will have their right positions, but you know there are some times where there is no any مثلا escape and one way. تعرف كيف؟ على سبيل المثال نار قاعد يحرق في بيت بتاعنا. عارف كيف؟ نار قاعد يولع في بيت بتاعنا هنا، ما في خيار الا انه شنو الخيار الوحيد؟ انه هنا لازم نطفي النار ده، نطفيه، وهنا ما طفيناه خلاص حلقنا. ولذلك يعني ما كل الحالات يو هاف فريدوم اوف انه سبيتش، يعني تقول لك عندك وجهه النظر بتاعك، لكن في حالات لا يستدعي لما يكون فوقه حاله بتاعت مصير، either you have to exist or not, then you need to serve your children rather than leave them die. Thank you.
Okay, let me go ahead. Oh God, hold on عشان عندي وقت. Thank you. طبعا go ahead Mr. Robert. Sorry أنا بس لأنه قاعد نحاول control here and out, but go ahead Mr. Robert. And then أخوي جيمس قاعد say something too. فيتفضل. Go ahead.
أخ إيتيكا، إحنا ممكن نشكر أخونا مثلا خميس، لأنه هو إنسان قدر يجي يعني برؤية واضح، لأنه هو إنسان أساسا منادر. فإحنا أساسا ما زين نقول مثلا هو مثلا ضدنا وحاجة بالشكل ده، فنشكره وإحنا أساسا منا مثلا من الآخرين مثلا يجي واضح بطريقة مثلا الأخ خميس طلع به فالأخ خميس بنشكرك لأنه أنت قدرت مثلا تتكلم حاجة في مخك، وإن شاء الله إحنا هنواصل بنفس الحوار. شكرا.
Okay, give it a chance. Can you take over?
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. I think you had wanted to say something, but
No,
you
no,
said
take
also
over, take
James
over.
want to speak. Are you right?
ده أنا قلت أخلي brother James أنا he put his final thoughts and then we conclude from there. And yeah, اتفضل أخوي جيمس.
يا شكرا للفرصة الثانية. صراحة العنوان هناك في محله، الأخوان يعني ما قصروا، محدثين الفاتوا دي كله قالوا رأيهم صراحة، وشيء يعني استفدنا منه. أصل الهدف يا أخوي أتيكا والأخت ديدي والأخ روبرت أخيدي والأخ سيجي، الهدف من المنتديات أصلا هو التبصير والتذكير. أحيانا الناس بتستفيد من بعض، والإجماع أصلا في الحياة البشرية غير موجودة. حتى لو أنت كنت على حق، مؤكد التباين في المواقف والاختلاف في الرأي هو شيء حميد. يعني لو لا اختلاف الآراء لبارة السلع، والناس بيساعد بعض. ونحن لكن لما نجي نحطها في القالب بتاع إكواتوريا، يعني شايف مولانا خميس ذكر حاجة رمزية، وأنا بعشق الرمزية والإيحاء. هو كويسة في الوضع نحن الحس فيه جنوب السودان. انتم شايفين السوشيال فابريك انتهى تماما، ومشكلتنا بتاع جنوب السودان بقت هي مشكلة بتاع عقد اجتماعي أكثر من هي مسألة سياسية. of course الحل بيجي عن طريق الآلية السياسية، لكن المشكلة هسه تحورت نتيجة للفشل بتاع الناس الغايمين في أمر الدولة وقاعدين في J1 هناك في سلطنة جنوب السودان. فالقطار هي رمزية كويسة. أنا شخصيا أي قطر واقف في المحطة لو في ديشيليون مليون قطر سواقين القطار دير إكواتوريا، أنا بتلف هناك بالدرجية السوداني، بتلف هناك طوال. إن شاء الله القطر ده يمشي يوديني في سقط لقط، لأنه أحيانا يعني أحيانا في أوقات الشدة زي دي نحن بنرجع لحياة الطفولة حقتنا الأولى. أنت لما تمشي مع الحجة أو الوالدة، ربنا يدي كل الأمهات العافية. امبارح ما عارف ولا 200 كان عيد الأم، أنت بتشوف أمك شايلة التوب ومارقة من محل المناسبة، أنت ما بتقول يا أمي نحن ماشيين البيت ولا بس تسكت تمشي. بس ده الوضع الناس دي وصلونا المرحلة نحن اللي فيها دي. إذا اتخذنا أي منحى غير ده بيكون في ندم، زي ما العنوان هنا أنت كاتبه S.Sudan Dangerous Politics against Equatoria and the Hidden Secrets. هي المسألة هي باينة أصلا. يعني لو جبت أي زول يا أخوي أتيكا، حتى لو هما من جنوب السودان، أديته المعطيات قدامه كده، حيطلع بمستخلصات أنه في ظلم. والظلم ده كان تم بمكر، والمكر لما يتعدى أكثر من مرة يعني ما حاجة ما حميدة، يعني بيكون في نوع من السذاجة السياسية أو الركون أو القبول بسياسة الأمر الواقع، وده الشيء نحن الحاجة نحن ما دايرينها. فنحن نمشي بكلام الإخوة. أنا أكرر مرة تانية، الإيحاء كويس. يعني أنتوا لو متابعين في الميديا هنا، في واحد أخونا راكز، أنا ما أذكر اسمه، لكن كلكم أنا لو قلت المقولة بتعرفوه. حياتنا نحن هسه بنتكلم هي فيها في المنتديات دي حتبقى حكاوي بعد كم سنة كده، حتكون في التوثيق، حتكون موثقة. في واحد من الإخوة قال يا أخي لو صاحبك قال لك في أسد في السكة وانت ركبت راس وفعلا مشيت لقيت الأسد ده هناك، أخوك ما بيخليك. انت لو أخو جد ما حتخليه. دي رمزية كويس جدا جدا. وقبلها قال باكاسورة، قال يا أخي إذا لقيت الدبيب خش بيتك انت حتعمل شنو؟ ده برضه فيها نوع من الرمزية، عمل سياسي ممتاز جدا جدا. كويس معاك. الواقع بتاعنا الجنوبي يفرض ده. وانتوا لو ملاحظين يا اخوي أثيكا، في الفترات اللي فاتت دي انا كنت اخذت في البروفايل بتاعي جمل كده. الناس سالوني كثير، اسمع بنقول لهم انت موضوع الجمل ده شنو ما شنو ده؟ يعني اقتداء لبيت الشعر بيقول لك كما ارادت ام الخير جمل يمشي على مهل وياتي اول. يعني انت ام الخير مره لذيذه سمحه ماهله، عندها جملها ده دار يمشي يشارك في سباق الحجم، وقالت للحجام بتاع انه الجمل ده يا اخي دايراه يمشي بالراحه ولكن يجي اول. ده برضه فيها نوع من الرمزيه، لانه الرمزيه عشان شنو يا اخوي اتيكا؟ احيانا في العمل السياسي اكعب حاجه لما اخوك يجي يعترضك، قد يعترضك بغصب او من غير قصد. عشان كده انت عشان تلف له الحبل في رقبته تديه رساله ايحائيه او رمزيه عشان يشربك نفسه. يعني تبقى سياسه بتاعت شايقيه. شوف علي عثمان محمد طه كان بيلعب بالناس دي كيف، بالرغم انه من شراسه الجعليين وكده اشرس منهم، لكن الشايقيه كان عندهم الفطنه بتاع انه يلوي ليك الكلام. والرمزيه كويسه. الاخ خميس ذكر رمزيه القطار ده. القطار واضح، انت بس القطار ده بس تعاين كده بس بالشباك، القطر ده اسمع ساقي كاتوري اركب معاه. لو وداك محل ما كويس ما التاريخ حيسجله، ما انت ما حتسجله انت، لانه ده عمل بتاع شان عام. الاجماع فيه ما بيحصل، لانه نحن بشر. ما الرسل ذاتهم في بدايتهم الناس ما اجمع فيه، تعبوا ووصلوا الرساله للناس. ده حاجه تشوف جاي من ربنا. نحن البني ادمين كده. يلا نحن الايكاتوريين نحن الظلم واقع علينا اكثر، زي ما ذكرت الاخت ديدي، واقع علينا اكثر من اي محل في جنوب السودان. دي حقيقه وللامانه التاريخيه، وانا مزول من كلامي ده. ظاهر 1 2 3. انا ما بقول، بيقولوا الشارع العام شعب جنوب السودان هو بيقول 1 2 3. واذا نحن وصلنا يا اخوي اتك المرحله بتاعت انه اغرينا في ظلم في جنوب السودان، اوف كورس ما يكاتورين برام، لكن العبء الاكبر بقى علينا نحن. الوقت ذاك هو فعلا الوحده اللي هي مطلب، هو الصح يا اخوي اتيكا. صحيح الاشياء انت تبدا بالحاجه الشامله، لكن اذا تعذرت انت حتعمل شنو؟ في ناس بيلزوك لز لمطالب بتاعت انه انت دار تنفذ بجلدك عشان ما تقعد مع انسان ثقافته او موروثاته الثقافيه مبنيه على العنف وظلم الاخر. ده اكزاكت الحاصل لنا في جنوب السودان. انا هسي عندي محاولات باي طريقه، بحاول بجيب في الفورم بتاعك ده يكون مسجل، يعني في القناه تحتك هنا دكتور حسن مكي، حاجيبا عن طريق واحد زميل اللي هو ياسر عبد الماجد في التلفزيون القومي. انا كلمته لكن قال لي انا زول ده بيفتكر انه الموضوع ده فيه تريب سياسي. انت عارف بعض مرات الناس زي ديل ما بيسوقوا في الناس. حاجيبه هذا السؤال ده، لانه الوضع الحسي حاصل قدامنا في جنوب السودان ده. حسن مكي قبل كده اتكلم عنه البروف، والترابي نفسه اتكلم فيه. وذكر محددات معينه. I'm not gonna say it. قال اذا حصل كذا 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 جنوب السودان حينهار، وفعلا حينهار. هسه قبل 3 يوم بالسيم حسن مكي قال الحاكم جنوب السودان المؤتمر الوطني وذكر ناس باسامي انا ذات الجنوبي ده انا ما عارف. to be honest with you ما بندعي المعرفه، هو مش زول جلابي، هو ذكر بعض الاسامي في حكومه الجنوب دي انا ما سمعت بهم قبل كده. قال الناس دي المؤتمر وطني كان معانا هنا، كمان قال مؤتمر وطني غح، يعني صافي عديل كده. الناس اتنبأت، ما في خيوط كده انت يوم تشوفه وتلمه بيديك النتيجه. لكن بعض مرات نحن كمان ندي الفرصه للساسه. بعض مرات السياسيين هو بيكون عارف الحاصل شنو، لكن ما بيجي يقول للناس بابليك كده، بيمشي باب التدرج. انت من تلح عليه هو بيتهرب منك، ما حيقول لك لو شنو شنو ده جا. عشان كده نحن بعض مرات نعاين الجانب شنو المشرق. المشرق من منه؟ من اهلنا. انا موقفي ثابت، اصله ما حصل يوم انتم شفتوني هنا انا مشيت اتكلمت عن مشكله ناس ثانيين حتى وان كانوا هم ظلمه، انا ما اتكلم عنهم لانه انا ما بعرف انهم بيسووا كده لشنو. انا بتكلم في ما يليني بس. حدي شفت من تركيكه او من منقله شمالا عندي الحق اتكلم، لكن ما حامشي اتكلم لانه في ظلم. انا امشي اتكلم مع ظالمين حيدوني شنو يعني؟ ما حيدوني حاجه. هي المساله هنا بس، ما في اكثر، لا اكثر ولا اقل. انا حناخذ الجانب المشرق من ناسنا، والناس الثانيين اللي ما ناسنا ديل برضه ما نخونهم، وفي نفس الوقت ما نبرر الاعمال اللي هم قاعدين يعملوها، لانه تبريرك انا قبل قلت الكلام ده، تبريرك لاعمالهم دي حتكرس الخنوع، والخنوع ما بيخدم الناس. ما نحن الدنيا دي زايله، ما حنعيش اكثر من 80 90 سنه، في اجيال ثاني جاي. نحن ما دارين نورث ناس حاجات ما كويسه. تختلف مع اخوك دي ما نهايه الدنيا، عادي طبيعي جدا جدا. ربما الاختلاف ده بكره يعني يوديك لحل، ما ضروري الحل ده يجي منك انت شخصيا، يعني ممكن يجي من انسان ثاني او اخر، طالما هي فائده للمجتمع از اوكي. وصحيح الاشياء نحن نقول ذاته يا اخوي اتيكا والاخ روبرت اخوي ده يكون شامل لكل جنوب سوداني، لكن في ناس ما دايرين، ظاهر من سلوكهم السياسي هم ما دايرين. انت حتمشي تغصبهم بقوه السلاح تقول لهم يا اخي انا داير اديكم حقكم، هم ما دايرين. الناس اللي قاعدين يعملوا الحاجات دي في جنوب السودان معروفين، والتاريخ السياسي بيوري ده، ثابت معطيات قدامنا يا اخوياتي. نحن كمان نكون صادقين احيانا. عشان كده انت المظلوم ده لملم اوراقك، امشي محطه القطر دي بس، عين القطر السواق بس، اركب مع السواق ده يوديك اي محل، بعدين امشي حاجه هناك في النهايه حتى لو هو 100 قطر، لانه بعض مرات انت ما بتعرف ما في داخل الصدور، ما يعلمها الا الله. واي زول في نيته انه داري يخدم اهله وداري يخدم عشيرته. هي دي جنوب السودان مبنيه كده. انت حتمشي تجيب لك تقليعه جديده زي ما اهلنا الاوائل ده كان احنا ما دارين نخونهم، زي دي ده جود جوب. اكبر حاجه في الدنيا دي زول يعمل عمل حتى لو هو اخفق في جانب بسيط منه، انت تجي تخونه is not good، لانه ما في عمل بشري بيتم بنسبه 100%. نحن ناخد ده في البال. وانتم شايفين هنا، وانا حاختم هنا، انت الاخ انت شايف البدود شنو في المنتديات هنا. اخوي الفات انكولادو قال كلمه جميله جدا. هذا الرجل انا صراحه اكن له كل الاحترام، يعني هو قال كلمه انه نحن يوم نجي المنتديات دي سواء كانت زمان داك تجيه في الارض على الواقع، او حسي بقى يسفير هنا في السوشيال ميديا، اول ما الروم يتقفل او المنتدى يتقفل بعد انت بتنسى اي حاجه. حتى مع الجماعه الطيبين ديل ذاته حد قالوا كلمه مجرحه، عملوا حاجه، قالوا شيء، انت بتنساها طوالي زي مباراه كره القدم. عشان ما نعمل شحن زايد ونتيجته ده الناس قاعدين يتكتلوا في دول الجوار هنا. دي براها رساله. انتوا شايفين اللي حصل في القدر ده شنو؟ وانا الكلام ده قبل كده قلته للامانه التاريخيه، انا الكلام ده قلته، واعوذ بالله من كلمه انا ما منجم I am not a Persian teller، لكن قلت النتائج السيئة للنظام الحاصل في جوبا هناك من الناحية الاجتماعية حيكون على الكل، لأنه يوم تطلع من برا بلدك ما حيزعلوك يقول لك أنت إيكاتوريان، أنت من الجماعة الطيبين ديل. أنا ما قاعد أحب أذكر أسامي الناس، بقول أسامي ناسي، لكن الناس التانيين ما بقول. تطلع برا ما حيزعلوك كده، عرفت؟ وأنا هنا تقريبا رسالتي وصلت، والحمد لله في ناس انضموا للركب بتاعي بتاع انه الناس تتكلم بلغه التوريه والسجع والايحاء. قطارات يا فيري جود، الله يا خميس كفيت ووفيت. نتكلم بس بالتوريه كده عشان نحافظ لكياننا، عشان الابناء ما يجروا من البيت. انت لما تضغط اولادك تينيجر في البيت حتى لو كلمتك حقيقيه بيجروا منك، يجوا راجعين لك بعد ما عمره يحصل 27 سنه، عشان ما يجروا منك الخطاب يكون كويس وما يكون فيه استهبال. كويس معك. شكرا جزيلا يا اخوي اتيكا. انا برضو انت ما قاعد تقصر، عناوينك كلها فيها نوع من الجراءه، وده الشيء المطلوب. سياسه المسكوت عنه ما بيودينا اي حته. والاخت ديدي برضو ما مقصره، والاخ سي جي وكل نشطاء إيكاتوريا ما مقصرين ان احنا نخد يدينا مع بعض لحد ما نمرق لبر الامان، بس نبتعد من الحته بتاعت التبرير بتاع الاعمال الشريره الجايه تجاهنا. هذا ذات ما مشكله، نغلط كلنا، والله كلنا قاعد نغلط. انا غلطت كثير كثير قبل كده في الميديا هنا، ناس اتصلوا بي والله قاعد احتذر، احس بنفسي انا غلطت بحتذر، ما انا بشر برضه. عشان كده نتقبل بعض، نحن اخوه، والاخوه الثانيين ديك اذا ارادوا ان احنا نكون اخوه برضه الف مرحبا، نسامح بعض. لكن يبدا ان هم ما دايرين، وانا اكرر ليه هم ما دايرين، لانه الجانب الثقافي بتاعهم بينبني على ده، وده داير له حلقه كامله يا اخوي اتيكا، ونحن حنتكلم فيها. شكرا جزيلا للفرصه الاخيره، وانا ماشي انوم، الدنيا بقت ليله عندنا هنا. شكرا.
شكرا. I know we have only 30 minutes ذاته عشان نختم 30 دقيقة. So I will give a chance to brother Robert to put his final thought. But just عاوز أقول قبل ما كلامك في محله. I was having a lot of thoughts when he was saying things, and at the end that's الرسالة أنا بدي للاستوائيين هم it's time for them to wake up. بدلهم يلعبوا في المياه العكرة، حان الوقت ياخدوا decision. ده ما وقت لسه احنا عاوزين نفكر ونفتش حلول. الحل واضح، ما داير أكتر من كده. الحل واضح، والحل هو داير تلقى أرضك، داير تلقى عرضك وكرامتك، ياهو أقف لمرحلة انفصال. ما في أكتر من كده، لأنه إحنا أخذنا 17 سنة قاعدين مع الناس ده، ما شفنا أي تقدم، بس شفنا رجوع وشفنا تدمير. حضارة استوائية قاعد يدمروه، ما في شيء تاني. أهانونا، دمرونا وحجرونا، وإحنا بقينا آخر ناس. هم بيستغلونا أي تايم، أي وقت هم دايرين بيستغلوا، لأنهم لقوا عندنا ضعف. قادة بتاعنا بصراحة هم ضعفاء، لا قاعدين يتكلموا عن حقنا ولا قاعدين يقفوا وقفة الرجولة. ده واضح. عشان كده الشعب اليوم هم هيكونوا قادة، وهم هيقرروا يأتوا نوع قيادة هيكون. وطبعا بيتطلب كمان حكمة من الشعب، لازم يكونوا عندهم وعي وفهم لحقوقهم ومكانهم، لأنه أي إنسان اللي هو مواطن بتاع الدولة عنده واجباته. كانوا ما فاهم واجباته معناته هو فعلا ما بيقدر حتى يكون دولة. وجنوب السودان أكد بنفسه إنه دولة جنوب السودان دولة طائش، ما قادر يبني حاله، لأنه الشعب بس خموم زي خرفان ما عارفين ماشيين وين. لكن إحنا استوينا اليوم، قررنا ده بكل وضوح واضح. وأنا عارف في ناس كثيرين عارفين حقائق ده، لكن لسه هم عندهم نوع من الخوف. أنا ما هكتر هدي فرصة ل Robert. Oh, actually, let's give a chance to JJ. He said he wanted to say something. Quickly, Mr. JJ, in the 3 minutes. And please, Didi, if you can, time the minutes عشان we can go ahead. لأنه ما عاوزين get hold on a second, Mr. JJ. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Didi, please make sure you time Mr. JJ. And then, my Didi, are you there? Yeah, please time him and make sure so we can go ahead. عشان نقدر، لأنه عندنا 30 دقيقة. We have 30 minutes. We don't want to go exceed on that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. JJ.
Okay. Yeah. Shukran, yeah, brother. Yeah. And Didi, CJ, Robert, and the rest. You know. الحاجة بس جيت هنا حاجة استخارية قلت وشنو كده. I'm not against the suppression. ولكن أخوي تعرف you have to look at suppression is not easy thing. It's a long process for our people. Yes, we understand our people are suffering. The only thing that we need to do as an Equatorian, we need to stand our ground. Our youth should stand our ground back home. So we need to support them. That's the only we need to do. But also a separatist, yes, you can carry your case. You don't need. So these are the things. But the problem is, يعني المشكله تجنب ده الحكومه الحكومه القاعده فيها المشكله عشان كده divide us, it divide the people of South Sudan. That's why you see all chaos in everywhere, and it hurts also for the people of South Sudan to unite. So these are some of the facts affecting South Sudan problem. So والحاجه قلت unity is very important. The unity of South Sudan is very important. Why? So we can tackle this government and bring the change in South Sudan. So the higher أنا شفته the only way forward, because suppression also, it will also bring us the problem in the future. Because I have analyzed all the suppression issue. It's a long process. يعني مثلا إحنا إكواتوريا عندنا we don't have our own army, for example. We don't have our Equatorial custom. We don't have many things that we can, mungkin suppression. These are also the thing that can, can make suppression of Equatorial slow, because we don't have own army, let's say, own police. We don't have those. So, so I don't know, you guys separatists need to think twice. We are not against you. We are all Equatorial, And مثلا الكلام خميس قال, قال كلام صعب وده كلام الحقيقة, So أنا ما أعرف أنتوا قاعدين تفكروا كيف, So I also support suppression, but not at this moment. We cannot separate because we are three regions. Like, it looks stupid, because three regions, only one region is calling for suppression. That's why the people are looking at us. Why this?
JJ, you have 16 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I finish here. Thank you.
JJ, I don't know what to say to you really. Go ahead, Didi. Unless sometimes and I get puzzled by the method of thinking some of our people, but go ahead. Itfadal.
Laugh like I never taken him seriously. Like at one time I told him, JJ, no, it's like I can't take you serious. Because JJ sits over there with Ochang, and then he kind of observe what Ochang their mindset and their reasoning.
No. Didi,
just
if
let
you
me,
have
let me
problem
say,
with
let
a
me
chang,
say.
please.
No.
The problem
Just let me
don't.
say, okay, I allowed you to talk. Now let me just say, I watch you, JJ. I watch you so closely, my dear brother. You have said some things. I remember you guys have mocked separatists so badly. You used to sit under a chang's, wings. You in the middle there, you and a couple of people, you mocked separatists so badly, and you laughed. You guys laughed and said, ha 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 ha. I suppose you guys want to see how we're gonna get the passport of Equatoria and stuff like that. But
The problem
just
is
no,
here.
we cannot argue one on one. We cannot argue our words, but we can only just speak at one time. I respect you really high. So, but you need to understand that you cannot say that you support separation, but right now, but then you move over there and then you mock separation so badly. You humiliate Equatorians so badly. You guys sit there, divide Equatorians so badly. This is just really unethical and unreasonable and logical. And this is just actually to the barbaric mindset of the tribalist people that we are fighting to separate from them. I think this is fear, this is weakness, the kind of that, if your house is burning and then you think like the quickest way is to, what? Let me just attack my own wife, or let me attack my own brother, so that and this incident that happened yesterday, like Ochang has insulted, he got the Dinkas, and then the Dinkas came back and insulted, attacked Equatorians so badly and dragged Equatorians to the ground. I think you were there. And he comes along and then he said that, yes, I did this on purposely because I wanted to insult this Equatorian. So yeah, you see, this is really, you guys are really confused, I think, to the extent that one did not really like even to reason with you. It's just somebody would just laugh. What you just said here, it doesn't add up and it doesn't make sense at all. Are you telling me that if I had to ask you, I don't want to take a long time because we're running out of time. Are you telling me that
can I ask you one question?
Just you have belittled Equatorians so badly that there is no Equatorians who have been a soldier at all in the land of Equatoria. You're telling me we never had an Equatorian which has worked in the customs before. We don't have doctors. We don't have police.
But
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So
because we are not controlling our territory. That's the problem here. We don't have
we are not in control. JJ, we are not in control, my dear brother. We are not in control right now.
But that's why you're gonna make us.
We've been oppressed. We've been conquered and oppressed right now. We've been conquered. You remember?
Khalid, JJ, calm down and let Didi finish first. Go ahead, Didi.
Wants to conquer you. He brings his, he band you. He ties you down. He have arms. That's when he conquers you. But it does not mean that Kalas, you illiterate, you don't have all these things. We have Equatorians which are brilliant. We have Equatorians which are in the past, even which are soldiers. We have Equatorians which were in the SPLA, before. We have Equatorians which are in IO right now. These are all soldiers. We have Equatorians which are in police. We have Equatorians around the world who have served in armies. We have Equatorians which are doctors, which are everything, who worked in the border security. We have Equatorians which are social workers, lawyers. We have children that we have raised them so brilliantly. They are ready to take over that job. They are ready, my brother. Don't be afraid.
I understand.
Yeah, let fear not deter you from the purpose, from your purpose, from your destiny. For your love, for your love for yourself and for your people. Don't be afraid. I understand this is fear, but don't be afraid. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Let me, JJ, I think time, because we don't have to come up here and reply. If you want, next time we can come up early and we can do this, because please, like I agree with Didi, what you have said. Hold on, Mr. JJ. I'm not trying to dictate because time, and I'm focused on the time. And I was in conclude, and it wasn't. I gave you a chance, 3 minutes stuck. It spoke. We heard you. We didn't interrupt you. We heard all you're saying. We only told you the time is up, and then you finish. You say you're done. So you want to defend yourself. Well, I just want to tell you the truth, brother. You need to really check your conscience. Ita kan Equatorian say, talk about Equatoria with pride and respect, instead of to come here to kalam barao or to flip hinak la nufua hetani. Wanda no warikshi. Ita kan gata shif zola shalanu hu min gabila btak au hu elder btak ala asas hu elder dema wise, then you're not the wisest person in this world. Today, people, Equatoria marufin, listen. Hold on. Equatorians, they don't follow their tribe, they don't follow their elders, only they follow the logic. Dahaja, our ancestors have taught us. It has been respect and honor our traditions, our tribe, our elders. Like it has been follow them blindly. La'anuhum elders, wala la'anuhum jain min tribe bitana. I want you to put this in your conscience. Equatoria is bigger and better than anyone in South Sudan. Let me tell you the truth. That's not arrogance. Lano Equatoria makanga di kalamu today. Equatorian, why we identify ourselves as Equatorian? Lano, this is a heritage ancestors tana khalolena, because they were wise enough to bring each other together as one people. Gabli mahajis mujiruba Sudan. That's why huma na majamu lo hajis ma anyanya wanda. Mister, hold on. Haja lisma anyanya da, al samu anyanya da sagani kalamanu da. Anyanya di kef. Majam unity to Equatorians. It was collaborative with all the Equatorians to read mutiny. Then a manjet kalamu anu. They can't jabes gabila wahid. Zata Jongarang na manjoma Gibila Btao. It was all the Equatorians who participated in this. لأنه في سياسيين في مفكرين وفي شباب volunteered من all Equatorian sector. Today those people are neglected لأنه SPLA decided to destroy them, destroy their legacy. وانت هنا got to work for this to destroy the legacy بحركات اللي قاعد تتكلم فوق. I've heard you in the forum.
No.
Hold on.
Can I speak?
Mr. أنا ما بدنا put it one on one. هنا أنا بديك فرصة next time بس أنا بدنا ندي فرصة لروبرت. But you need to really check your conscience.
Just 1 minute.
1 minute. What are you trying to define? Please, I know that's actually now going to 29 minutes. What are you trying to do?
Just 1 minute. You cannot just
listen, sir,
like that.
don't divert because listen, hold on. حاجة ده قاعد irritate me and it really pissed me off لما أنا بشوف حاجة ده. كان في ناس جايين يتكلموا, let them talk logic. It's a command logic. Do not come to me and try to question us when you don't even have anything to answer. I see you guys in that forum. It got to mock us. You come out there mocking Equatorian nationalists. Say it will be separate كيف. يا هو كلامات ده كله منار. إحنا بس كنا نشوف نضحك على حاجات الوهم أنتوا قاعد تتكلم فوق because it's ridiculous. أنت لأنه ما قاعد to feel the pain ده أخوانك. Sir, don't. I will give you a 1 minute tag there. My 5 minutes. I just give you 1 minute. لأنه أنا ما عندي time عشان نقدر speak on something. When I see you guys in that forum, أنتوا قاعد تعمل entertainment. You put us as a joke in front of our enemies. لما الناس كله قاعدين يحقروا إيكاتوريا من وراء شخصيات اللي قاعد يتكلموا استهتار لأخوانهم إيكاتوريين. هو ما حاسب بألم واغتصابات اللي قاعد يحصل. هو ما حاسب بمقابر أجدادنا قاعدين ما قاعد يريحهم حتى في مقبرة بتاعهم ليشيلوا من هناك بيجي يبنوا فوقه هوتيل عشان الناس يجي يعملوا فوقه فساد. Feel shame. انت كان ايكاتوريان تيجي تقول لي قال يا اخي ايكاتوريا دي كيف بينفصل يلا تضحكوا فوقه يلا تقول يا اخي ايكاتوريان ذاته بيستحقوا ناس سيبرتيز ده ناس يا قاعد create chaos في South Sudan. Really? Did we kill anywhere? Did we kill any Dinka? Did we kill anyone? هسه بقيتوا قاعد تشجعوا عشان دينكا بقى يتفلهم بيقول هاي في اتاك في مقوي ده ما ده ايكاتوريان يعملوا because of the language and the cowardness اللي قاعد يجي. وانا بقول لك صراحه brother, that the way to behave, that's behavior of cowardice. With all respect, you have to know. لأنه a man is stand on one side. بياخد one decision. مش يجي تقول لك كلام وتغير كلام. قال أنا for separation لكن كده. وأنا هنا يلا تيجي تماركس هناك in other room to laugh. قول لك خلينا لازم be separate. You know, those guys are joke because they have nothing. We don't have soldiers. What do you mean by we don't have soldiers? They are هم كله زي دي قال لك عندنا كان جيش. عندنا ناس. توريك مين اللي كان شنو? So please don't come and put yourself in a mockery. لو تمندك شيء أنت كان you are for whatever you want to be for. إذا أنت ده تكون ل بقى ده تعمل نفسك حتى territory of your own. That's good. لكن do not come and mock us and mock the intelligence of those Equatorians who are calling for self-determination. لأنه we are tired and sick of seeing our people being used, being manipulated mentally, being manipulated emotionally by confusing them, by even putting fear. أنتوا حاسة قاعد تخلوا ناسنا يكونوا جبنة. Because you don't want to speak the facts, you don't want to stand with the people to rise up, the people of Equatorial to rise up. And then we're going to go against those people. Is our ancestors fought against the Arab. لما خلى Arab ده يجي يقعدوا تحت يعملوا اتفاقية. ده SPLA ده شنو جابهم؟ SPLA قاعد كم سنة ما مشي.
Equatorial province easy to handle, please. But go ahead.
Listen, إذا كم تعرف Equatoria مهم, you need to stand on your point. Before I saw you to call separation. Now you begin to switch. So I don't respect a man who do not have any standard. Either you are for this or you're not. But don't flip-flop and be confuse you and then you also follow for this. If this is the way how it is, I don't think you have any understanding in how life is going. So I'll leave it here in that 1 minute, please, quickly. So I defer to Robert.
Yeah, okay. No problem.
No problem, bro, man. Okay, we disagree, we agree. But, you know, إذا ما قلت لا نقول المدود هنا ساكن. Like let's say example, then we as a sovereign إذا مثلا Equatorial region should have its own custom and police institute in South Sudan. I mean state, you know. But then we become independent. We don't have that, you know. So you're gonna make difficult for us. Because if you take your case to international community, they're gonna look at your case and they're gonna look at the Equatorial region. Do Equatoria have a own region police, government, whatever government? Yes, we have government state now. Let's say like that. Yeah. So these are the things you have to look into. It's not just separation.
I think. Thank you, sir. I think you had said enough. Let me.
I just want to help you. I just want to help you.
Okay,
I
done.
just
You're
wanna
done.
help
Thank
you.
you.
Just 1 second. Let me help just JJ. When remember when South Sudan was doing the secession, when South Sudan was going through secession, when we separated, before people separated, there was no police, there was no border security, there was none of those. Remember? There was none of those. I don't know where you went down, but
No, I put him down. Sorry, because I said he's done, and I just don't have time to waste. I know that a time limit, but then I'm sorry. Go ahead, Didi, but I'll come after you, and then welcome, brother McCartney. I see you
no,
back.
I was just letting him know, just interjecting on him, letting him know that before when South Sudan was separating, there was none of those things. These people just came from the bush and they were given the power and they had to organize these things all.
All.
And in this
And
case,
in this case,
you're not running
you're not running the system down there. The regime is running everything. How can you begin to create? You're not even allowed. You're not given the chance. You had to have your own country by your own self in order to restore your own system. You cannot have a system on top of someone else's system. So it's impossible, to say that now you have to have those things within Equatoria. There is a border security within Equatoria. When Nasbi trouble in Hina Juba, what is that? The airport, what is that? And what is those people, those borders that, we have between Nascongo and Nasmon, who are those controlling it? So yeah, but just the difference is the regime right now is the Dinka regime that is running everything right now. So it does not mean that Equatorians are not ready. Equatorians does not have soldiers. Equatorians are not equipped with all these knowledges and those skills that they could not take over. You've seen in these rooms around here, we have brilliant Equatorians. Yeah, we might be all in different political, aspects and stuff like that. But you have seen them; they are very skillful in each individual in every skills that they're in. So thank you so much. Thank you for stepping by, and I'll leave it here. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Didi. I just want to say something actually for Robert, and then later we'll come to you, McCartney. I think maybe you missed a lot, Mr. McCartney. The topic was dangerous South Sudan dangerous politics against Equatorians and the hidden secrets that they have. And I'm topic next time because we also have a topic that we're often going to be in detail. طبعا عندنا فرصة اليوم بس نقدر kind of discuss it in a brief because really this thing is it need a lot to us to talk about it. One of them لأنه حاجات ده في أخطاء كتير مننا كإيكاتوريانز وبالأخص القادة بتاعنا اللي دخلوا حالهم أو حشروا حالهم مع الحركة الشعبية وفي نفس الوقت كمان نفس الناس اللي decided to also ignore the issues of Equatoria and they don't want to talk about it لأن هم خايفين خوفا أكتر من هم شايفين this is a holy cause to defend your right is not to fear no one. خليهم يقول لك انت قبلي خليهم هم يحاولوا يقتلوك at تكون شهيد من اجل حقك. اذا في ناس بيضحوا احنا شفنا العرب ديل في دول عربيه they will die for the cause they believe in يعني بيكونوا شهداء. Imagine those people they even inspire the next generation to fight hard لما يلقوا solution. Even the Irish did it, even the Spanish did it. All these people have did it. قال دول دل عشان يكون remembered and known. They have done something to believe in. They believe in it, and they build the ideology of this is our land, our people. هم ما قاعدين يجروا لحلة تاني يقول يا أخي إحنا كلنا سوا. حتى لما أحداث الدول العربية قاعد fight each other. Israel ما قال يا أخي we are all Semites, all that. We have to come together. No, they focus on their own business. The same thing with others. So أنا ما أعرف كتير لكن. Mr. JJ, please remember, كلام انت قاعد تقوله ده is very irrelevant and trust me, because it's not you, that's why you don't know how we're going to gain our independence. And I will tell you this, we are confident and we know exactly what we're doing. We're not talking here for the sake of talk. لأن انت ما فاهم القصة وما فاهم كيف process. That's why you are asking this question. And I see a lot of people who have no idea because they are limited in their thoughts of where they want to be. They only look at the easy way. Okay, عشان زول يجيب لك اكل اذا بيجي كان جاب لك اكل جاهز مثلا كان قال ده يعمل سمك ولا شنو في ingredients you have to put, right? Those ingredients not hard to find. Once you know the ingredients it's easy to find it, and we know the ingredients اللي بيخلي إيكاتوريا يكون دولة. And we're not worried how you want to put your own thinking because انت ما جربت يوم حاجة ده, so you don't know it. Like for us we have people professional who are capable and willing. Because you don't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. They're there and they're working on it until it happened. And when it happened, you will know. Better for you to make a decision, stand with the people, support, put financial support to the Equatorian who need help down there. Don't worry about what, and don't go against your brother Equatorian who are calling for the self-determination of Equatoria. I'm going to try to fight for you and for every Equatorian for Equatoria. If you don't understand that, then God help you, because I cannot help you on that thinking. But I'll give a chance to Mr. Robert. Please go ahead.
Thank you again, Zaratika. I just wanted to say a few things as a conclusion. I wanted to tell our people that, those who were actual alliance with other political parties, nobody is against you. Why are we not against you as separatists? It's because we have a very concrete foundation that, you are brothers and sisters. From your speeches, we do understand what is in your minds. And that actually made us to draw a conclusion from the premises that, our points as separatists are actually very solid. What we would like to tell you is this. We, as Equatorians, do believe that we have an identity. Although some of you are not recognizing that, we are self-contained people based on the identities of our fellows, of our grandfathers and fathers as Equatorians. But we have a very great hope that Equatoria will prevail. We are not against anybody else, but we will react back to people who are trying to destroy Equatoria based on the agenda that Didi and Etika actually put it up here. Equatoria has a history. If we are trying to talk about Equatoria, we'll spend days and weeks and months, because we have a very strong foundation based on our leaders. The current leaders resorted to be followers based on inferiority that they cannot lead. But let us think about Satulino Okore, Joseph Lagoyanga, Egri Jaden, Kevin Boro, Joseph Odugo, those of Hillary Bago, and so on, just to mention a few of them. Excuse me. This cannot actually put us down, but we have seen actually a threat against Equatoria. And this is actually what this topic is actually dwelling on. Those who wanted to be seen as inferior to any other political party or any other region trying to stand as leaders, we will tell them, brothers and sisters, daughters and sons, Equatoria cannot be forgotten. We will stand up with our necks straightforward. That Equatoria as a region cannot be intimidated. We love everybody in South Sudan. But when you come back to us in retaliation, then we have the solid ground to stand our ground as Equatorians. So, for those who cannot have that self-confidence that we Equatorians can do something, well, let them stand aside. We are not about titles. SPL, Patrick Lobuma mentioned it that, we have engineers, we have doctors, we have not even, treated anybody or built any bridge. Or judges who have not actually sat in any other kind of panel to judge. But they are called lawyers, they are called engineers and so on. That's not who we are as Equatorians. We are looking beyond, not next to our nose. So let us think critically, because nobody can elevate you unless you elevate yourself. We have learned it from people who wanted to be leaders and call us as followers. This is a challenge that we Equatorians are going through. Unless we come to our senses that what can we do as Equatorians, then we will be able to come back to our ground and show our leadership as Equatorians. But enough is enough. When our people in Madiland, in Acholi, in Central Equatoria, in Western Equatoria, are suffering, it is our suffering. And I would like to tell people who are trying to divide us that, this is this tribe, this is this region, this is this state. I want to tell them that, you cannot divide us as Equatorians. You can be used as a robot to divide Equatorians. But our Equatorianism cannot go away, because we have a very binding culture as Equatorians. It doesn't mean that, we don't have any conflicts within Equatoria. But our conflicts as Equatorians is a brotherly and sisterhood conflict in which we don't want to pull anybody down. But of course, in the modern world, some people wanted to use that in order to intimidate other Equatorians, other tribes within Equatorians. But we will never, ever give the way for that. Because Equatoria is our heart. Because we have experienced that, there are people who wanted to wipe Equatoria out of South Sudan. But I wanted to tell you, and the other people out there wanted to tell you that, Equatoria will never, ever be wiped out of South Sudan. You can call us any name in the world, but Equatoria will remain as Equatoria. We don't fear any threat, but what we fear is those who are trying to sell Equatoria out. You cannot elevate yourself because of selling Equatorial name. And we stand there as Equatorians with the soul of Egri Jaden, Satulino Okore, Joseph Oluko, those of Henry Bago, and so on. If other people wanted to sell us out as Equatoria, then they will reap what they showed. And I stop here. Let those Equatoria think twice the door is still open for all of us to talk. But you can be only recognized as Equatorian, as a strong people, based on the souls of our grandfathers and grandmothers, if you speak your mind as an Equatorian, not against anybody else, but for the right and the soul of Equatoria. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me. Thank you again, Mr. Robert. I really appreciate your final thought. Thank you so much, Mr. McCartney, and I think there is also Miss Joy. Welcome, Mr. McCartney. I don't know if I could give you a chance, but let's give to Miss Joy if she can be able to say, if she has something to say quickly, and then we can go to you, McCartney, and then Mr. CJ, and then Didi and I will finalize conclusion quickly. So you got 3 minutes, Miss Joy, if you can be able to say your words, and then we go ahead to McCartney. You have any question or any word you want to say in the 3 minutes, if possible? Hello, guys, you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Etika, unless I'm the one hearing.
Yes, now we hear you. Go ahead. You got Arabic? Okay. اتفضل.
أنا من إيكواتوريان وأنا هيموت إيكواتوريان. كفاية من كل إيكواتوريان they suffering every year. لكن إيال حقتنا I don't know هم بيفكر شنو في كل سنة بقتلوكم. كان قتلوكم هم كله بيجي في السوشيال ميديا بيكاركوا تقول إيكواتوريان هسه جايين خلاص together بعد شوية ومن بسكتوا بعد شوية ومن يابو بدأ abuse أخوان بتاعهم السابريتيست لكن 200 إنا بيجينا abuse نفسه تهنا زي ده. كان كلام ده ما قواجه للرجال لكن قواجه للنسوان إني أقول للعيال ده إنما أقول للعيال ده إنه كل سنة بس بيجينا قتل واحد لكن 200 ما كده make up your mind one day and then say enough is enough. Be abused on the social media everywhere. Lakini tunlisa gisa gali yake nedirin unity. Nedirin nogon majenge. Lakadi 200. Guarda aslan lakadi 200. Na shufna how many years? Eh? So I did get that. We feed up. Try to answer yourself. Think and answer yourself. Gula hal mind taida ana gisi wana gonu zere mind then is here. Go to mirror and see yourself in the mirror and talk. And repeat it again. And come a man and talk in front of every Equatorian and say the truth. We are sick of tired, ya Jama. Na begina tabani. Ahal tena kullu when Uganda, Kenya when. Al-Fadal hinak fi Jogabad deli saya gani nimshi oktulum. Lakadi 200. So we are sick of tired. ده حاجة أصلا يعني حتى أنا بنمرني عندي كم ناس برا هناك لكن مشكلة أنا بكلم عليه اسمها سيسا لكن بس كان جا من قلبي لما بلاد فريسة حقاتي بمشي دين 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 كان شفته دينجا لأنه كله شنو من حاجات الكعب القام ولا إيكواتوريان ده كانوا إيال تزول واحد لأنه بلادهم and the thing one لكن I don't know what happened to these boys of us. ده حاجة أنا بس عندنا نقول لكم هسه ده وشكرا لكم.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. Dee?
Are you there?
شكرا شديد كلامتك سايكوتورينز فعلا دي يالتزل واحد كلامته ونس ده صح
وفعلا حاجة ده قواجه شديد كان تلقى إنه حاجة القاحصل لأنها ده. أنا بشكرك شديد عشان أنت جا في زمن بسيط ده، كمان أنت جا ساعد شديد، شكرا لك شديد، أنا appreciate it أساسا. So I think مكتني إنت كيف مكتني؟
I think McCartney's not there. So we give a chance to Mr. CJ. Oh, sorry.
بكورة لأنه يتعانوا في زمن نقيرة فوق ده. The time we're going through is very difficult time, and then to find out that when we disagree so badly or when we tear each other down, it makes one cry sometimes, you know. So yeah, I don't want to take time. You can take over. I give it back to you.
Okay. Okay, shoot. Hold on. Mr. CJ, please go ahead. Conclude your point. And then Didi, and then we finalize. I think Brother McCartney maybe have issues with his mic, or maybe he's working. But go ahead, Mr. CJ. Put your final thoughts. And I want to say thank you, Ms. Joy. And I appreciate Kalam Bitagda. I hope Nas Equatoria and Tana Lisa, ضميرهم ما صح من النوم. It's time for them to wake up. إحنا كرجال it's our duty. زي ما أنت سميت أخواتنا قاعد يطلبوا مننا بينعمل لنا نداء. Let's wake up. Let's be men. Let's defend our women. ممكن نسوينا بقى بكورك نسوينا بقى في النهاية بحربه. So why are we men then? Men supposed to be born to protect. You know, look at the other nations كيفهم قاعدين يحموا بلدهم. You know, رجال اللي كانوا front هم in the front لما هم build a nation لما نعلموا بناتهم إنه كيف stand in case their men no longer existed or they كتروا رجال كلهم هم fight to the last woman, to the last child. Today you could see in Israel أول رجال يا بدوا النضال, they all started the revolution for the people of Israel to be a nation, and then from there they now teaching all their women to defend themselves and fight. Today you could see young women in the military, officers, all these things. The same time US, the same Western countries. The man is the first one who went to the front. عملوا حاجة ده. So رجال لو بقى بيخافوا يتكلموا حقيقة بتاع منطقة بتاعهم حقيقة بلدهم, then they have no any use. عشان كده الناس هنا هيكوركوا بكا هيعيشوا في يا ويلات, you know, they will cry because this is what it is. Let's not be like that. Let's be strong. Let's look at the other people who stood their ground. For Mr. CJ, please go ahead. Put your final thoughts, and so we can go ahead because I have some other things to do after that. Are you there, Mr. CJ? Yeah.
Yeah, the issue, if you have got up, there's a comments that I came across, which says it to separate tribes are Dinka, out of 64 tribes, well that. Let me tell you guys, clearly, and mas'ala is separation from Dinka. The issue is not separation from Dinka. And if from the roots, my friend, if you can understand what I mean here, from the roots, that the Dinka have been, establishing ever since when Lago came as the leader of what? The Nyanya one. It's unfortunate. Nyanya, not a Nyanya one, a Nyanya, we say. Remember that what happens. If we were to lead people from a war, for instance, like Lago, somebody, a revolutionary, at the end of the day, Jalaba will give him options, and you have to choose one. You know, the kind of tactics that was being used. And either Temshima uniform, you keep your uniform, or else you step down and become a civilian. Position with that vice president with Sudan, or the second vice president. Remember that. All of a sudden we could get somebody who was once in the World Monarchy agreements. He was one of the agents, one of the agents with Jalaba to come and take over. What does it mean? هذا التخطيط له أبعاد. You know, these things has a roots, guys. If you understand it. They kept on digging time and time again ever since
1972 to this day. So what do you think? Is it separation from Denka? Today, even in Nazil Garigul Shunanu, Jalaba Garigulanu, the last time Jalaba. Today, I have learned. You know what happens? One of them clearly came up and says, okay, it was that on the Sudanese. If you want, we can get back to our respective area, which is Jazira Tuti, Wumdurman. Remember that word. Leave alone. Idea of getting Mukangalan separation, that's Sudan. And what New Sudan. Do you know what that is? The money allows in Ibn base. They wanted to build a base here in what is South Sudan today. And not Equatoria. This is supposed to be Equatoria Sudan. This is Equatoria Sudan, ma South Sudan. We were already an independent entity and Akuna nations before. So let's not confuse things. So for those who are seems to be flip-flop, twisting subjects matter and all that, guys, let's wake up to the task. Time have come. There's no more return back. ما في رجعة. Why? Europe لما دخلوا في حرب العالمية in Second World War طلع دول كتير انفصلت. Then they become states. Today, if you look worldwide, why do people used to go for separations? What we're saying is that everyone has to stand in his region. If indeed you're interested in unity, we wanted to see Nas Upper Nile standing. I was in the Shuf Nas Pitat Bahar Ghazali standing. Then let us take out the big elephant in the house. Then Dada, show me who you are. Show me your muscles. Show me Itafi Bahar Ghazali Kida. It's some from your side and come. Let's come from three directions and then get rid of what is called regime. That is our stand. That's what we're saying. If indeed we're for that. But will later also you wanted to mix with me and says, okay, I'll come here, Equatoria, and then at the end of the day you will leave me at the end of the road. No, I'm not going to accept that. So our people are dying. Our women are crying. We have no dignity, nearly. So أنا قاعد أقول الحرب بتاعنا دي حرب بتاع dignity شرف وكرامة. لو عندك شرف وكرامة للمرأة بتاعك، لو عندك شرف للإنسان اللي بيذلك، هذا الزول أنا قلت لك هؤلاء الشخصيات هم ملعونين وجودهم في إكواتوريا. ليه؟ If at all things were to turn upside down, remember محلي بيكون curse the area where we are. البلد ده what is called Equatoria will be cursed if at all those people were to succeed. But make no mistake, we will be there. I know we're talking, but everything has a time, as I've said. When time comes, كل زول بيعرف محله وين. ما الناس دي قاعد يقولوا كده زمان كان الناس كانوا قاعد يقولوا في السودان الواحد ده. Do you know what happened to us during one Sudan? الليلة اللي احنا قاعد نشوفه اللي قاعد يعمل النازل اعترفوا ضمنا قالوا انه الناس اللي هسه قاعد يحكموا جنوب السودان ده المؤتمر الوطني. What do you think of that? So are we separating from Dinka? No, that's not the main point. It is something beyond that. تعرف ترابي لما كب نازل قال يا خليهم يفرتكوا وكبهم برا ونمسك البلد. That was the tactics. Today Dinka بالنسبة لنا هو مصيدة. If somebody can understand that. هم استخدموه الكلمة كمصيدة هؤلاء الناس أزعر بتخطهم معاك عشان تعكر المويه دي. That's what it is. So we're not separating from نازل. We're supporting something beyond. زول الخطاك في الخطاك قبل اللي جماعة في السلطة ده دوما ياوده. الحلم انه شنو امسك جنوب السودان ده وبكره تعال لزول سيدك ده تيجي تقول له اسمع انا جبت لك حاجه، انا جبت لك سيب من الغابه. Well, سيدك هيكسبك. Your master will say, okay, you're a good guy. You're good servants. Come on. That is what it is. So Equatoria need to wake up and stand. It is time for us to stand. There's no more backup. Forward. We have to look forward, governments. Everybody has the right. It is entirely of separations. It's a legal rights based on the United Nations Charter. في ناس قاعد يقول انه دستور انا ذات ما معترفين بالدستور الدستور تزول واحد انظر للقروش وما شابه ذلك. Please, how many times do I have to speak for you guys to say that nonsense? I know the BGs have got kalam. Please, we are not separating from you. We know who you are. You have been used. It's a tool, and that's it. Thank you. I'll end up here. Didi. And thanks to everyone who have come, of turning up, and excuse us if at all. احنا عملنا ما لا يريد الغالب كيف أرجو المعذرة. Thank you. والرب يبارك موتانا وضحايانا اللي قاعد يموتوا كل ساعة كل دقيقة. Is that the country do you want؟ تجي تمد يدك لزول دمه هو خليط بالدم بتاعه هو أخذ قاعد يسف دمك تبي تليف دم. Please. ده سرطانة احنا عايشين فيه. ده بلد سرطانة. لذلك أنا بناشد كل إنسان عنده الجراءة وعنده الكرامة وعنده بيتطلع لأنه يكون عنده مستقبل في هذا البلد. إحنا هنكون. Why not? Can't we lead? We will do that. Thank you.
دقيقة بس. Hello. Thank you guys. Thank you. I don't want to take too much. Didi, I think you can finalize. Let me just say this, my last word. I just want to say thank you to those who have been here with us. Gisata Equatoria Taban is a tough story, but we will rewrite our history again. I promise you this, we will rewrite it because we Equatorian people, as you have heard, most of our brothers and sisters, we are resilient. But for the few who are still living in those confusing moments of wondering where they want to stand, and one day here, one day there, it's not fit for them. Especially if you're a man, you don't want to be known in that category that you're flip-flop, that you cannot defend your women, that you cannot talk about your own right and your own people. We are at war. This is no longer a time for us to sit and wonder, what side do I have to take? Either you're with me or against me. That's what it is. Even in the Bible said that. You can't serve two masters. Either you serve the other or you hate the other. Christianity even mentioned that. Even in the time of war on terror, when Bush, former President Bush, said to the world, it's time for the world to decide, our allies, either you're with me or against me. I mean, some people took it very offensive, but then later they revised themselves and they say, you know what, it makes point because United States was attacked during September 11 by terrorist groups. And so they decided. And you've seen how many alliances, even people in the Middle East, in particular Middle East, some of them began to join America because, it's a time of a decision. The U.S. is ready to fight anyone who is behind this attack. And today, we Equatorians, we are standing for our right. And for those Equatorians who are still thinking that we are attacking them because they are for unity, they are wrong. We're not attacking you. We are making you to question your own thinking. Instead of being a follower, instead of being manipulated by others, instead of used and abused. Imagine the way how even they will, like even our sister here just mentioned, Miss Joy just mentioned something like we only are known now like whenever there is an incident happen, every Equatorian want to act like emotional, all that. But why can we not always act on the right side, like take a real decision and stand with the people before even they die? That's what we are. Like I've even seen this behavior in South Sudanese in majority. يعني الناس كلهم عاملين نفسهم طيبين لما زول ده مات خلاص. لكن لما زول ده لسه حي, they don't care. They don't even care to acknowledge. They don't even care to protect him and save him. Those people, some people still under threat. عشان نحن ننقذهم, we need to act. It's time for us to act and it's time for us to decide. The Equatorian men in particular. Because our women are standing behind us. Our women are waiting for our decisions. Low leaders Tana are indecisive, are weak to decide. We need to force them to decide. If they can't lead anymore, let them step aside, let others take over. We cannot be waiting for them. So our people die and our people broken down. And like I said, we Equatorial nationalists, we're going to be Shifta Kambiga Adum Samak, wala begin Azato Shok, wala biga safe. We will be this, sharp sword against anyone try to disrespect and kind of like try to challenge our rights. We have seen 17 years, no progress for us, only destruction, raping. Our land has been occupied. Our aswa haja, dal haja already alimni ma the rape of our sisters, which is the grave of our ancestors. Makanta rahab tam, مقبرة بتاع ملوم نايمين فوقه. في ناس وسخانين بيجوا بيقلعوا أرض ده بيكبوا مقبرة ناس برا عشان يجيبوا فوقه هوتيل. ده معناته ده يمسحوا تاريخنا. They want to destroy, they want to eliminate our history. They are actually intentionally against us. يلا تيجي تقول لي فدرالية، تقول لي يونيتي. حتى جدنا ذاته عندنا سبر هناك في إيكاتوريا. أجدادك ديل بيقلعوا من مقبرة الثانية، يا تزول بتبدأ يا تزول أنت يا منطق ذاته تيجي تقول عندنا يونايت. فلسطينيين العرب ما عملوا زي ده. They even took grave of their ancestors from each other. They left it there. But these people did not respect our ancestors. They did that to us. We understand finance and go to unity. They want to talk about love. Yeah, Hatta Yesua Masih talk about love, but even he said, I did not come to bring peace. I came to bring sword. What that mean? Let us understand it. But saying that sometimes we misinterpret things and we try to interpret it based on our way, how we think or how we feel. Because كانت جماعة بتنتبه حاجات البايبل كله بشغل تجيبهم. Oh, peace, love. Yes, peace and love is there, but there is also time for war. Even David fought Goliath. Even Samson fought the Philistinian. A lot of people did, and you could see them. Or Israel would have not existed if those people were not there. So it's time for us to fight. We are the generation who are going to protect Equatoria, like how Israel protected Israel. So it's time for us to act. And I'm Katir, Didi, please take over. And I want to say thank you. And may God of heaven and earth, and I'll say it again, but I will say it. May the God of Israel, the living God of Israel, may he protect our people of great Equatoria. And also may God of Israel have mercy and also protect the people who are suffering around the country because of these tribal hegemonic group Aliasagadi control the land based on their tribe. Because I know some people are suffering and we understand their suffering. And we also pray that they stand up and they become strong as men and women to fight for their people as we are fighting for our people. So I'll give it to you, Ms. Didi. Take over. Thank you. And good night to you guys.
If the timing, can you keep the timing, please, so that I don't run this thing to shut and then we cry later on that we lost the recording. So I just thank you so much.
Yeah, you got like 5 minutes and then shut down, but you're good. So yeah, and again I repeat it. Those are the JJ Gal get khud worship Gal. Yeah, I say God of Israel because I actually know why I say that, and I'll tell one day the people will know why I say that. But anyway, go ahead, Didi. Thank you.
You contributed in writing and also in your thoughts, and also you have taken those precious words and things that we have said, the wrong ones that you did not like, you cut it out. But the one that you think it will help you, like I said in the beginning, I said writing, we don't have enough space usually to write everything up there. If we were to have a chance, maybe we would have said in South Sudan and other people, anybody that is going through what Equatoria is going through. So what I could advise you is like everything that when we speak here is actually is an eye opener. You use this also to help yourself and help your people. Do not see and listen just and be quiet and say that, oh, this is just these people from Equatoria talking for Equatoria. Use this to help your people, to save your people, to awoke your people up, because you cannot just be silent. As usually when I speak, I also tell everybody that you have to be awoke. There is no way on this earth now, on this time, you will just sit like a wall or even a tree moves, and you do not think for yourself. This is a very critical moment that each man for themselves. You have to question things. You have to test things. You have to analyze things. You have to critique things. You just don't dive anymore and follow anything. That you don't even understand, because this country has proven to us time and time again that our coming together, every time we come together, we seem to have one group of people that would ruin everything together, and then we have to start again from zero. We have to start again. How many times are we going to restart? And how many times are we going to lose our people? It hurts. It hurts really like hell. It hurts like hell to see even little kids being hanged up, just like an animal that is in a butcher, hanging up there waiting to be skinned at. This is really so hurting, so bad. That's why I say I need answers. Why my people are going through this? Why my people must be the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice for South Sudan? Why? And why do other people sit here and be comfortable that their people have been sacrificed for this country? In the beginning, we are not even one people. We were different nations and different kingdoms. Yalla tape. You have managed to live peacefully by yourself, but today you're sacrificing your people, the blood of people, like you're sacrificing something in the altar of Baal, just for the sake of one group of people, one tribe to be in power. You supported it and you agree your people to die in a very horrible way, and you said no other way to be questioned. No question. People should not question. People should not challenge this. So I just wanted to say that some people result into in unlogical way of deciding, saying that we should not separate مشاكل the South Sudan the Basit. Let's just stay within South Sudan and let's just build our own militia and we fight our own tribal militias. But I question this. If we're gonna have, like in Equatoria, we're gonna have ongoing tribe militias who are really fighting the same regime that many people in South Sudan call them the what not government. If we're gonna sit and resist and fight against this person that called this group of people that call themselves government, so why do you need them? If you can have your own militia and you can have your own laws, you're protecting yourself, then why do you need these people over there? This doesn't add up, you see? When you begin to make logic, that doesn't add up. That means you have a militia, you already have your own army. That means you have your own country, you have your own territory. So what do you need to join yourself with those people again? Like almost like you want to climb a mountain, but you use the slippery way. You're climbing, you're sliding, you're climbing, you're sliding. But because you deliberately choose to snare yourself and go through the slippery way. You have a militia, that means you have your own army. That means you have your own territory. You have your own laws. That's still keeping these people out of Equatoria. So you see, what better could it be that you have your own country, a proper functioning country, rather than having just militias here and there? That could backfire you at the end of the day. That could backfire you very horribly. So I just wanted to say that you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of you being created on this earth? Just to continue in a barbaric war of killing, resisting and killing, or you could just kind of like remove yourself out of the picture. The one that wants to go with it, ahlan wa sahlan. But you can actually save yourself, you can actually save your own people. You can save Nastaki. You can save yourself a lot of headache, a lot of killing, a lot of dying. Nobody wants that kind of life, really, So in this topic that we're going about, we really actually want to open the eye of Equatorians as well as anybody that will be here listening, that what is happening in South Sudan is really political mind game that is happening. This is manipulation that is happening, and it's very dangerous, really. People have been desensitized. People have been tricked in a way that people think that حاجات الحصل ده كله حدث الحصل ده كله as if حاجات ده حصل بس within 3 minutes, so we can still undergo. We still have time to keep on going, but yet we have been suffering for more than 30 or 50 years. This is enough to put an end and say that I want my country out. I've tried it. I want my country out. It did not work. Federalism yadak في South Sudan has not working. Everything it be try dinka be أغلب حاجة ده لطريقته.
he will turn around this thing to serve him. Itu lo jain tamu federalism dinka bukun fi power de dinka biglib haja de bukura o ya fi power o bi bada ten haja de the same way. The same from the beginning who be decided no put all the dinkas in power. And to get there, even Zato de Mushkila Tani. I just want to end it here before we lose the recording, and I just wanted to thank everybody and just wanted to urge you guys that open your eyes very well. Open your eyes, or else sleeping is not good. Too much sleeping is not good. When you're alive, you cannot be like a dead meat in the freezer. A dead meat in the freezer that does not move is useless. The only use for it is just cook it and eat it. So yeah, but when you're a live person, yeah, you just take care of yourself, take care of your safety, take care of your people. Equatoria right now, what we can do with is regroup ourselves, renew our thinking, and work together, come together, join together. As our sister Joyce put it beautifully, that we are all like children of one person. There is no need that we should see our people going through what they're going through. I will leave it here, and I will thank you guys. I thank you so much. And if you have offended anybody, I'm sorry. We apologize for that. McCartney, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I think we're done. I'm finished. I'll leave it here, Etika. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hold on, let me just put the. Okay, thank you.
I forgot everybody who's up here. Thank you, Robert, McCartney, Joy, Etika. Thank you guys so much. And also on Facebook, I want to pass my greetings to you, and on YouTube. Thank you guys so much.
All right. All right, Ms. Didi, I appreciate. I say thank you again for your great support and great also contribution because you've been great, and also Brother Robert, in particular, Mr. CJ, Mr. McCartney. I know he's busy, and also I want to give thanks to Miss Joy, who's speaking. For the first time coming up here to speak to our brothers who are still in doubt of themselves as men. It's time for the Equatorian men to act and speak in the right way so our people can find the true salvation that Equatoria wants. As I speak to you, طبعا ناس بركوج ديل ولا بيجيز ديل هسه فتحوا رومات تانيين attacking قال خلي Equatoria stop inciting hate. طبعا ده حاجاتهم كل يوم هم reactionist. لكن at the end انا بس قاعد نتاسف على استوائنا اللي بيمشي بيقعدوا هناك في الروم ده بيهينوهم بدل يجي join us هنا and you get to let's يعني بيقول شنو انا نسيت كلمه ده يا اخي like brainstorm each other's mind and in a way that is logical and has a point where we talk about our issues and we focus on how we can build ourselves instead of making it like, oh, it's impossible for us to be a nation. I didn't fought for this goal before, and even some people now are willing to do it because we know that's the best way, and we were a nation before in the beginning, being. So I have hope, and we believe in Equatoria. Equatoria is strong, and may God bless everyone. And we also want to appreciate our friends and allies, those who support us, and also those from other different countries that we have, gained to have friendship with them and understanding and support. We also want to say thank you to them. May God bless them. And inshallah, بنجي في next time في topic هنتكلم وهنجيب our guest friend from a different country who's going to talk about things that we are ready, and especially on this coming week. So ربنا يكون معاكم, and I think that's it. I don't have much to say, but yeah. And if you feel offended, trust me, we're not trying to offend you. But remember, we talk what it is, like it is. ما في حاجة هنا عشان offend anyone. We tell it as it is because أنا أهلنا هناك قاعدين يحرقون, قاعدين يقتلون, قاعدين يغتصبون. So we are fighting for them. And so if you don't feel that my word is good to you, well, I'm sorry for you, but I'm not sorry for me, because what I'm talking is هو كان هنا وكان بكون زعلان كيف تقول كلام ده وياهو إثباتا لكلام ده. أختنا Joy have spoken like why, رجال ده وين, why they talk like this, it's embarrassing. So ربنا يكون مع Equatorians ويكون مع المظلومين في جنوب السودان أجمعين. لحد ما ربنا يفرجها ويدينا حقوقنا. لحد next time we'll talk. Okay, God bless you guys. I'll put this music and yes, greeting Sister Shiva and Brother James Christopher. Thank you. So I'll put this Equatorial music and then from there we're done. Hopefully we get enough chance. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Yes, Didi.
Yeah, okay.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wani. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anehna, anina Equatoria. Oh yeah, kanita minyambio, kanita mintori, weleta min Juba, yeah. Anina Equatoria. Keresia sama kesi wanena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanihna gulu wahi, Equatoria biraba, Yabirwa pijama, Asan Bele na biraba. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anehna, anina Equatoria. Oh yeah, kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye, anina Equatoria. Kelene na hibo nefusina, kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahaba, behaja derino, Hassan Bele na biraba, Arif mabisaido. So give us pen and give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Ibanabule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, anina Equatoria. Anehna, anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa ya jama. So mapel fanangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya bunga ya baka, kodi ya balanda bari, kakuwa kilikuku, lambo lugoya. Ajoli tokosa mundo, nyambara morode mali, mundare, nyambara, otumu pari makojulo, lubara bunga ya lobe, lodo tokosa
mundo,
nare,
anna kulu nasi sawa. Mafi hata bigesi manena, siasa mabigesi manena, anina wahi.
Guys, bye for now until next time. And for Facebook, also I'll say bye for you guys until next time. We just shut down.
Can I say something before you close it?
Yeah.
I think there was someone was asking, I think by the name Jackson was asking that he wanted to, I think he didn't have an idea of where we are because he wanted to make a call. Yeah, I've been wanting to tell him that we are not on the Facebook, we're in the clubhouse, but I keep forgetting every time I talk.
Oh,
I don't know if you've seen the message.
If he's in Facebook, we could have gave him. I forgot. I could have gave him the link, but next time. So we will.
Yeah, every time I had to talk, I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I will copy the link next time and I'll put it when we come up live to Facebook. Just want to say thank you guys. Yeah, so I need to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, and have a great night, guys. And ربنا يكون معكم جميعا. Again, thank you.
I just want to pass my greetings to everyone that is gonna be Ayuzola Jai Barin Gijai no video. I mean like live there. Got video. Live there, I just wanna pass my greetings to them, especially Nastanna Tahet Henagda. Darashkuri takun shedid le suja alta kunindu. Alta kun gigeni wadi time takun be give following na up. Kanna fi clubhouse wala kanna ini ana bashkuri takun shedid. Ajana mana oma cheap. Itangi spend grush fago ketir. Lakin le hope tak le Equatoria because of love takun le Equatoria le badun takun itakun gakter following na up. فأنا ده كنت أكون استمر زده وكنت أكون استمر لهوب تكون ويونيتي تكون مع بعضهم كده كون قوي شديد no matter what نلاقي أثر جيني في زمن الصعب شديد لنا شكرا تكون شديد and شكرا لإتيك عشان ودي لنا time ده thank you.
All right, thank you. Until next time, guys. Good night, good morning, and good afternoon to you, wherever you are, or good evening to you too, because some people are going at night, and some people are just waking up, and some people are going afternoon. So until next time, guys. Bye for now. Oh, I did not end it. Hold on. This thing is weird. Just give me a second.